Welcome everyone to the fifth round of the Prague Masters 2025, and we have a very special guest with us, Harshit Bhai. We have Grandmaster Peter Leko.
Yes, it's first time that we've had you here in Prague Masters. How are you feeling?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Very happy to be here. Tomorrow is a rest day. That explains why I'm here right now. Vincent is playing a very tough tournament. So I'm working basically all night, and then whenever the game starts is the moment when I can have some rest and get some sleep.
So you are actually putting in your resting time and coming here. We are very grateful.
Yes.
Yes, but okay, because tomorrow is a rest day, so I felt like I will catch up somehow.
But how has been your feeling for the tournament? I mean, one of the biggest storylines of this event has been Vincent himself, with 4 decisive games out of 4.
Yes, a little bit too much adventure for my taste. You know me. Yes, I like stability, I like solidity, and so on. But I would also start that I'm very happy that Vincent is in good shape, because actually he fell sick during the Bundesliga. Yeah, he had heavy fever and everything. So even jokingly, when on Monday I departed from home, my wife took me to Budapest to get the train. I told her, if Vincent's temperature will not drop, then maybe I will have to replace him.
Oh.
And Sophie said, "Oh no, no," and like this, yeah. So the situation was quite tense, but
Was it
luckily
really
when
a
he,
likely possibility that you would have played here?
well, don't tell it to Sophie. Yeah, it's tricky, but we actually with Sophie had the same problem, this illness, this virus, the week before, and we knew that if it's the same and likely because this is now a very common flu, unfortunately, then it's like for 2 days you feel like you're not gonna, you can't do anything, but then already on the third day you kind of stabilize. So exactly when on Wednesday the game started, he was already feeling okay, so he can fully focus and he has this determination. He always wants to fight. So I'm always trying to hold him back a bit, just a bit, because I know that I cannot hold him back too much. But yes, the idea was to try to play solid at the beginning. You see what happened.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, like to beat Wei, then losing to Aravindh, then coming back to beat Shankland, then losing to Pragg. Now
He's
facing
playing
Quang Liem today. Very exciting.
Yeah, and do you think that his style kind of changed a bit after Weisenhaus, where like all of the positions were crazy? Do you think that like that impacted his like decision making in this tournament?
No, I don't think so. Vincent is just like this. Yeah, for example, in Vaikanze also, he just wanted to fight in every single game. With white, with black. I think it's also like another new character trait of the youngsters. So it's not just Vincent, but it's very much, if you think about Abdusattorov, Vincent, or all the Indian.
No draws,
Yeah, they don't know because the whole point is that it's kind of a change of attitude. Yeah, that for example, our older generation, we always had to be super precise because the computers were not yet that strong, and you wanted to neutralize all of opponents' possibilities. So you were building these so-called bulletproof repertoires.
Right.
But now computer gives you the chance to actually try to play much more things than before, because you have more possibilities, and then you can also better avoid the preparation from the opponent. Nobody wants to now have a bulletproof repertoire which the opponent can try to target specifically in this game, because who knows that from all these 5,000 pages analysis, you will remember every single computer detail or not. Yeah, so chess is always changing, it's evolving to try to deal with the new challenges.
Amazing insights there. And we have the game about to begin. Peter, Harshit, today the battle between two leaders, Aravindh and
Pragg.
Pragg. Two good friends, both grew up together in this city of Chennai at Chess Gurukul. Maybe we can have them on the screen here. Oh, by the way, this is the pairing for today. For yesterday, in fact, today is round number 5, and yes, there we have it. And I guess it's the most exciting pairing, no, today? The Pragg versus Aravindh, in a way, like two leaders before the rest day.
And the winner will get a 1-point lead. I also wanted to like get your opinion on Aravindh. Like, what do you think about his play? Like, because that's one name like the Indian audience is used to it, but the European and American people haven't heard of his name so far. But like, what do you think of him?
Yes, well, okay, I'm just super happy for Aravindh that he's finally, reaching to the top to get access, to get invitations to big tournaments, to show his skills. Because, first of all, I was there in Chennai with Vishy during the match against Magnus.
In 2013, yeah?
Yeah, 2013, and I think that's when Aravindh played in the Open, and he already produced some great results.
He won it.
He won it.
He won it. He was 13 years old or
13.
something like this, yeah. So the first time I knew his name was right there in Chennai. Ever since there was the handshake, the game is about to begin. And afterwards in Isle of Man in 2016 and 2017, I played against him, and both times...
Oh, you played with him.
Yes, and I felt like he's heavily underrated. What is this? 25-60. Then 1 year later, 25-75. And whoever wants to check out the game, especially the 2017 Isle of Man game, I came to the game with very big determination that, okay, I have to with white, because with black I was struggling to win games. So I have to win at all cost with white to get going. I played, first of all, he dared to play the knight off against me.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not known to be an opening expert, but he dared to play because he knew that I'm playing the English attack with f3. He was very well prepared. So I was very upset and very angry that he plays the best possible computer line. He kind of neutralized my opening. This was kind of a big shock first, but then I managed to outplay him. And between like this move 20 and 35, I felt like I put incredible amount of energy that yes, I'm breaking him. I'm gonna win this game. I have to put maximum pressure. And he really got into a very uncomfortable position on move 35. He was down to his 30 seconds, relying on the increment. And then he played non-stop with 1 or 2 seconds, only moves, you know, but such only moves. Finally, he also sacrificed the PC on move 39, which was the only way to fight for draw, that he will have good chances. After the time control, he played a perfect. I really felt like, I'm not sure that in a category 20 tournament people would have been able to defend that position the way how he did it. 2017. So that's my personal.
My homework today is to go
check
home
that game.
and
Me
check
too,
that
mine
game.
too. I'm very curious to see that game now.
Check that. The knight takes c5 and then rook takes g4. But the whole sequence of moves that he had this vision of going for it.
And you still remember it very well.
Of course, okay, it's crazy, and I'm just so happy for him. I'm following him. There was also this moment when in 2022 he won the Indian qualifier to qualify for the Magnus Tour, something like. And then for some mysterious reason, I was so much looking forward him playing in the Magnus Challenge in the tournament. And then suddenly, for some reason, he did not play. And I remember that I got very upset and very angry because I took it so personal, because I know that he's very strong.
Wow.
He belongs there. Yeah, he has to get a chance. And now he's here and playing wonderful chess.
Yeah, and today is going for the very solid. Berlin. Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess that Pragg will probably go for this d3 bishop c6 strategical battle, or do you think he'll go for the end game?
Well, it's a very special situation because I do know that they work together,
Yeah.
but I don't know how much, you know, they are like sparring partners and they play certain possession type of training games, or they also play opening games. Yeah, because when normally you are playing against a friend with whom you are regularly playing but testing some positions and you don't work so closely together on openings, then it's not a problem.
Correct.
Yeah, but if he's like your friend with whom you are sharing all the ideas and you're both building together repertoires, then it's a total nightmare.
Yeah.
So this is a big question. I don't know all the insights. I'm really hoping forward that we're gonna get a good game, and knowing them, we will see a big fight.
A fighting game for sure, and I think Pragg will want to use his white pieces today. If we can go to the other games, we have Vincent playing against Leko, Liem, and a Berlin here as well, an anti-Berlin.
Yeah, but with a6. No. Yes, it's ace. It's the delayed bishop takes c6.
Oh, a6,
Yes.
bishop a4, knight f6, and then he took on c6.
Yeah,
I
the bishop
remember
c5.
this famous game between Anish Giri and Ding Liren, right?
Yes,
Was it?
in the candidates. Yes.
And where
that was a
Anish won.
fantastic. Yeah, fantastic game. Well, it's also guarantees a completely uncompromising fight. We kind of also discussed with Vincent that they have very similar style with Liem, that they are kind of both strategists, but they are always playing for a win. Yes, so they always go for the complex double-edged positions where there are no forced lines, no way of neutralizing each other's pressure, that let the better player win. The only question is when two great players fight against each other, then you know it's who is better. It's very difficult to say. I'm very curious how this game progresses.
And what's the concept, if we can like understand, like why do people go bishop a4 and then take on c6? Like what's the point of provoking this move a6?
Well, one could argue that in general, compared to, for example, we have to keep an eye on the Prague's game as well, yeah, because especially if d3 bishop c5 happens and Pragg takes bishop takes c6, then we will have a possibility to go more into details. Like, wait a second, it's the same position, but
With
black has
with a6,
a6,
extra
and
move.
whom does it benefit, in which structures? Yeah, this is a very tricky kind of situation. There are, I can tell you, at least like 20 lines where it's fantastic that you have a6, but there are also some exceptions when it would be better to have the pawn on a7. Yeah, it's always a tricky stuff.
Right.
But
Usually black sometimes goes for this a5 idea very often in this position, right?
yes,
then it would kind of
Kind of
not make
transpose, I
sense.
think.
I mean, it would become a normal position.
Yes. Now the big question is that how does black, no, white play knight b2, yeah, that how is black defending his e5 pawn, yeah? Knight d7 is one of the classical main moves that I kind of always used in the Berlin defense. Ah, wow, no, this is bad news for us. Let's just switch quickly to Pragg's game.
Oh, bad.
Pragg played castles, rook e1. He played something that I would have told you, no way Pragg will ever gonna play like.
No, but I think he's playing the opponent here. Because Aravindh loves to play like complex positions. We saw that against Vincent as well. He tried
Yes.
to play some crazy lines.
Yes.
So maybe Pragg is like, this is my chance to get into like positions where I excel more than Aravindh.
Yes, well, take a look at my game with Aravindh from 2016 when he had white. He played rook e1 Berlin against me, but he played with some tricky bishop d, so it was not like trying to make a draw, whatever. He was doing all this bishop d3 fancy stuff, and it's very funny to see that Aravindh has that position that like I had against him 9 years
But
ago.
I was actually surprised when Peter said, bad news now here. So
Yes, bad news, yes.
No, because I think if we are always so curious. Whenever someone plays Berlin at the top level, most of the players think that, oh, it's going to be a draw. But actually, I think the top players are so curious that what idea did they prepare?
Yeah.
We're always curious to see because, I mean, we are just like one idea away from posing a lot of problems against Berlin, right? I mean, this
or
has
one
been a
idea away from it ending in a draw. So both
Okay,
ways.
True.
I can't stand this when people are repeated. Because all my life I played Berlin, not all my life, but first I was fighting with white against the Berlin. And then from like 2010, I felt like, okay, if it causes me so much headache, let me pick it up as well. So let me also start playing it. So since like 2010, I was playing Berlin myself, but I never ever had this draw with queen e4 because I just cannot even imagine why do you play chess?
Uh-huh.
It makes absolutely no sense to
It became the kind of this online draw. Yeah,
it
Yeah,
became
online
the
draw.
online draw, yes. And I remember with Tanya, we were screaming all the time that no, we are here to commentate, to have fun, and chess is such a beautiful game. We don't need this.
Yeah, and here let's see if there is some new idea that Pragg has prepared.
Maybe after bishop f6, there is this, I don't know if we'll go for it, but the rare move rook to e2. Did he go for it? No, he just goes rook e1 back, yeah? Or
No, not yet. He haven't made a move yet.
Yeah, he played
He
rook
played
e1.
rook
e1
e1
back.
Yeah, well, rook e2 is the move that Carlsen
Carlsen,
played against Karyakin
in the World Championship match.
2016, yes. And the idea rook e2, b6, rook
Rook
e1,
e1,
yes. But okay, yeah, it was new back then in 2016.
But I think now it's well known, yeah.
Yeah, it's well known, yeah.
I think after rook e2, they even sometimes go knight
Knight
c4.
c4 is
knight
the
b6.
new kind of...
This is in chorus of some Shankland.
Oh, really? Knight c4, yeah?
yes,
Ah.
yes,
Oh. By the way, rook e1, rook e8 played here.
yes.
So this one we'll come back. Here let's head over to the interesting choice by Anish Giri, who seems to be like, now I should score a win today, 4 draws. So he's gone
Yes.
for something quite non-mainstream.
Yeah, and something Hikaru has been playing a lot. Like in the last tour, like there was one event where Hikaru only played knight f3, b3, right?
Yes, yeah. I mean, he played hundreds of, maybe already 1,000 games with this. But I do know this now quite recently that Vincent did play it against Warmerdam
Oh,
in
in
Vaikanze.
Oh,
in
okay.
Vaikanze. Knight f3, b3 with the idea that, okay, let's try to get Warmerdam out of book. And he knew the best possible line. He was brilliantly prepared. And then it was very disappointing that nowadays you already can't surprise anyone with knight f3, b3. They are better prepared than in mainline openings.
Yeah.
It was a very unfortunate shocker, but yeah, it just shows that all these 2660 players are also brilliantly prepared. Because I think many of the audience always think about the top stars, that the top 20, top 10, they are brilliant, they are fantastically prepared, everything, and they have somehow the tendency to underestimate the 2660 guys who are also incredibly strong and who are also working constantly.
Right.
Peter,
And
you
I-
have like worked with top players for so long. What do you think there is the differences between, let's say, a 2700 player and let's say a 2650, 2660? Is it like a big difference or?
Well, there are so many differences, and it's also very difficult to generalize because there are some kind of, you have completely different 2660 guys. Yeah, someone who is, for example, absolutely suitable playing in top tournaments, like for example Nguyen. Yeah, he keeps on playing every year in Prague and always delivers. Yeah, and everybody knows that it's a nightmare to play against him. He's bulletproof with black. I understand, Anish, that he's trying to get out of theory, but I don't think that you can really disbalance Nguyen even like
Even
this.
here, he seems to have come with some nuance with e6,
For
not
sure.
knight f6.
Yeah, for sure he has his ideas. And there are also some 2660 players who are, for example, very good in open tournaments, beating the weaker players. That's why they have this high rating. But you simply cannot imagine them playing against the 2700 plus players, because all their skills is based on the fact that they will outplay their opponent, but because they are stronger. But when the opponent is stronger, then exactly
hard
the
to
same
thing
play
happens,
leads actually to disaster. Yeah, so it's but those guys who are the solid 2060 guys, they can't really progress towards 2700 because they are playing more against lower rated players where they make more draws,
Right.
and then you are not gaining the rating. Yeah, so that's why it's very tricky to generalize things. But I also find it very interesting, yeah, that the numbers doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. It depends against whom do you play, how do you play. For example, personally, I feel like at this moment, if I would be playing top tournaments, I think that I have absolutely no problems playing top tournaments. But I'm already not at the age, I don't have this extra energy that I have to get out of my comfort zone, forget about my own openings that I have learned and built for 20, 30 years, all my knowledge, just that maybe I will be able to win some games in open tournaments, because you need a completely different mindset. For this, I don't feel that I'm ready. Yeah,
It's actually very interesting because one of the players who has a repertoire built for open tournaments is Arjun, and he reached 2800. And now when he's playing super tournaments, what will he play? Like in Vaikanze, he had not a great event. So this is all interesting to see. Yeah, these are new developments.
Yes, but also I think this Vaikanze was a very special tournament, because I believe that Arjun came ill to the tournament. Yeah, I remember that his mother was wearing mask. He was wearing the mask. He was visually not his usual, but he's very ambitious. So despite, I know this from Vincent as well. Okay, ill, not, doesn't matter. He wants to fight, and he exactly had a very unfortunate game against
Fedosiev, yeah.
no,
Fedosiev.
first against Hari Krishna, the first round, that going with the black pieces against the super solid Hari, and
yes.
he played some dragon kind of stuff. Hari got the slightly better position and then beautifully squeezed him out. Then he wanted to bounce back. He had that game against Fedosiev where he was winning, and then this incredible hallucination, and then he lost that game. And then you are sick and everything, and you are disbalanced, and you don't know actually what is happening with you. Anything can happen. Then I was so happy for him that he had a good finish, winning two very big games
beating
against
Gukesh
Back to back.
and
Yeah.
Gukesh, exactly. Just to show that exactly all these theses that, okay, Arjun is only 2800 because he is winning in open tournaments. Suddenly, the theory sounded good at the beginning of the tournament, but at the end it already doesn't add up.
Doesn't make
If the
sense.
tournament started from there, maybe we would have seen a completely different
Exactly.
storyline. Yeah.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, but he goes for this d4. Usually
D4.
they go for bishop b2 and c4 ideas, right? Or bishop b2, bishop b5 as well.
Yeah, there are so many tricks. There is so much mind games going on here. I think Anish is kind of anticipating, so the guy went e6, so he wants this and that. Then let me try to, deviate. He's now leaving the bishop on c1. Yeah, he goes d4, bishop d3, playing like a Nimzo Indian that maybe wants to go castles,
A3.
bishop a3. Maybe castles, bishop a3. There is this idea in the Nimzo Indian reversed color. Yeah, there are all these nuances waiting that how is he setting up the pieces. Okay, I always love Anish. Okay, Anish is just such a high class. Yeah, all this, I know people many times say that Anish makes too many draws, this. I'm not looking at this. I'm looking at the quality of his moves and the idea that he's producing, and he basically has this desire that whenever he comes to a game, he wants to do something special.
Yes.
Yeah, he
And
feels
always
like
play the best moves.
yeah, he feels like this is his duty as a top player. This is the old generation, yeah, because he's still kind of young. But when I think about Anish, I remember him from Vaikanze 2010. Yeah, Anish, he was 14 years old. He was already very into all the move orders, in all these Petrovs. He was playing the Petrov back then, or understanding all the finesses, what the top guys want, and so on. So I'm looking at him like an old guard. And an old guard, you always want to make sense of each and every move of the game.
Right.
Yeah, this is the attitude. Just any random move without any other, just, okay, after I will outplay my opponent, you want to make sense out of it.
Yeah, actually, I always liked looking at Anish's game to prepare at some line so that I develop an intuition of where the pieces belong. Because I think that he has a very good sense of where the pieces belong in a position, which is not that easy to develop.
Yeah, also the move orders, the move orders, these delicate finesses like Kramnik school of chess, that every small little detail matters, just don't automatically play some shablo moves, some very natural moves, because maybe just one small minor detail, if you change it to different, gives you so much more possibilities.
Right.
Oh, by the way,
Amazing.
we also Wei's game is something we didn't take a look at. It happened.
I have a feeling that Wei is going to make a comeback in this event after yesterday. The way he won, he played an incredible game. Like, just made no mistakes, won against Navara. And now today he's black.
Yeah, but you see, you look from completely different perspective, You are looking that where he played a wonderful game,
Yeah.
flawless, brilliant. And I'm as an expert chess player and like this as a coach and so on, my first question was, what did David do wrong? That how did actually Wei get the chance to show his skills? Because people don't understand this, that nowadays it doesn't matter, you can be the best in the world or like this, but if the opponent plays good, doesn't give you the chance to show your incredible skill, then how do you win a game? And David went for this h5,
Right.
completely missing the point that Vincent did this h5 against Wei with the rook on e1. That was our preparation. And then white knight can never go back to e1, but with rook on f1 you cannot let this happen, because knight e1 comes and you are strategically lost.
Oh, that was.
So that was actually a
Actually,
shocking kind of.
If he went knight g5, it was not that bad. If
Yes,
he would
no,
have
no,
won
of course,
that.
but it's
Oh.
unclear. But this is also what it happened in the game with Vincent. Knight g5, then probably it was what Navara kind of had in mind, but he completely missed this nuance. And after knight e1, basically
Oh,
it's
he was-
already
we missed that
against
actually.
Wei, he is lost. Because Wei is already super. He's also a bishop g5 Italian player. You have to know the spirit, because this bishop g5, I feel like I'm a player who will never ever in his life play bishop g5 in the Italian. I'm
Why?
very much against it from the white's perspective, because I believe in black. And all my life I was fighting against bishop g5 with happiness. That please play bishop g5, please be aggressive. This is the way how I can win a game. I'm also looking for a fight, but I want to, I want to fight in situation where I believe I understanding why I'm fighting. Because the guy wants to beat me, bishop g5, he goes for the big complex. Okay, let's go for the big complex. But Wei is the one who keeps on going for this complex, so he has tons of experience, and then such a mistake what Navara did will be mercilessly punished by Wei.
Wow. Very important, and I think this tournament is seeing the resurgence of G3 in the Nimzo.
Pragg did it against Nguyen,
Yeah,
and okay, he did against the Gukesh in the candidates.
right. It was joked when Pragg, actually Anish was sitting here, and Pragg entered and he said, "Oh, so you played the opening which stopped you from becoming the world champion."
Exactly. This is it's again very funny. I was thinking exactly the opposite way, that the game which built the road for Gukesh to become
Right.
world champion, because it was the first win it was the second run.
Yes.
So winning with black in a very big fight, and then suddenly Gukesh got wings. He got super confident. He settled in the tournament, and he never actually had a bad position. The only game that he lost against Firuza, this was a total catastrophe, because he had a wonderful position. It was almost like winning, close to winning for him. And then he went on to lose that game and then coming back. But everything was starting from this
From the second
Praggnanandhaa,
win,
yes.
And I think in the Prague Nguyen game, bishop e7 was
Yes.
played.
And
And-
here he takes.
Yeah.
And in fact, the engines don't like it, but it seems Wei has come specially prepared here with some.
I don't know, or he did not expect the line at all.
Uh-huh.
Because if he would have now 10 extra minutes, 133, I would agree that this is preparation. But if you take on CC and then you go knight a5, it shows for me that he's insecure. He felt like, oh yes, wait a second, bishop e7, I'm not ready. By the way, this takes knight a5, bishop g5, wasn't this Carsten Onischuk from 2006 Olympiad in Torino? The very young
I don't
Carsten
remember.
loved this kind of stuff. I think very much because I was always the player who said, yeah, after a3, thank you very much, I'm not taking on system, I'm returning to bishop e7. But you know, this is also very funny that people think that now technology is so much computer work is involved. The player should know their theory much better. No, it's exactly the opposite, because there is way too much information already. You don't know where to start, where to finish, what to analyze, because there are millions of questions. Like 15, 20 years ago, the questions were much less. Yeah, so in a certain period of time, we knew that, for the next half a year, more or less these 20 positions will be very critical. You had to go incredibly deep into the biggest depths of everything, yeah? So then you study fundamentally every single position very deeply. And now when you open computer, then computer will tell you after a3, bishop e7, that every single line is absolutely fine for black.
Right.
Then you ask yourself that, then why should I analyze this? Well, 15 years ago, we did not have these computers that they said that there is no. We were curious about the position to try to understand, try to go as deep as possible. And I can tell you that like my 15 years ago analysis on bishop e7 is still incredibly deep. Yeah, I'm like, because this line was not really played, yeah, on the highest level. Many of my things are still now also absolutely
Relevant.
correct, relevant with the new engine as well.
Wow.
But Peter, isn't it difficult for you to sort of work with a young new generation when you have so much of different kind of understanding of chess, and now it's completely different? You have to evolve, and somewhere that question must come, right? Do we need to evolve? Do I need to go in this direction?
Yeah, that it's very hard, yeah, because also very important that the player has to feel comfortable. Yeah, this is super important, yeah, because nowadays there is no objective that you play this line and you get better, you get nowhere any advantage, yeah. So it's very important that the player identifies himself that, this I'm ready to play,
Right.
this I'm ready to risk, this is the type of player position I'm ready to fight, even if it's risky, this suits me, and so on. And for example, a coach cannot tell you that which position you should be playing. Yes, once he gives me the direction, the go that yes, I'm ready to go for this, then I can fully focus on this and work it out. But I also don't want to, tell, for example, Vincent that go in this direction because I think that this is good, because it's good according to my way of thinking, with all my 20 years of knowledge and everything. Okay, some lines are good when you study them for 50 hours. If you just study for half an hour, then please forget about it, because it's
Right.
too complex. Yeah, it's this actually also shows the beauty and the deepness of chess. Yeah, that despite with all this technology, with all these things, we are getting only more and more possibilities.
And actually now it seems like the choice that the player makes in which direction to go is very critical.
Yes.
Because then you can go in any direction deeply. But that choice should be made carefully, right?
Absolutely, yeah. For example, now we also see it in the game Liem against Vincent.
Yeah.
Yeah, for example, I would have never ever allowed this what Vincent allowed, because this was something that was very fashionable and typical in 2015, fighting against the Berlin. Yeah, that of course instead of castle I always play here f6. Yeah, after knight c4, because f6, the idea to go knight f8 before castles, and then waiting for white to reveal the cards. Yeah, for example, to me also this is like fundamentally a wrong move, knight c4 castles. Yeah, because castles gives white the chance to go for this queen e2, bishop d2, a long castle, knight e3, knight f5, g4 idea, which is a very complex game that we have also analyzed, and there were many high-level games, and this can be potentially dangerous. Yeah, and I perfectly understand now, Liam, that why he decided to pick this opening and hoping. But for example, if instead of castles black plays f6, the line is closed automatically. You have zero chance of getting anything.
Like if I do the same thing here,
Yeah, queen to then knight f8.
And then-
First of all, I haven't castled. This is pointless. Now black is better.
I
You
shouldn't
cannot.
even go here.
You cannot play like this, yeah?
It
so
would
then,
be terrible.
Then basically after f6, I'm expecting that white would probably switch to some bishop e3, and then, okay, already I'm laughing, because then you are not planning anything. Yeah, it's then I can do whatever I want. Yeah, so these small kind of nuances, yeah, it can work against a young player, but against, you know, all these guys who were following top-level chess, and we were spending, I don't know, hundreds of hours with all these move orders and all these finesses. This is kind of a joke, yeah?
So right now, for a player like Vincent, this game is very important because now he learns this concept today.
Well, but
After the game.
I hope that the game will end well, and that's
Yes.
how he learns. Yeah, this is very important. Yeah, because of course it's not like this is now advantage for white. It's just a complete madness, and I would say at the moment that now Liem is kind of a favorite in this game. Yeah, because of this. Because of this nuance. Yeah, that he knows the positions much better. He knows all the ins and outs, and Vincent probably sees it for the first time because he haven't been an E4 player. Yeah, this is another kind of thing. And when people, for example, what I don't like that many people, especially in Germany, they are always comparing Vincent with Abdusattorov, with Gukesh, with Praggnanandhaa, and okay, they are now in top 10. What is happening? Why things are happening? Well, there's a very clear difference.
He went to the school.
He went to school. I mean, I became a chess professional at the age of 9. I know what it meant that, you know, from the age of 9, 10, I was spending 10, 12 hours on chess, and chess became my life. And then you are going into incredible depths. When I remember we went to Vaikanze with Vincent, the day before traveling he had exams. Then we go to Vaikanze, play in the challenges, this brutally strong 13 rounds tournament. Not only chess-wise challenging, but also with all the flu and everything that you can get when you are also already completely exhausted at the tournament. He comes back Sunday night, or Monday morning, and next day at 7 o'clock he goes to school, and he has to catch up with the 2.5 weeks of missed material. I mean, what was my life for Vaikanze? I was preparing for Vaikanze, and then when I came back, I started analyzing all the games and everything that I have learned from the tournament. Yeah, it's a completely different universe. So in this regard, I feel like where Vincent is already at the moment is amazing. And of course he has to also understand that because he lost so much time, he actually needs to do even much more than his opponents to catch up.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a very complex situation, but people always look only at numbers and the ratings and like this, and they completely miss the full picture.
Actually, in this
Very
position,
interesting.
also trying to understand, like Vincent played bishop d6. I remember once looking at this idea where black goes b5, and after knight a5 he goes for this funny knight b8 idea, and then goes bishop b6 takes, and then c5 knight c6. Yeah, also an idea, right?
Yeah, there are ideas. Yeah, I see that you have been looking at this line. Yeah, well, b5 is always this strategically very complex decision. Yeah, that's why people normally over the board, if they are not prepared, they want to refrain from it. Yeah, that is too committal. Yeah, you just feel like, okay, why should I do this? But if you analyze it at home, yeah, then you have the luxury of, so b5 opens up this chapter, that chapter, you start analyzing, and then you can get answers to it. But over the board, it's very difficult to suddenly decide, okay, to go b5. The move bishop d6, clearly Vincent wants to defend his e5 pawn, yeah, because he wants to go knight f8 and then get that knight somehow to e6, but still e5 pawn is hanging. And black normally never wants to play f6 because that gives white the chance of going g4, g5, yeah? So I do remember there was this very important game, Caruana against Nakamura in the Moscow Candidates 2016, where Fabiano played bishop g5 in order to provoke f6 and then to come back. Yeah, that was a revolutionary idea back then.
Wow. And now h4.
And h4, yeah. So keeping the knight on c4, going h5, yeah, so that he wants to put as long pressure on the e5 pawn as possible, so that black will not get this timely knight f8, knight e6. Liem is playing according to classical school of this position.
Wow.
Black has to be very careful, right?
Very careful.
Because the thing is, like, if you don't advance on the queen side on time and generate your own counterplay, white has a very clear idea of what he wants to do. He wants to go h5, and he also at some point wants to push g4. Very, very typical.
Yeah, I think there was a game where he beat Navara in Vaikanze at some point, 2017 or something like this. And he also just pushed h5, knight e3, knight f5, g4, g5, g6, and Navara, brilliant player, lost without any fight. You get just checkmated. And it all comes down to this one move of short castles after knight c4. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you just don't castle, you play f6.
Yeah. Do you feel a bit worried about Vincent's position here?
Definitely. Okay, I remember I analyzed this kind of things, and basically, if you don't have compute at your disposal, then it can be a horror for black.
Yeah. Maybe now it's time to go knight c5, knight e6, yeah? I mean, just try to put your
Yeah, because knight takes d5, always there is knight,
knight d4. Yes,
Yes,
that's a good point to show actually, that let's say h5,
h5.
knight e6, you can never take the pawn on e5, because after bishop e5, knight e5, knight d4,
Yes.
white loses a piece.
This is the resource black has, but on the other hand, also the knight on e6 doesn't do that much yet. But very
I stopped
important.
bishop, yeah, g4, yeah?
Yes, you stop g4, and also at some point when you have knight on e6, then white can never play knight e3 already because you have knight f4, for example, hitting the queen. Yeah, that is before white gets knight to f5. So it's a very complex position. It's also very interesting historically wise that Liem is relying on his experience that because he was already a super grandmaster in 2015, yeah, he studied this type of positions back then, and he plays against a youngster who has a completely new vision. He doesn't know about any of these problems. He doesn't know all these engine lines, all the ideas, all the games, what happens, and how Vincent will play on his own. Yeah, it's also very interesting, for example, from this angle to follow this.
These are some incredible insights that you are giving us into the game, which kind of makes the game more soulful, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
giving
otherwise-
a human perspective to all of these games.
Okay, my feeling is, in general, that chess is such an incredible and fascinating game that every single game would deserve a direct commentator. Because there is so much spirit, so much detail to every single game, and when somebody says that in chess nothing is happening, I go crazy. I go so mad, because what? It means that you don't understand what is happening, because to me every single move, the way how the player spent his time, he spent only 2 minutes, so he probably missed this or that, you know, it's like a dialogue.
Right.
Yeah, it tells me so much, every small nuance. Yeah, and then
Also what they did on the previous day, how they took the
exactly
game.
how it affects them and so on. Yeah, that how exhausting, how tiring, how demanding the game of chess is. And also one thing that people might not understand, who don't play tournament games, that actually when you have a 7-hour time control game, the old classical time control is, in my opinion, less tiring than playing this so-called new standard classical FIDE time control, when after move 40 you only get 30 minutes time, and you are still in a very complex position, you think, and you end up in a final time trouble, and you have to play maybe for 1.5 hours with your heart rate completely crazy. At the same time, you have to calm yourself down because of the increment, you have to be very precise. You cannot afford to make a mistake. Yeah, for example, I feel like if we would still play the 7 hours time control, I would be still able to play, but my heart cannot tolerate this with the time control. I will just, you know, that's why my wife also says that, no, Peter, I know how it affects you. You have no right to play a game with this time control, because I will just lose way too much nerves and everything. In the other time control, I always have time, yeah, to walk
To
around,
readjust.
look at exactly, because after move 40, I get 1 hour, you know, for the next 20 moves. Then already when in classical time control, finally you end up in the final time trouble, it's already move 80 or something. First of all, how often this happens? Yeah, maybe 1 time per 2 years. And also then the position already kind of clarified. Yeah? It's a
Right.
different dynamic.
Yeah, having so much fun listening to all these insights. So in that, yeah.
You want to
also curious, like, oh, he goes knight f8? Did he?
knight f8. He played
Okay,
knight
it's the
f8.
same
Blitzed
idea.
out, yeah?
Yeah, but it's the same idea. You can also play here knight e6.
Oh, he played h5 instantly.
yeah.
Instantly, yeah,
And
of course. Okay,
is-
he's putting pressure on the clock, yeah?
You have to stop h6, I guess, right? Like, allowing h, or
No, I don't think. H6, okay, we have to live
just
with
g6,
this.
yeah?
Yeah, H6, G6, we have to live with this.
Sometimes black even goes c5, right? In these positions to go...
Of course. Of course. But the big question is that, okay, when? Do you first go knight e6 or not?
Yes.
Yeah, instead of c5, do you try to push b5 at some point once the knight is already on e6, so that, like we talked about, knight e6 can be answered by knight f4. There are all these kind of very important nuances. Yeah, then this queen has some
Problems. Yeah.
tricky question. You have to play queen f1. Are you happy with this? Sometimes you can afford it because you will be kicking the knight back with g3. Sometimes not. It's okay. Chess is just one of the most incredible games. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. And this young boy who is playing here, Ediz Gurel, he won the Prague Challengers last year and has been quite impressive here. He lost one game but drew 3 and was almost about to beat Leko Liem. What are your feelings about Ediz?
Well, I think that he has a very mature playing style, which tells me that he has very good coach. Yeah, fundamentally he plays good chess. Yeah, so it's not like he's a youngster and based on energy and tricks and some move preparation, he's able to keep up on this highest level. I feel like fundamentally he has already the knowledge that he can play, and this is on this level. Yeah, and this impresses me very much. I was very impressed the way how last year he won that very strong challengers. It was not at all easy to understand,
Yeah.
you know, that
It
in
was
the last
fun.
day he beat Kodobov, I think,
Yes.
on demand kind of, but also there were many other very strong players. So I'm very happy to see him in the main tournament. I'm pretty sure that he will learn a lot. He already played now in the challengers in Vacancy also, gaining experience. He had this tough day in the very first round. Yeah, he lost. It can happen to anyone, but ever since
He's been very solid.
yeah, he has been very solid.
And today he's sacrificing
He
a
went
pawn.
for this Queen's Gambit accepted, e4, b5.
Yeah, e4 has been like been very trendy 2-3
Yes.
years back, but sometimes people are still playing it as a surprise. The point being that knight e4, white just goes rook e1 and like just tries to sacrifice a pawn. Yeah, and now d5 is
And
an
then,
idea
yes.
for white because b5 runs into d takes e6. I think.
Yes. This is a problem. Yeah,
And,
this is the justification behind e4, and this e4 is kind of a move that, yes, it was trendy because it's a tricky line. On the other hand, if black knows very well, it has the tendency of being very forcing. And now the big question is that is Gurel a fresh Queen's Gambit QGA player, accepted Queen's Gambit player, or is he playing for the very first time? Yeah, this would also kind of explain why Navara feels like, aha, maybe I can surprise him, disbalance him with a concrete line.
Right.
Yeah, goes for a4, but I think the way Ediz responded, like by
Yes.
sacrificing a pawn when white has committed his pawn to e5, I think that's very, very
Yes.
like classy because whenever white pushes the pawn on e5, that does give him space, but at the same time allows black an
Some
open.
squares
Yeah.
are weakened, yeah?
The structure, yeah, black has a wonderful kind of Caro-Kann-ish Slav Meran type of position where the extra pawn doesn't really matter because this pawn on e5 has determined the structure, yeah, so black will always have the d5 square, so it's much more dangerous, this e5 pawn, if white can go for an initiative, yeah, with some bishop d3,
Not
knight
endgame.
g5, this is kind of the danger, yeah, but if he just goes after this pawn on b5 and black gets enough time to activate all the pieces, then I think black will have a very nice time.
Yeah, knight
Even
b5.
look at this, computer immediately drops, yeah? Knight takes b5, you took a pawn, I don't care, please take it. I will continue develop, maybe just h6, you know, doesn't matter, h6, knight d7, and I'm just super happy, queen b6, all the pieces
Yeah.
are coming.
This is actually becoming very common even in, let's say, something like a Catalan in QGA, these lines, to give an extra pawn. And I think more and more players are confident about black's defensive chances.
Well, look at the pieces, yeah. Like the knight on d5 is such a wonderful. The bishop on c5. All black's pieces are like very
Yes.
well placed. And
Yes.
after knight d7, I think it's like all of your pieces are putting some pressure. Queen b6, rook b8 or d8. You have a pleasant choice to decide between those two moves, and I
And
think
actually, there is a very funny situation as well that in this kind of structure, even if we get some endgame 4 versus 4 on the king side, white can very easily lose this because black has so many
Yes,
lovely
this
potential.
G5.
Also, this the white knight on f3 is dead. The bishop on e2, the bishop on c1 will never end. Look at black's knight on d5. The other knight is coming. The rook is coming. The bishop on a8 on the long diagonal. Bishop on c5, a monster hitting the f2 pawn. Yeah, so it's a very dangerous. Of course, David, a very experienced player, he will never even look at the direction of the b5 pawn. Yeah, he is looking at the ideas that wait a second. Okay. The b5 pawn is loose, but this is not about this pawn, and he will have to try to combine the problem that knight g5 maybe runs into knight takes c3, and we can directly trade queens.
Queens, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for white, so that's why the move knight g5 does not work. And if bishop dc, then maybe the move knight b4 is it there to try to force the queen trade. Then we have to check bishop h7, but I will have queen d3 at the end, so I'm covering the h7 square. So I don't really understand yet how David wants to pose pressure.
Yeah.
By the way, Peter, there is a super chat for you that has come. Vijay Rajendra has sent Singapore dollars saying, I have great respect and love for you for sharing your incredible insights and amazing passion for chess. I was blessed to meet you in Prague, Peter. He was here, Vijay, and he spoke to you a bit, I think, as a fan, and he's very happy.
Wow, fantastic. Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, that's the reason why I also like to do the commentary. Yeah, I like to share my passion, share the knowledge, to also to highlight all these things that, okay, why chess is such an amazing game. Yeah, for example, personally, I'm not a fan at all that chess is moving into the, I'm not saying that it's wrong that it goes towards the esports business, but for me, who considers chess something very special, I feel like, okay, why should we try to go down to something which is not on chess level? Yeah, it's a completely different kind of approach. Of course, I understand business and so on. Yeah, the modern era and so on. Of course, you have to combine things. But for me, chess as it is already something brilliant. It doesn't need to be changed.
Amazing, amazing. Yeah, this is a very big question, actually. You know, do you kind of let the economics drive your sport, or do you keep your sport where it is and it becomes kind of niche? Or it's a big discussion.
Yeah, but when I see esports that suddenly it's 10+0 and it's all about flagging and all these kind of things, if you ask the classical world champions from 50, 60, 100 years, what would they think about
Even
this?
I think the current classical champion may not be very happy. Yeah, he doesn't play much of.
Yes, it's just. I remember that Botvinnik. What did he say? Yeah, he was saying that okay, just playing a blitz game, it's already not good for your chess. But it was back then. It was completely different era. Now it's kind of absolutely natural, and it's normal that you play a lot of blitz games. There's a test to improve your skills, practice positions and everything.
Especially for the time, like when you have time pressure. I think playing a lot. There are so many Indian players that are like Nihal, Arjun. Like they've improved so much. I don't know, like maybe 10,000 games on blitz and bullets that they've played.
But now also there is a big difference between playing now blitz and playing, for example, 50, 60 years ago. Because back then those games were lost. Yeah, now you are playing on the internet, for example, and it's all there. You can analyze your games. Yeah, so you test your openings, you play some opening, you saw some middle game position, end game, whatever. You can immediately check that, what did I do wrong? Yeah, so you can learn so much. That's why I also said that there is no such thing like generally what you have to do. You always have to evolve, always adjust to new situation, new era, new circumstances. And of course, if you can combine everything together, that's fantastic. But we also know that it's very demanding.
By the way, can I just take your eyes?
I want to go to that game, but I want to just get 1 minute thought on this. Is White doing anything here, or you think it's kind of dead?
Well, I'm.
You want to.
You know, it's, should I tell what I'm thinking, or should I try to pack it nicely? Yeah, that's a big question. Well, but there is this catch, like you said, that playing against the opponent. I believe that Pragg would never believe that he could be posing a problem to an experienced Berlin player who has had experience with this type of play. But if Prague thinks like, wait a second, but Aravindh is new to this type of positions, it does not suit his style. And Magnus has already shown in his games, because Magnus is the one that with white creates this pressure and somehow keeps the position. Whenever he plays g4, then it turns out that it's a good move. When someone else plays g4, then it's a weakening. Yeah, to feel all these small kind of nuances, the restrictions and things. So I haven't given up a hope that this will still be a big battle.
But
if it would be, if it would be between Vichy and Kramnik, I would think like, okay, 3 precise moves, looking at, of course, everything, you understand everything, thank you very much. But in this game, between these two players, I still have hope here.
Okay.
But Pragg has also thought for like 17 minutes, yeah. So kind of, I mean, it's not like he's prepared this specifically, because he's also used a lot of his time.
Yes.
Which is not that positive news for...
Well, but on the other hand, you already played, I don't know, 15, 16, 17 moves, yeah. You already traded a lot of things. Certainly in this position, the time factor will not be important, yeah. Because already you also have why people are spending so much time often, because there is the change of dynamic, you change structure, you transform one position to another. Yeah, here it's already determined. The possibilities are kind of limited. He feels like if somehow I will be able to get a slight advantage where I can torture my opponent, then it doesn't matter if I have 1 or 20 on the clock or 50 minutes, I will be already in the driver's seat and I will be able to play a long game.
Okay. So we'll come back to this game and see if Pragg manages to pose any problems here. It looks very difficult though to do something, but this game,
Yes.
there is no need to create any such scenarios or something. This has become so exciting.
Well, I think, Shaga, you have to highlight with the mouse just that which pawns are hanging and all this for the audience. Yeah, that this crazy tension in the center. There is this pin on the h4 and d8 diagonal. And one thing we have to show before one step back instead of e5, and the idea behind bishop g5, that whenever h6, bishop h4, black plays the move g5, tapping the bishop, then white sacrifices the knight with knight take g5, hg, bishop g5, and then e5 is coming, and due to this pin, this is the deadly lost position for black. So this is the idea behind white's concept. Of course, Bjerre knows it, and he plays the move e6, which already tells us that, wait a second, if white captures with the knight on e5, then black can play g5, trap the bishop, because you already cannot sacrifice the bishop anymore once the knight moves. And if you take d takes e5, then suddenly I can trade queens, I'm releasing the 10, and then knight takes e4, and already good for black immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah,
C3
so
hanging, g5 is
yes.
coming.
Yes,
So e5 is a very interesting move. Could it be like Bjerre's prep here?
well, it could easily be that somewhere deep in mind he has analyzed it at some point. Yeah, we also know that he has been, we don't know if he was involved in Team Ding or not, but for example, he was with Ding in 2018 candidates in Berlin, this we know, knowing that the Chinese players like to work with each other and like this, so it's normal that they are exchanging a lot of ideas. So deep inside, somewhere he has seen this idea, but if he would have expected for this game, he would have blitzed out.
Right.
Imagine the effect, the impact on the opponent if you do this with 1:33 on the clock and you are walking and you are signaling that, yes, I checked this in this morning, I had the 100 core engine running, I know everything, and already black is better or whatever. Yeah, if white was caught by surprise, for example. But in this case, that both players spend time, I think that Shankland feels that, okay, this should be somewhere some kind of a prep, but certainly not something that Bjerre was expecting to happen.
Does it mean that here, if d5 is played, now g5 is possible because later on
Well,
e5 is not coming?
yeah, but f4 is coming.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I
you can
never
play...
want to allow this sacrifice.
Yes. I mean, you can play queen d6 and then f4 try to move the knight to h7, but at least it feels very risky. And whenever I feel like the question is it bad or how bad it is, then I don't like this kind of direction.
You shouldn't go here.
Yes, it's no.
So the question is, what should white play here? Like,
Maybe d5, queen d6 is what black will try to do.
Yeah, I don't like d5 because d5 you release the tension too quickly. Let's not forget, black is pawn up. He doesn't need to go bishop hunting with g5. That's an extra additional because why he pushed d5? Because white was threatening with e5
Right.
to win the game. Yeah, he had concrete problems to solve. Now with this e5, for example, a move that comes to mind is maybe a move like rook e1. You know, just a small little move to increase the tension in the center, guarding the e4 pawn, being ready queen e2. I don't know, I'm just now suddenly, okay, queen e2 probably not because d4 is hanging, but I mean, some kind of a good waiting move and not to do anything to the status quo of the position. If you can do that,
Because
that
you
would be
can't
good.
take twice anyway. E5 would come.
Yes.
So it's not like this is a big tension for white.
I think
these two
rook
pawns.
e1 is I like this move.
Yes, rook e1
Building up the
feels
pressure.
no, but computer doesn't like it. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, because you also come with
Ah.
knight b3 tempo. Yeah,
CD,
it's,
CD, knight b3 and knight d4 maybe is
and
the
also
problem.
bishop g4 at some point. Yeah, there are all these.
Maybe bishop g4 might also be a very strong move.
Will also be a problem now that e5 is played. Yeah, so you have
Do
to.
you think h3 is a good move here?
Well, if you could play h3, rook e1, and rook a2, all these three moves together, it would be fantastic. But I don't think that the rules allow this. Or at least we have to call the arbiter that, sorry, I sacrificed the pawn. My opponent played very nicely, correctly. I don't want to touch anything in the center. I want to do some neutral moves. Am I able to do that? Yeah, it's a very tough position. Shankland is taking his time. It's certainly not a position that you can answer in 1-2 minutes.
No.
You have to think half an hour or 20 minutes at least to be able to navigate.
And knight on a5 is such a strong
Ah,
piece because queen d2, queen c1.
Yeah,
both
by
are
the way, I
impossible.
just want to highlight that if white wants to bail out, he can probably take on f6 and then take on e5. This is probably possible, but this is not critical. Then it feels like black solved all the problems. Yeah, black will go rook d8, the d4 pawn is weak, all these knight b3s are hanging in the air.
You never want to take with the d pawn on e5 because then your knight on f3 doesn't have a
Yes.
good square, yeah?
Exactly, then you destroy your pawn structure. D, queen e7, and it's, yeah, luckily you have queen d6, but okay, even then rook e8 just should be perfectly fine for black.
Okay, so here after like breaking down the position, it has become more that you can sense it because at first it looked so wild with all the things happening, but now we understand, but it's still unclear what white will do. We'll wait for Shankland's move.
We should go to Vincent's game now because c5 was played by him after h5
Oh my God,
and
and he
long
long
castles
castled.
played by
And long
Liem.
With
castle.
five
yes.
5 minutes he took for that move.
Yes,
Leko
well,
on Liem.
I'm actually pretty sure that this position, if you check the database with the pawn on a7, you will find a lot of games.
Ah.
Yeah, and I don't really believe that for this position the a6 pawn really matters that much, because that you play b5 and the pawn on b5 is protected. Probably anyway you have to go a5, a4 later on. So actually the games that happen from the Berlin defense
Are
are very
transposing,
relevant,
yeah.
and I'm pretty sure that there are at least 10 very high level games for this
Yeah.
position
Oh.
from that angle.
And I think a5 is also a very, very interesting move in this position. The point being that white can't capture and you're just ready to get some space and potentially go a4 and go b5 after that.
Yes, yes.
So I
of
think
course.
a5 is an interesting, like, slow move and asking white, okay, like I'm trying to get ready with my attack on the queen side. How do you want to go? Because if you go like, let's say rook dg1, which seems like a
Yeah,
very,
rook
very
dg1, yeah. Let's just highlight that because bishop on c8 is still eyeing the g4 pawn. Yeah?
Yeah.
So you can't really play g4 because
Also
or
it's
sometimes
possible,
you
yeah.
can. Yeah, sometimes you can, but it's at least a psychological game. Yeah.
Yeah.
That, do you really want to play g4 if I can take it, or you have to prepare it?
So
let's
with
say
the idea of g4,
with the idea of g4 now and
b5, no?
b5 is possible, but you have to always calculate knight takes a5. But yeah, I think b5 is in general like an idea, but
You have to calculate what?
knight takes a5.
Ah, A5.
But then you quite often have b4 and the a2 pawn hangs. But yeah, so
Maybe a4 then.
Yeah. Also, there is a question that can I play bishop e6 now? That you castled along. At least you know there are all these questions, these finesses that things are changing.
he played knight e6.
Oh,
by
knight
the way.
e6.
He played knight
He's
e6, yeah.
coming in maybe to d4.
Yeah, well, you can jump to d4, but it doesn't do that much. White can play g4, of course, now. I'm expecting him to go g4. but yeah, okay, it's a complex.
Actually, instead of
complex
knight
game.
e6, a very like a very common idea for black is to also go h6, f6, and knight like h6, knight h7, and sometimes they go f6. Is also
Yeah,
a
but
concept, but it only works in very
yes,
very very specific positions because you're obviously like you obviously
yes,
are making compromises in your position, but on the other hand, you are completely stopping any pawn breaks.
yes.
Of course, the idea of knight h4, knight f5 is very, very annoying in general, but I do think that like it is a concept that black can keep in mind.
To me, actually, it slightly surprises me that Liam opted for long castle, and because I felt like getting this knight to e3 so that against knight e6 you are ready to play knight f5 is kind of important nuance, but maybe for some reason he felt like he's not in time or he dislikes something. But in my mind, this was somehow important. And then if you can cement it with g4, then and you will decide when to castle or not. Yeah, like I remember, but okay, it was like really 10 years ago when I was heavily analyzing position, that this nuance of keeping the king on e1 and how long you keep it was one of the essential questions.
Yeah.
Wow. So with this, I think we are going into an interesting moment. What will Liam do here with knight e6? Anish's game is building up here.
It was queen a5 check, yeah? White black opted
Yes.
for this check.
c3.
And obviously the point is that bishop d2, he would, if white played bishop d2, then queen c7 and
He
the
goes
bishop
back to
doesn't
c7.
belong.
Yeah, let's just show this saga that after queen a5 check, if white plays bishop d2, says like, okay, you give me a check, I develop with a tempo.
queen.
Then black just goes back to c7, and this bishop on d2 is kind of maybe even to b6. Maybe even to b6 hit the d4 pawn. That is maybe even stronger. Yeah, just hit the pawn immediately. And in any case, the bishop on d2 has nothing to do. And you know, I again feel bad for Anish. You know for why? Because I know how the public looks at poor Anish, yeah, for completely wrong reasons. And they think like, okay, what is Anish doing again? He's playing some passive stuff. Why is he not challenging? Where is the advantage? But actually he plays some very smart moves. And look at this, both players are spending incredible amount of time, a lot of nuances, and I hope that he gets the reward, because the people just when looking at it, they underestimate the deepness of these
Right.
small little finesses.
I think that's why you bring in a lot of depth to the commentary. You know, like Anish here. People, as you rightly said, would be thinking, what's there to think? You can go bishop b2, knight d2, and just try for c4.
Yes, yes. Normally people play bishop, but all these finesses, okay, I'm first of all a very big Anish fan. Yeah, I just love him. There was also this brilliant possibility that we commentated together the World Championship for 3 games. Such a pleasure, all his insights. And there was this moment when Anish was explaining exactly this game. It was this crazy game with knight f3, this d5 c5 kind of business, when this Benoni kind of structure, what this c knight f3 d5 c4 d4 b4 and then this a3 and all this kind of thing, and then Anish was kind of an expert there, and I was just sitting there enjoying, let him talk. He was telling all the nuances, if this that, and okay, it was just fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
No, he also works incredibly hard on chess, like the amount of time he puts in. And for person who is a father and has 3 kids
Exactly.
and is a husband, and I mean, to be able to still have this passion to keep on working on chess is not easy.
Yeah, and also I feel like in Anish's case, he was a little bit unlucky. You know with what? He was unlucky that he has this amazing social skills with the Twitter and all this, you know, the way he yes, because he is really so brilliant, you know, absolutely 2800 plus in this kind of sense by nature, yeah, he's not training for it or whatever, that I felt like it might have little bit distracted him, yeah, that because when I look at his rating, my heart is aching, yeah, because in my mind I cannot imagine Anish under 27-60. Yeah, this is the level that I will tell you that there is no way Anish can drop under this. Yeah, and okay, he's climbing back.
He's
Yeah,
climbing
and we know that chess is so brutal. You have suddenly a bad period of time. Things are not working in your favor. You get unlucky. You want too much to prove, whatever. And then when you want too much, then it doesn't work. And then when you settle down, you calm yourself down, then automatically your class will bring back to the right moment. Yeah, but at this moment, and also this Gukesh game in Vaikanze, I told Vincent before that game that I believe that Giri will beat Gukesh in the first game with the black pieces because, well, as a chess professional, it's very logical. Yeah, Gukesh at the age of 18 becomes world champion. Incredible celebration, incredible achievement. Whole India behind him celebrating together. Then getting this very special award, he has to attend the ceremony, and then he flies into Vaikanze, and then suddenly he faces Anish Giri, who at home actually wants to prove that, wait a second, yes, Gukesh became world champion, but I'm not worse at all than him, and let me prove it. Yeah, and then Gukesh also, because he's very aggressive, he will not settle for a solid line because I traveled, I didn't sleep, whatever. Yeah, he goes after it, then Anish counters it, and then we had this incredible game, which unfortunately for Anish and for his fans, it ended horribly. And if he would have won that game, I think Anish would have gone and win the tournament.
Yes.
So this small kind of things, the first round, and then that he had the patience to accept that, yeah, it was very unfortunate, he had many draws and everything, but waiting for his chance. And then finally he finished in the plus score.
Yes.
I was so happy because it's not
It's
trivial.
not easy.
He also fell sick, I think, during the tournament and so on. He had so many problems, but it just showed his incredible class.
Amazing. Actually, chess world is noticing the resurgence of certain players who are not young. Like, for example, Anish is coming back to the top, and Levon has I saw he's reached 2750 now.
Yeah, okay, but
47.
again, okay, how can Levon be under 2800 is my first question. Yeah, it's like a total shock. Yeah, it does not add up because, especially when I think about Levon, okay, he is the player who almost, I can say, single-handedly destroyed my career. The way, and we are very good friends, so the way how much pain he caused to me, yeah, beating me on very important occasions in last rounds, for example, just Linares 2006. Otherwise, I could have won the tournament. In Nalchik FIDE Grand Prix 2009, after having a fantastic event, I also lost to him. I lost to him many more other games, very important ones. And he's a very good friend. You know, it's so, and okay, for me, you know, if I lose to him, I want to him at least sit on 28 plus forever. Yeah, yes, that's why I had trouble. Yeah, exactly. That's why I had trouble because he's so strong. Yeah, but yeah, I'm happy to see him climbing back again.
Yeah, it's amazing, and also age is also not on his side, but he's showing his class. Meanwhile, G4 in the game of Liem and Vincent. So Liem, as planned, is advancing on the king side.
Yeah, and now, of course, at some point, the question is going to be whether black will push the pawns. And he has to at some point, I think. Yeah, he goes for it. Yeah, f6, stopping g5 temporarily. And
he pushed f6?
Yes.
Wow, okay. This was not obvious to me.
You thought h6, yeah?
No, I actually thought like I don't push anything. My first question was like, for example, okay, I don't like knight d4, but there was a moment, for example, in a change of structure that knight d4 takes, c takes d4, and I never let white knight get to f5 anymore. So, but here the problem is that I don't like this, that white will play with f4, white breaks with f4, then in the right moment takes from knight from c4 to d6, and then rook df1 and play the opposite colored bishop position, which can be dangerous in different circumstances. So this I don't like. Then there was the question that should we play this b5 that we discussed?
Correct.
To include b5 first.
Also, this ed4 also is bad.
Yeah, no, ed4 is no, it's
ED4,
never good.
yeah.
No, ed4 is impossible. But yes, for example, b5, and then white goes knight e3, and then we jump again with the knight somewhere. Yeah, this was the
knight f4 or knight d4. Both
yeah, main
possible.
question. Yeah, basically it was the main question. But yeah, Vincent goes f6, showing that, okay, I don't know all these finesses. I don't know that f6 is supposed to be bad, but if it works, it's good. Yeah, it's.
I feel like Vincent with the way he played this freestyle. It's like, okay, this is not freestyle, but it's a new position for him, and he'll figure his way out.
Yeah, he wants to enjoy the position. Yeah, and you already very nicely. If black is in time to put f6, h6, making sure that the g5 sacrifice, because often why you need this knight on e6 or knight on h7 to stop g5, because the piece sacrifice will come on
Exactly.
g5, and then on the this is how he broke through against Navara, I think, in that game. But if black, for example, gets h6 and bishop f8 back, total cement.
Total cement, exactly.
And then black can start
Attack,
winning
yeah.
on the queen side. Yeah, so it's
He will stop white first
exactly.
and then go ahead.
Yes.
Ooh.
It's a super
Very
interesting
interesting.
position. Yeah, very
And the
interesting.
question is, after h6, I mean, very often, I mean, like the question is like, do you go g6 or g5? I don't think g5 is that crazy.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Again, locking down
yeah,
everything.
just
yeah?
locked down,
Of course,
total
white
lock.
will go with the knight to f5, but this is the empty knight. Already it does absolutely
Exactly.
nothing, because you cannot break. You only have to watch out for any g5 sacrifice, but
Because after g6, you have to be careful about g5.
G5,
And
yes.
white opens up the position.
exactly.
And
then e5
I'm not
pawn.
sure if I want to do this.
No, h6, g5, almost a tempo, yeah.
I like how it seems like Vincent feels now a little bit in control of this position. I mean, Liem looked like he came well prepared. He was making his moves quickly. But also from the body language, it does feel that Vincent now feels he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, well, it seems to me like he signals with his body language, actually, what do you want from me? No? Yeah, I mean, I played all the natural moves. I just want to cement my position. Leave me alone. Why are you so aggressive? What did I do to you? And normally, as a strategist, I always feel that this is the moment when I become very ambitious, because I'm the type of player who don't like to attack anyone. Yeah, so I'm basically like in martial arts and like this, I'm waiting for my opponent's attack, so that I will use his attack against him. Yeah, this is kind of my way of like Aikido and all these
Yes.
kind of things. Yeah.
Were you also into martial arts?
I was into martial arts, of course. Yeah. Okay, all these things. Okay, as a child, before I started playing chess, I was watching all the Bruce Lee movies, and okay, all this kind of. I was doing
Be careful with your
kickboxing
jokes, Sagar bhai.
and Tai Chi and all these things. After,
wow.
yeah, but also the martial arts direction of Tai Chi. But okay, it's another story. But basically, fundamentally, this also applies to my chess. Yeah, that I cannot punch as long as my opponent doesn't punch. Yeah, so that's why my chess is completely strategical. I'm slowly building up, giving him the chance. If he also plays very well, then the game ends in a draw. I have nothing against draw. I don't want to beat my opponent. Actually, this is also very interesting. That's why I also again feel that chess is such an incredible game, that everybody has a different personality. He has a different purpose. Yeah, there are people like Kaspar always wanted to destroy the opponent. Yeah, he was coming like a raging bull, full of energy, and yes, I will go and you have no chance and I want to kill you. Yeah, I never had this kind of feeling. Let me play my game. Let me build slowly my position. That's all what I want. If by building I can win the game, it's fantastic. If not, I will respect that you played very well, and that's it.
But where did this come from? Because natural is to always go for the win, right? Like, from where did this philosophy come?
No, actually,
It's actually
to
a
me it
very
was
peaceful.
never-
It's a very
I've never
peaceful one,
Yes.
and it's like you are very kind and so on. But you're also playing a brutal sport, right? You have to win. So
yeah, and chess is one of the most. Okay, I also think like this is probably the reason why I did not become world champion. Yeah, that for example, this incredible determination to win at all cost is probably very important, but somehow it never came natural to me. Yeah, it just not me. Yeah, okay, that I later even became vegetarian. Whatever, it's a different story. It's not connected with my chess at all. It's much more about, like I said, this martial art kind of direction, and like the old, for example, the Karate Kid. Yeah, the movie, I saw it when I was 5 years old. Yeah, it also had this very Mr. Miyagi, the way, his spirit, and all these kind of things. Yeah, this played a very big role. Yeah, then there is this movie, Japanese movie, The Shadow of the Shogun, where this Igo Gyobu sacrifices his life and his other samurai life for Taketsu's son to go and meet the shogun, and like this on the way. It's a very, this kind of things. I was like 10 years old and 11 years old. Yeah, it was from '89, this movie. And I also like Japanese history a lot, and all the samurais and all this. Musashi was like my idol. Yeah, in this 90s, yeah, I was reading all the books of Eiji Yoshikawa and getting into all this kind of. So it was always very natural. Yeah, and that's how I play chess also.
Wow. I can vouch for this because in Waisenhaus, I and Peter were playing foosball on the table, and we were one team against Vincent and Stephanie, and I was very poor at the game, but Vincent was the goalkeeper. Like, he had towards the defense, and he would just not let any ball go into the goal. So it was like, I was thinking, how will we win? But he was thinking that there's no need to worry, yeah, we'll just stop the goal. And at some point, they would lose their patience and there would be a goal.
Yes, well, okay. Vincent is also exactly my kind of in football, in chess. He's much more aggressive. Yeah, he wants to win at all costs. And that's why I also don't want to touch him. Yeah, this is very important for me as a coach. I know exactly that because of my personal kind of feelings that I always wanted to be, peaceful and kind of so on. I also miss many chances. Yeah, and I know that this is very important. Yeah, I don't want to. I have been solid. I have made enough draws. If he wants to fight in all games and he is always looking for complications, he should do it. It's his kind of decision. Yeah, this has to come from the person inside. Yeah, that if he is willing to fight, this is his kind of that he wants to win at all costs. Then let him do it.
Right. Very important for the trainer to have this kind of ability
Openness,
to, teach the student but not impress his will upon the student.
Yeah,
This
no.
is a very fine balance, no? You want to impart the knowledge but not kind of
Yeah,
load it.
also I know that how many sleepless nights it brings and so on. Yeah, especially if Vincent loses the game, and then I think like, okay, we could be training differently. I could just give him a total bulletproof repertoire. Nobody can touch him. We can shut the game down, whatever. That's it. But it's not him. Yeah,
Yes.
this is not him. Yeah, and he has to find this nice balance. Yeah, that how he can basically be more stable but keep his ambition, this
Alive, yeah.
aggressive style alive. Yeah, this might still take a little bit of time. For example, yesterday's game was super painful. Yeah, he played a brilliant new concept.
Yeah.
I cannot reveal because people are probably now speculating, was this now Gukesh's preparation during the World Championship match? Is this Vincent's preparation with me? I cannot reveal this because I always feel like whenever World Championship match is involved, and like this is a matter of the player, and I will not reveal any information. But definitely it was a very interesting new concept which caught Pragg by total surprise. He gets outplayed, and then suddenly Vincent rushed. Yeah, he could have just, because he felt like he got the maximum out of the position, he wanted already to cash in to collect, and then just one move with rook takes h7, so rook takes h7, and he played it a tempo.
Yeah.
This as a trainer, you go crazy, you get a wonderful position. Okay, just slow down here, you just calm yourself down, think for 10 minutes, and then he would have found and understood the idea behind rook h3, and probably he wins a brilliant game. And then we are celebrating fantastic concept, everything, and with rook takes h7, he just thrown away everything, because suddenly all of black's pieces come to life, and it doesn't matter that engine says that it's equal or whatever. In a practical game, black is the
Yeah, it's
hunter
very
already, and white is fighting for survival. Yeah, this kind of things comes with inexperience. By the way, I have kept an eye on the Praggnanandhaa Aravindh game, and I feel that what you highlighted from the beginning, and I see that you have tons of experience, that yes, actually Pragg wants something from this game, and he is playing against his opponent.
Do you think h5 is the moment where kind of Aravindh went in a direction which is not the most natural way to play here?
No, it's a natural move.
It's a natural move.
Because he is worried of g4. This is the problem, yeah, that he plays h5 in order to be able to play bishop f5. If he plays bishop f5 instead of h5, then white plays with g4.
And your piece is trapped almost, like g4, g5
Exactly.
can come and...
Well, or you just
usually
sit,
don't
you
want
just,
to go-
you play knight f3, knight e5, you just build up the pressure because black has to go back. Yeah, so the move h5 is very natural to stop any kind of g4. And then the game that comes to my mind, it was played in Chennai in 2023 between Zyugirov and Levon Aronyan. There was this game in Chennai Masters. And it featured very much this kind of concept. And even Levon ended up in some trouble. He could have lost at some point, but Levon, because I think he was blitzing every move, it looked like it's still here part of his preparation, and I think that's why it was very difficult for Sanan actually to understand that, wait a second, I have a golden opportunity here.
Right.
And also taking on e5 is usually not what black wants, because it gives white a pleasant option of capturing with the d pawn, or also, and now again, you have another imbalance which you need to evaluate with black, and could be potentially dangerous, but of course white usually always captures back with the queen.
But what is going wrong? Like for the people, like let's say the non-super GMs or non-grandmasters here, it's very difficult to still understand what's happening. Like, is it really going bad for Aravindh?
No. I would not say that it goes bad. I just say that there is already now, we can visually see that white is putting pressure. Yeah, this is the point, because we had been worried, and normally this is the case in all these Rookie 1 Berlins, that black is able to play so perfectly, so precisely that white will never get this. Yeah, this is the point. However, here the maximum is a small pressure. But for a top player, give him a small pressure and it will slowly become big pressure in long term. Yeah, so it's a very kind of delicate matter. I feel that Pragg is hoping for something.
But
here.
how does he continue? Like, how does he like put pressure? Because if you take bishop f6, queen f6, knight e5, black probably goes h4, right? And does he go h4, by the way?
Yeah, probably he goes h4. I mean, sooner or later, because already g4 kind of trapping the bishop was hanging in the air, so that's why we play the move h4.
Or not g5, right? Do we want to go g5 or not really?
Well, yeah, then
weaknesses.
Okay, there is maybe even something direct, but okay. Maybe queen f3.
Queen f3.
Yeah,
queen f3 is the problem.
Yeah, some direct problem.
So h4. And how does white continue to put pressure?
Yeah, I just would like to highlight that, because you remember you mentioned the move g5 and suddenly the computer did not like it because of this special circumstance. If black, for example, has h4, king g7, then the move g5 will be already a very nice natural move. It will be a very good move. Yeah, so this again just shows that every small little detail, that's why chess on the highest level is always very, very special. You always have to watch out for some knight d7 trick, of course, against king g7. Yeah, whenever you play then knight d7 and then queen d5 check, that maybe you are in time or not time, you have to make sure.
Do you think in such positions white is aiming for c4 break or not?
Well, there is this rule, that sometimes it's not enough to have one small kind of advantage on one of the sides, and you have to combine play on both sides. And normally this is also the advantage when you have things in your hand, that you are the one who is calling the shots, give you the opportunity. And when black is, for example, focused on how do I defend against all these g4 threats, then you finally settle there that, okay, yes, I know how to deal with it, and then suddenly something happens on the other side, like a timely c4, and you are in shock. Right. Oh my God, I felt like I have everything under control, but the problems are just beginning. So you have to keep an open mind.
It is possible that something will happen there.
Oh, by the way, h6, f6, and rook hg1 was chosen by Liem, which was a slightly surprising
he
to
went
me.
for this lockup.
And
he gets the
Cemento.
Cemento, yes. Now bishop f8, just give me one more cemento. Bishop f8, retreating the bishop, and okay. And then we go b5 and we start pushing.
It's very likely that Vincent will have a decisive game today as well. No, I think he's just in this
much
momentum.
More likely. It's much more likely that someone wins in this game, because also if white will feel under pressure, then he will go kamikaze at some point. White will never tolerate that suddenly black takes over. But on the other hand, maybe black will force white to go kamikaze and then punish it for this. So definitely this game will be resultative.
Very recently when I was, not very recently, but maybe like 2.5 years back when I was looking at this line, that's what like my impression was, that like if white is not accurate, like it is very possible that like black goes f6, and like now what's white's plan? Because like, okay, let's say white goes knight h4, trying to put his knight on f5, but like he doesn't have enough pieces.
Yes.
Simply, I mean, knight f5. But okay, like what's next?
Yeah,
like,
b5 black wins the game already.
yeah,
because
b5.
you are two knights are fighting for the same f5 square. Yeah, this is the problem. But one thing I told you, yes, Shaga, that it's very interesting historically this game that Liem with 10 years of experience in this position and Vincent who sees it for the first time but already with new
Fresh
kind
eyes.
of vision and so on, and without knowing that what happened in all these games, how things can go wrong, he finally settled. And in my opinion, I told you that the move long castle, the only move that Liem spent 5 minutes on was, I think, his mistake. Yeah, because he should have played knight e3, knight
First,
f5
yeah.
first.
So that black, exactly. I think that's very important.
Very important.
Because and now black will struggle to get knight e6 on time because it's always going to be
then
met with
knight f5
f5
and then g4 and like
Yeah.
this. And then if black goes for this h6, if he's even in time, I might just not castle long.
And
I
actu-
might play king f1, king g2 or
Yeah.
whatever. And
at 6 g6 knight g7 is a very typical idea to
Also.
sacrifice a pawn in this positions. Like let's say black goes b5 or something, and like at 6 g6 knight g7 definitely is an idea for
yeah, to
white.
keep
And
in mind.
And then
Opening up the h file. This is very rich type of position. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. So here now Quang Liem is maybe under pressure. Also, the engine kind of starts giving a edge to Vincent.
but it's not that relevant right now. I
Yes, it basically what is relevant to keep on playing good moves with black, yeah, because now clear white wants to go knight f5 and white will try to set up this g5 break at some point. If black, for example, a computer will always find a way how to deal with this g5, yeah, it's the typical way, and that's why it's so frustrating analyzing with a computer, because whenever you know that you want to play g5 against the computer, it will never work, yeah. But in a practical game in human
You have
chess,
to always calculate
it's
It will
always
be
a
there.
completely different story, yeah, because some small detail the computer makes a move that we don't even understand why is this important, and thanks to this, he neutralizes things, yeah. It's a whole different planet.
So in a way, this is a bad decision,
Yes,
right?
no,
here,
no, we don't
this
want to
would
rush.
be
Knight f5.
and then white is the one who is doing well here.
Well, now the f4 break is kind of finally white will get a break.
And also, I will never ever like
Oh,
here
this
just
you
go in
never
with
want to do, yeah.
Okay,
that's-
luckily enough, in this structure, maybe you are in time to set up some blockade. But of course, never ever.
never take
We
this.
don't want to find out if it's checkmate or not. Yes. No.
So instead of knight d4, I think he'll
Yeah,
just
don't
keep
play
it
knight
flexible.
d4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
Going back with the bishop,
Bishop
to
f8
f8.
is
Yeah,
what Peter wants.
just setting up knight f5 because
And
knight
now
x,
start.
knight x, I don't know if it b5 or a5 because a5 gives me a rook a6 possibility also. I would love to play
That's-
a5 a4 rook a6. The rook on the 6th rank will be defending, attacking, it will be have so much multi-purpose. I don't feel like b5 b4 a5 a4 it's little too primitive for my taste. I can't play chess like this. Sometimes it's also a problem that, okay, you should close your eyes and go, but to me it's not aesthetically pleasing enough.
yeah, and like I wonder if bishop f8 is a move that you have to make, because you can just try to save a move and instead go for a5 or b5 immediately, right? Because the question being that, because I don't think that white is going to sacrifice on
Threaten
h6.
anything, yeah.
So why not just immediately go for, let's say, rook a6 or b5 or whatever, like some advance on the queen side.
Yes. Yeah, it's also part, but since I feel like white anyway does not really have a plan, I felt like I might be able to afford to go bishop f8. On the other hand, I also see that knight h4, knight g6 is possible. So maybe then you are setting up f4 idea. Then why do I move the bishop? In any case, enough reason to be spending time. Yeah,
For sure, yeah.
you just can't rush. And I believe exactly after yesterday is that Vincent rushed with rook takes h7. Yeah, this was so uncharacteristic for him that in a better position, just a tempo, he picked up a pawn and he did not think about the consequences. I'm pretty sure that Vincent wants to make sure not to lose the control today.
What is happening in Wei's game?
Actually, Shankland seems to have taken a wrong decision
Very
let's-
risky
let's
one.
check.
by taking and playing queen a4, which turns out to be an error.
Well,
but-
according to computer,
According to the computer, yes, very
Yes.
important.
yes.
The bar went here, but of course there is a plan that he has. I think he wants to sack a exchange.
Yeah, but my feeling is that this is a panic reaction. and he spent a lot of time after e5. So basically, this e5 move had an incredible impact on Shankland.
Yeah.
We're also kind of speculating that we don't know exactly that how to handle White's position. And the move Queen a4, knight b, knight takes e5 is like a desperate measure. It's a desperate measure because it's clear that White can never be better. The only question, how much compensation
Oh
it
my
will
god,
give.
the engine says it's like like the bar is
Yeah,
like
really
it's
dropping off.
-2
Oh my god,
Yes.
or more.
it's that
Yeah,
that's
which means
insane.
also that there is some very concrete kind of stuff, because maybe if you just collect the exchange, then White will get compensation. So takes, for example, CD, yeah, let's just play the most natural moves. Rook d8, for example, or bishop e6. Can we play bishop e6?
Well, bishop e6 would be very nice.
Yeah, strange
play.
looking move, because maybe f4, d5. f4 will be played protecting the knight and then setting up
Yeah, with
d5.
d5, yeah.
Yes, it's of course computers are brutally strong in this type of
I think
positions.
maybe computers would probably choose the move pawn to b5, and after queen b5 go bishop a6. No, not now, instead
Not
of bishop
now.
e6. Maybe, yeah, just to get quick, because they usually try to solve problems very forcing way, yeah, like
Yeah, I mean, whatever they do, it's always very precise. Yeah, this is the most frustrating thing, because I'm from the generation when, you know, the computer was suggesting some moves, but we were smiling on him 25 years ago that, okay, good, computer doesn't understand. Computer was already very strong in tactical move per move calculation, yeah, so we were using him, but the ideas were always coming from us.
But you must have forgotten that era now. It's like you
It's still in my heart, you know. I'm cherishing those years, yeah. When it was so much fun. There were things I remember when we were training with Vichy already in '96 for the first time, when I had a camp with Vichy in Collado Mediano in Spain, visiting him. He invited me. I was 16 years old. We were working like for 10 days, and then engine was very weak. We were just using it for double checking our idea. And then sometimes we had idea that this move will work for White, and computer said no, it does not approve. Okay, we will leave it for him, and now we go for a walk. And then we are coming back after 45 minutes, and computer turned and says, "Wow, fantastic idea!" And you know this feeling of I told you,
Proving
yeah,
the
it was
computer,
yes,
yeah.
it was. We are analyzing all this Perigny attack in the Najdorf with bishop e6, g4,
Yes,
e5,
knight
knight f5.
yeah.
How much fun we had with Vichy! It's just amazing. Okay, for me, new words opened up by working with Vichy. Yeah, I was very good in openings. I had very good understanding and everything, but Vichy's incredible deepness, the way how he calculates, how deeply he sees things, it was just from another planet. Yeah, so it opened my eyes, and my chess became then also so much more richer thanks to Vichy's influence.
nowadays I don't think people keep the computer going and go for a walk. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
this
think 2
doesn't.
minutes is
Then the
enough, yeah.
house burns down. Yeah, it's no. You can't do these things. Yeah, you
No.
always have to control the computer.
Also, you can just go on the cloud, and the computer has already done the work before.
Yeah.
Yes,
There are
yes.
stronger engines and so on.
I think actually also I was looking at CD4, knight D4, just in a
Yes.
different direction.
It
But I
exists as
thought
well.
that knight C4, B5, and White can actually do this, yeah, because he has queen D1, E5 concept of.
Yeah,
or-
like
or-
this, I think it will not,
not-
work.
not
but
because
maybe
you
you
have
can
knight
start
E2.
with E5. Maybe
I'll
you can
start
start
with E5, yeah. B5, E5, yeah.
Yeah, B5,
Ooh.
E5. But again, I don't understand Shankland, yeah, because every single direction looks horrible. That what he was thinking for half an hour.
In fact, d5 would have been a better move than going here, right?
Yeah, but you know, humanly you can't play d5. That's the problem. Even if it's the best move, a good player cannot force his hand to play d5. This is the problem. Yeah, actually, sometimes being a strong player harms you, because sometimes just play the the position is not good. Okay, just play the move, but our heart cannot do it.
Right.
By the way, D5 there was also bishop G4, because now I'm threatening to take bishop takes F3 and force matters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because-
g5 is a threat. Black
Exactly.
can protect with b5. The pawn, knight is coming to b3.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? I'm pawn up. Yeah, and the bishop on g2 is not frightening at all.
Amazing. Okay, here.
So Wei actually has very good chances.
Vaji will bounce back
Wei-
again.
Wei will,
and Sagar, okay, everything that you say, you highlighted immediately. I mean, forget what I'm talking. I'm talking here on big, big finesses and all these things. You just come, say that Pragg is playing against Aravindh as a player. Rookie one is fighting as already absolutely correct. You immediately highlighted that it's I will just lean back and listen to what you have to say.
I think lucky today that things are panning out, but clearly I felt yesterday, and you rightly, I didn't understand the nuance of 91, but I just felt that a player like Wei, if he gets one chance, then he will come back. Like
Yes,
this one win
yes.
is good enough for him. And
Yeah.
today, now again, he will.
But it's also about character. I mean, like players like Wei, they have such strong characters because someone who's half out of 3 might sometimes want to force a draw and just get to the rest day.
Yeah.
But Wei shows that he wants to fight even though he's half out of 3, and actually before the rest day he might be at 50%.
Yes,
and
absolutely
it's
insane.
Yeah.
It's
He would
Yes.
be a risky guy there.
Yeah.
By the way, Vincent has pushed his pawn to
A5,
A4,
yes.
like Harshit you mentioned. He did not go back.
Yes.
But
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense because if black is not afraid of sacrifice on h6, which he clearly has to make sure that the sacrifice will not hurt me so much. Takes and then king h7
Yeah.
something. But look at this, king h7 already shaky. So I don't, and then some because it's very
G5,
risky. Intuitively, that's why I wanted to play bishop f8 just to eliminate this kind of things. Then what? Computer says that king f8 is important, but king f8 is
Or
very
maybe king
strange.
g7, which might be insane. But
To go step into knight f5 check, it's
yeah, maybe.
and
and
knight
then-
f5 now go king h7, which is
yeah.
a bit crazy, but
Yeah,
somehow.
because it's a very specific position, that you just cannot generalize.
So after a4, if you come back to the live position, the very big question is obviously if black wants to push a3, because obviously it will prevent him from having any breaks, but at the same time white weakens his dark squares completely. So
But what will white do first here? Like
This is exactly the question, because here the point is that white achieves so-called the maximum on the king side, and his last move was knight f5, which still looks like an aggressive move. That white knows what he is doing. If suddenly the next couple of moves from white will be king b1, bishop c1, it signals for black that, wait a second, I'm in no rush at all. My opponent actually has absolutely no idea what to do on the king side. I have all the time in the world slowly setting up the maximum. So it's a psychological game. a5, a4 was absolutely necessary. And now Vincent will be reacting, adopting his strategy based on the reaction what white will show in the next move.
so let's say king b1, just a waiting move.
Yes. Then I can also wait. For example, if Vincent said like, okay, rook a6, I would like this move, then before doing a3, you just play rook a6.
Yeah.
Okay. You play bishop c1, I will decide. Otherwise, okay, what do you do?
both can wait. Keep waiting.
don't
But
like-
then knight h4, knight g6, f4. That's why I dislike already bishop f8, because then I'm stepping into this idea.
I think the bishop is good on we can just
Yes.
try to go king rook a6, let's say bishop c1, and already push b5, b4.
Yes. As long as there is no sacrifice on h6 coming.
But I do want to at some point bring my bishop from c8 in the game. But I don't know if
But do you need it? Yeah. I mean, again, it all depends what white is doing. If white has no idea, then you will finally find the way always to keep on improving.
no, I'm
yeah?
just very curious if this slow idea of like going bishop d7, rook f8, bishop e8, bishop f7 makes sense, because my bishop on f7 also protects against knight g6, like having your knight coming from g6, and my bishop is also eyeing on this diagonal.
Yes, I like the way you are thinking about it. Because it shows that you have a nice vision and everything. I'm just often afraid that it might be too sophisticated. Because I have also have my own experience that overthinking things that actually we don't need to be so precise, so creative. Sometimes we need to. Sometimes just being simple is much more effective. In any case,
Sometimes knowing less is better than knowing everything, right?
Yes. I mean, knowing a little bit, it's probably the worst, because then you are uncertain. How is it and like this? Not knowing anything, it's much better than knowing little.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
this is.
But the fascinating tournament, I should think also, because I'm not here, let me just say a few words about the Prague Chess Festival. It's amazing to see that we have another classical, traditional chess tournament, a real chess festival. Whenever entering the playing hall with the big stage, with the top players, with the challengers, which is a very nice mix of youngsters from Czech Republic and many very strong players. Yeah, wonderful. Always a futures event. And there is this open with mix of all kinds of players from all over the world. Whenever you are walking around in the hotel, you get into the elevator, you walk the stairs, you are at the reception, you are running into players, you are running into chess lovers. It's such a nice atmosphere. Yeah, it's so nice.
And the
to
city is amazing. I think it's one of my favorite tournaments.
But do you have time to enjoy the city? This is the only problem.
Tomorrow.
Because, yes,
Tomorrow.
tomorrow is the time. Yeah, because Prague is so amazing. But as a player, yeah, in the morning you prepare for the game. In the afternoon you play. In the evening you rest and start already think about the next when, how. But yeah, Prague is fun.
In my
wonderful.
mind, every day I'm thinking about going out from the
today I will
hotel
go
and
to-
walking towards the river, but only in the mind. Can't do it physically.
Yeah. Well, and it's also you have to take the subway. Actually, the subway is very effective. You are in 10 minutes there,
Yes.
right in the middle of the old town.
Also, the tram line is nice.
Yes, also the tram line. Yes,
Yeah.
but the metro is the subway is the fastest. Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, this is actually also the way in which this tournament happens. Like so many, I think there are 17 events
Yes.
that are taking
Oh my
place
God.
across 9 days. But it feels very calm, when you go outside, no one is like rushing anywhere. And this I found incredible. Like if something like this I was doing, I would be running around, but everyone's like happy, calm. So it's beautiful to see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's really amazing. Yeah, it's kudos to the organizers, kudos to Bolek, and but I also feel that and this is what everybody feels who is coming here, that the organizers are putting their heart into
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
and this is what really matters. Yeah, because we know exactly that it's very difficult to find money to sponsor these events and everything, but also because the players understand and feel that there is a special atmosphere here. So probably conditions is not the most important. Yeah, it's important that there is this tournament, you have the chance to play, and it's taking place every year. And the people who are behind it are very nice. I think this is also so much respected by the players. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when there is a tradition, I think the players are more motivated to win the event. Yeah, because
It's the
also
7th edition.
seventh
now. Yeah.
edition now, and like we've already had like last year we had Gukesh, Vidit, and Pragg, all players. So the tournament is not just like any open tournament. It's actually one of the strongest closed tournaments. I mean,
Yes,
of the year.
It's
the main
become like
event.
this, no? Like Jan is for Vaikanzi.
And March,
Now March
yeah.
is for Prague. It's like becoming, the calendar is settling down.
But now also Weissenhaus with the freestyle
Freestyle
event
is now
steps into. Yeah, so basically I know that how tired and exhausted Vincent has to be.
And now
yeah?
he has to go to Paris.
Yeah, okay, but then there is time at
20
least
days.
after this. But also my trip started on the 16th of January.
Oh,
I
wow.
traveled to Vaikanze with Vincent. Then on the 3rd of February, on Monday, I was flying back, not home, but flying back to Budapest. And we already had to, with my wife, we were going by car to Weissenhaus. We immediately on that night, she picked me up at the airport at 6 in the afternoon,
Wow.
traveled to Prague, all the way to Prague, the 535 kilometers exactly. We reached at midnight, 15 minutes to midnight to Prague. We spent a lovely 4th of February in Prague. Wonderful. There was some sunshine. It was cold, but there was sunshine. And on the 5th, we continued our trip to Weissenhaus. We went to Weissenhaus, then we were there. And then afterwards, I was only 3 or 4 days at home. And then already coming back
here.
to Prague, yeah. And
And
I
then-
was not playing. I'm the second. And in
And you were
freestyle,
also commentating in freestyle.
I was commentating in freestyle, but I had the same regime like Vincent. And then he also got this illness with the stomach and the fever and all these kind of things. So yeah, I know, but he's still fighting in every game like crazy, and he has also recovered. So his health is fine.
But does it make it easy for you to do so many things because you still have such a strong passion? Because I feel like you're so passionate
this
about
question
chess. It's
is just
insane.
unbelievable. It's always on my mind. Where does your passion come from?
Yeah, like
Well, chess means so much. Chess
But
is my
at
life.
first,
Everything.
like it means so much to so many people, but no one has so much passion.
Yeah, but for example, with Anish, we came with the same elevator one of the days. I think it was 2 days ago. and then his room is the same direction like mine, so we were going like 10 meters next to each other. We started talking, and then we suddenly stopped in the corner, and I kind of remembered some things like in 2013, 14, what happened in some games and like this, yeah. And I told Ani, and he exactly had the same feeling, and he the same there. Yes, exactly. He could have played b5 there first. I said, exactly. You know, it was crazy. I analyzed this before, but just insane that it was so nice. And I went finally after this 5 minutes talk back to my room. I sit down, and I was so happy. Yeah, that being able to exchange the ideas and to find the person who understands
Who
all this
reciprocates it,
and
yeah.
who exactly understands and feels the same way. Yeah, my body still feels like the punches of that this nuance was missed or was played and how things happened.
There are only 50 such people in the world, perhaps. Or maybe less. Even
Yes.
lesser than that. We do. Wow.
Yeah, and yeah, chess is just amazing. And of course, for me also, it's such a pleasure to see that the game is growing and growing. And with all this success, India, for example, what they are producing. And what I really love in Indian chess, of course, this is the heritage of Vichy. Yeah, that the talent combined with hard work. Yeah, because talent alone is nothing. It's not enough. It's a fundament that without talent, it will be very difficult to achieve something in this very difficult journey. But if you have the talent and you rely on the talent, you will be just wasted. Yeah, the other guys will take over. Yeah, and India has this spirit. They also have now the resources, and they are willing to invest, because chess is so demanding. Yeah, it's absolutely correct that you have to support the players and everything. They need all the support, and they are paying back with some incredible performances. They dedicate their whole life to get better and better. Okay, it's just insane what Gukesh has achieved now. Also, the reaction that Pragg shows to Gukesh's success. Wait a second. Okay, you won candidates. You became world champion. No, I can do the same.
Right.
Yeah, and you can immediately see that, okay, now I again don't like this to say that because of this it happened, because I know how things work. Yeah, that, for example, Pragg might have had some moments where for half a year or for 8 months, people from outside would look at his rating, look at his result, and would say that, why is he not improving? Well, you cannot constantly improve. Well, actually, you are improving. You just don't see it in the numbers. Yeah, and then when finally it happens, yeah, then he wins Vaikanze, then he has a good start now in Prague. I'm actually expecting him to finish, of course, very well in the tournament. It's the natural follow-up of all the incredible hard work that he has put in during that period when actually people were saying like, okay, why you are not okay, it's insane. It's a paradox, but this is how it happens. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is true. And you know, Peter, today, like you mentioned that it's like something where you were awake like entire night, you were working, and you came here for a few minutes to commentate. It's also tiring for you, yes, to be commentating, and you are here now almost 2 hours, yeah. So
yes, well, actually, I told my wife before coming that okay, probably I will stay like 1.5 hours. I had my feeling that okay, there is no way I can spend less if I already come, and okay, I respect you also so much that I know how much work you are putting into and how much it means to the people who are watching, following the broadcast. And whenever I have the chance, you know, to support this and encourage people to understand that chess is such a fantastic and fascinating game, then I'm very happy to help.
no, we had like an amazing time. I think Harshit, it
No,
was
it was-
brilliant.
yeah.
And it sets up today's round so beautifully. I think we should take a break, and so that you can also take some rest,
Thanks a lot.
much needed rest. But just before we do, your final thoughts here. I think it's not going. I think it's going towards
Well,
a draw.
let's just
No?
see these last 2 moves because it's important. So after knight e5, because we were speculating what will happen,
Queen g5.
queen g5 was a smart move. So just before white gets the grip
plays
and
something.
threatens g4, he was in time to play queen g5. A small little nuance, and it changes everything. Suddenly white's hope of really getting anything fades, and with bishop d3,
I think
yes,
it's
it kind of signals that yes, you have passed the test.
Wow.
Somehow this is how I feel. Black takes on this. Of course, white knight on dc will be very nice. Threatens to go to c5, but black is in
96.
time to play knight e6 and block it. and it's microscopically better because the knight on d6 is slightly more preferable to knight on e6, but on this level it shouldn't be enough. Yeah, king g7 comes and you bring the rook. There is not enough resources.
Yeah, well, so there we stand. I think the battle of the leaders will end in a draw. We had a brilliant session today by Peter joining us. And Peter, thanks once again. We'll take a very short break and be back for the second half of the games.
Stay still, still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries it has endured wars, revolutions and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympiad, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth round. And Harshit Bhai, we had an amazing time with Peter Leko here.
He was here with us for 2 hours, and the time went by so quickly listening to his insights with so much passion and energy that he gave to us. It was incredible to have him.
I was in two minds. I didn't want to say bye to him. At the same time, he did share that he hadn't slept enough.
Yes.
So I had to then finally ask
give him some rest.
Yeah,
of
that
course.
if he would like to go. And yeah, he is filled with passion. Every time I spend time with him, I get reminded that whatever you do it with all your
passion.
heart.
Yeah.
So that's what he stands for, I feel.
Absolutely. And today we were looking at Vincent's game with him, who is he's the trainer of Vincent in this event, and Vincent having 4 decisive results. I think 5th game is also going
is
to
on.
be decisive.
But for all our viewers here and back home, it's kind of that White's attack is not breaking through, and Black is the one with this bishop aiming here and the pawns coming down, having more potential.
Exactly. The knight on g5 completely stops White from attacking on the Black's king. In the meantime, Black is ready to go b4, b3, or even don't forget this idea of going c5 to c4, exchanging one of your doubled pawns. And I think that if this d3 pawn is exchanged, Black would have a very pleasant choice of taking with the b pawn or the bishop. I think this is looking very, very good for Black in this position.
Yeah, so Vincent Keymer, something's happening here in Prague. He just cannot have a peaceful day. He will either win or lose. 5th game in a row that he will have a decisive one, perhaps. Let's wait and watch. But I liked very much that, just when Quang Liem was thinking of playing g5 and maybe sacrificing material here to break through, Vincent was like, sorry,
I'm not
no
going
way.
to give you any chances. Which does make me question what was his idea if White captured knight takes g5. Did he want to take with the f or the h pawn?
I'm sure F, right? Because you don't want your opponent to be playing h6.
Exactly. If at g5, allowing White to go h6 would definitely be a bit scary, because even after bishop f5, gf5, concepts like bishop takes g5, queen h5 would have been very, very scary.
Right.
And after knight h4, bishop e6, Vincent is very, very happy to bring his last piece in the game. And I think even though he's down 20 minutes on the clock, the position should give him a lot of winning chances. Can we also quickly check if there are any updates in Pragg and Aravindh's game?
Yeah. This position that Pragg just made his last move, where he lifted his rook, reminds us of Sopiko, by the way, rook lift. But he kind of left the board and has put Aravindh in this question that now I'm going to play the move f5.
Exactly. And why is f5 so dangerous? Because let's say after a move like b6, f5, gf5, rook f5, suddenly the h5 and f7 pawns are weak, knight e5 can jump in, and that's why I think that f5 is going to be a super powerful threat. So even though we have this very, very equal looking position, there are still some problems for Black to solve.
And also, Pragg is the master grinder in the world of chess. So he's just telling Aravindh that you're playing really well here, but you are very good at dynamic positions. This is something where I will try to press. But Harshit, what should be the best move for Black? Because clearly you don't want to allow f5.
And I was thinking of knight g7, but I'm very scared that if I go knight to g7 in this position, knight c5 will jump in, attacking the b7 pawn and also threatening knight d7. So after a move like b6, knight d7 check, king at g8, I can even go knight f6 check, and suddenly after king f8, I'm controlling the e8 square very well. Ideas like g4 can suddenly come into the picture. This looks very, very pleasant for White. And I think that after rook e5, Black does need to be accurate.
So what if I play rook e8?
Okay, f5.
f5, knight g7. And I want to try and trade off things here. At least trade the rooks if I can.
Well, first of all, there is f6 that you have to be very careful about, because of course, rook e5, I have the
FG7.
intermediate check with fg7 and then capture back. And if you just simply go back knight e6, then I do have my pawn on f6, which can be weak, but at the same time can be a big asset.
It limits the king, black king.
Exactly. So still a lot of interesting characteristics in this game that make it interesting.
So actually it's a key moment here, of the game. What is Aravindh's response going to be here?
Yeah.
Black to move. not at all an easy choice, and you can see Aravindh grappling with this question.
Yeah, and Divya is walking in the background. Can we check the challengers section? We haven't looked at any of the games from challengers. What's happening?
Well, let's go
Divya
with
is playing
the
Maurizzi.
Marc Andria Maurizzi here. I think Divya has had a tough time against the isolated pawn, like with the isolated pawn.
But she went for this opening the third time in this event.
Same stuff, yeah.
Yeah, she's sticking to her guns. She went for this idea with c5, the Tarash variations, e3.
Like Nodirbek had played the other line,
Mm-hmm.
but here, and she's ready to play with an IQP, the d5 pawn, the isolated pawn. But it seems like somehow her opponents are putting her in a difficult situation.
Well, definitely. Now that I always tell people that whenever you exchange the dark squared bishops in isolated pawn positions, it's always very good for white because you get very good control of the d4 square. And right now that's what Marc does. He goes knight to d4, placing a piece on that square, and after knight d4, rook d4, Divya is very accurate to find this move g5. Very important to kick this knight away, which was putting pressure on the d5 pawn. And after bg2, king g2, rook dc8, I think she is having very, very good drawing chances in this endgame.
Yeah, but it will be definitely a tough thing here because Marc Andrea Maurizzi will try to put pressure.
Absolutely.
For now,
I'm expecting rook back to d1. That's what I'm expecting Marc to do, because you don't want to give the only open file in this position is the c file, and both players would love to put their rook on either c7 or c2 in this position, and that's why I think rook d to
Nice.
d1
That's a
is
very
what
cool
Marc
move.
will play.
very cool move. And with this, maybe Divya holds this. Another player who's playing really well today is Finek.
Oh my God, what is
you know,
this position?
Finek Vaclav here. He, with the black pieces, he's pushing in the center while white is pushing on the king side.
But can you look at just take a look at the opening, Sagar bhai, because knight f3, knight f6, b3, e6, bishop b2, bishop e7, and look at what white's next move is.
Can we ask our viewers, what is a very weird move that white played here? Like, think outside the box. Don't think of a normal move. Okay, that's a good move. But, you know, Finek, Ivan Salgado was like, do I need to prepare it?
He played g4 immediately in this position. And if knight g4, I guess he could have then went rook g1, or I guess also considered bishop takes g7 directly. So black went castles, protecting the pawn on g7, potentially also threatening to capture on g4. White played g5, knight e4, h4.
Wow.
Going for the immediate attack with h5, h6, d5, d3, knight d6. And this is a very, very interesting move that white played.
Yeah. He just
e4?
pushed the pawn. Is that a free pawn? Oh, I know what he wants.
Yeah,
he wants to take,
and bishop d3.
and then just use these two bishops. But perhaps it's not the best
I think
one.
it was it might actually be that he wants to go queen e2. Weird, but
Maybe, yeah.
because the
But
point,
what a move, yeah, by Ivan Salgado. He
Yeah.
was like in a full creative mode today.
yeah, and the point is that white just wants to, like if the knight goes back to d6, you're just very fast to go knight d2 and long castle, and then immediately start your attack on the
Yeah.
black's king. The bishop on b2 is not a bishop.
But then full kudos to... Oh, yeah, it's not a... It's a rocket.
It's a rocket.
It's a rocket. Yeah, I mean, look at this. But simply amazing play by Vaclav then, you know, like Finek.
Yeah, he did not capture the pawn, and he's trying to counter the h4 and g4, the pawn moves on the flank, by creative and concrete breaks in the center. So after e5, knight f5, king f1, he goes rook b8 so that he gets rid of this diagonal. And suddenly he goes b5 and trying to go for c4, which actually happened.
And suddenly it's like white has pushed the pawns, but black has a good position.
And I think Ivan is going all in.
Yeah.
He's going all in.
He's coming in here. He's going to sack a knight here and hope that it will be checkmate.
Yeah. The only question is if what happens if black takes the pawn on e5.
Yeah.
Because he is giving up this pawn, and I think he was relying on this move bishop to f4, which is pinning the knight on e5 to the rook on b8. But I guess he underestimated the fact that black could go f6.
I think
And-
humanly, I don't think Finek will go for this. No? It'll open up the king side.
Well, but also white's king is on f1, so
Yeah. It will be interesting to see if he captures this pawn or not. And yeah.
by the way, Maurizzi played h4, a move that we did not necessarily consider.
And Divya went h6.
And is Divya better?
What? No way.
Can we just check the evaluation, like what it is? Like, of course, we don't have access to it. Can we check?
No, it's still
It's
better.
equal, okay.
White is slightly better. Suddenly the engine was like, it went crazy for a bit.
Yeah, it reminded me of how Peter said that the engines did not understand the position that well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe someday, Harshit, there should be some position where we can argue, right? Like the computer is not right.
No, I'm sure.
Not accurate.
I don't think
Will you
accurate
do
is the
that?
right word. I don't think accurate is the right word, but practically, obviously, there is the human element where, for example, the position of Vincent Keymer.
Let's go to those games now. Just to give an overview, Nodirbek Yakkuboev is playing against Nemec, and it seems like White has a small edge here
With two bishops, right?
with two bishops and just having these.
But knight f5 is a good move, trying to exchange a lot of pieces. Also the bishop on f3, and I think Nemec is holding up well so far.
Yeah. And Bjerre versus Makun.
Already draw, what?
Drew. Yeah, they drew.
What? How did?
I think in the end there was some sack here. So this was the position. And he sacked, takes, check, king here, check. Very weird way
Very
to
weird. I definitely.
end in a threefold repetition. And we have Salgado Finek, which is I think the game of the day in the challengers.
Yeah.
Divya again in a tough spot
And
against
she needs to
Marc
hold
Andria.
now.
Yeah.
She needs to hold because twice in this tournament she had positions with very good drawing chances, but her slightly stronger opponents were able to put enough pressure and grind into a win. So it's very important she holds now. And Stamatis is also crazy.
Too many things happening. Like you would think, oh, these pieces are crazy. Suddenly G4 to attack this.
And the knight is trapped.
Can't
at the
go here
moment.
because this is hanging.
But of course, the savior is bishop to e4, attacking the knight on f5 and saving the day for black. I mean, you don't have to go. I mean, you don't have to go bishop e4 immediately.
But it might be the move that saves the day.
I mean, the point is that like gh5 is not a threat because there's
because
bishop
of
e4.
bishop F.
Exactly.
Nice.
Exactly.
Nice.
So maybe rook. I'm very curious, but is rook e6 the best move here? It's possible. It is. Yeah.
Harshit bhai, did you eat stockfish for lunch today? What a move. Like out of all the crazy moves here, you were able to know that this is the move.
Yeah.
How?
I mean, I just.
The right answer is that you are a grandmaster.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, very well spotted because there were so many things going on.
Yeah.
So brilliantly done. Let's go to the Masters
Yes.
and to a game where my mind was blown
But yeah, I mean,
by the last move that was played by Wei. It's like this,
you should ask Wei. Yeah, how did he find this move?
Wei is so insane here because here is a rook hanging in the corner.
Pawn
Here
on
is
d4 is
here
hanging.
is a pawn that you can take, and suddenly he plays bishop e6.
Yeah, that's insane. Like he keeps all of the trump cards with himself, and now he's just
No,
protecting
what
the pawn on
trump card?
c4.
I will play rook a d1. You can't take the
He
rook
can,
now.
but he can take the pawn on d4, and I think this is his idea that it's
Ah.
important to keep the pawn on c4 because it's a very very strong pawn, and the bishop on g2 is currently blocked by its own pawn on e4, and I think this position is very good for black with b5 coming in. But to judge this in
Yeah.
a game is not easy, but
I grew up on this saying called "a bird in hand is worth two in the bush."
so you just capture on
Yeah,
everyone,
I'm like material. Just take it. Yeah.
yeah, also possible, but I think that
No, I mean this might be a decent move according to, but bishop e6.
is the best move.
Even the engine appreciates this at the best move to understand this. Also, somewhere you think, oh, what if d5 attacking the bishop? But maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, you can just move the bishop.
No, I mean, in all honesty, I don't
think
even.
this
I
move-
don't think no queen e5, d6, bishop queen e6. I think, but
That's winning. Yeah, just
I don't think that I would have even found this idea with bishop e6. It's very
even with the
difficult.
bar.
Even with the bar.
Yeah, that's the point here.
Super nice move found by Wei, which I think puts him in a perfect situation to get back to 50%, and that's going to be a tough result.
We
for
should
Sam.
call Wei today here.
That would be great.
Yes. If we can today get him here and ask him how he thinks,
Yeah.
Harshit Bhai, that would be huge.
Oh, by the way, look at the game of Keymer, Leko, Liem.
Yeah.
We were saying that black has the idea of going c4 all the
What?
time, and white played c4.
What? What sort of move is that?
Yeah, I mean, he's trying. He realized that the idea of c4 was super strong for black, and he immediately tries to clamp the position on the queen side and just like make it very solid. But I don't know.
So b4 would be kind of a mistake here because then you close everything.
Exactly.
Like you don't want to ever make that move. So maybe we can ask our viewers here, what would you play with black here? Because you don't want to close down the queen side.
Definitely not. Yeah. Any suggestions? Yes.
Rook
Wow.
is
It's
nice
a very
move,
nice
yeah?
suggestion, I think.
Wow. Just and one of the best moves, yeah. Well done.
Well done, yeah. Because now after rook b8, the idea was that after if cb5, queen takes b5, and now I'm just like trying to.
It's
I mean,
mate.
I'm in a dream world, yeah, where bishop a2 works, a3 is coming, c4 is coming, and this is just a like absolute dream scenario for black if he ever takes. So he cannot take, but if he doesn't take, then we probably are threatening a3. So let's say if white makes a move like rook g2, I think we are threatening a3, because after b3. I thought we have some bc4, queen a4 ideas, but this rook is defending. So how do we?
I think you can just don't,
Queen.
maybe the best move here, Harshit, might be rook b6, doubling,
Just double on the b line
Yeah.
and put more pressure,
and then take
and then
it. Yeah.
eventually take. Yeah. So Vincent actually has a very big potential to
Yeah.
launch an attack on White's king.
I'm actually looking forward to what his move would be if he plays rookie b8. Our young friend here can be proud of himself that he found the move that Vincent is going to make. But by the way, Aravindh Chithambaram has just played his knight back to g7, trusting the fact that knight c5 for White is not going to give him anything. But I mean, it looks so scary as you rightly pointed out because rook b8 is impossible.
It's impossible because of yeah.
Can we? Maybe it's,
It's too
not
easy
for
for
not
our
for
audience,
our
yeah.
audience here, but maybe online rook b8 for a few people just beginning out. Oh, by the way, Ediz Gurel's game is over. He drew.
Wow.
That's a amazing result for Ediz Gurel.
Absolutely. And he's out now 2 out of 5. After losing the first game, he's made 4 solid draws. Now with the black pieces against Navara, definitely a good result for him. We saw her mom who was very nervous.
Yeah. His mom was there and she said like if he draws today, we'll have a great rest day.
Absolutely. And I think he definitely has some nice day of rest to look forward to. And then
4 draws out of 5 rounds in your first ever super tournament is, I think, a good start.
for sure.
Yeah. As a 16-year-old, I mean, it's amazing.
Oh, so let's just try
By
to
the way,
understand
people
this.
did find knight d7, so good job.
Yep.
Uh,
They're like,
Here.
don't underestimate us, Sagar bhai. You're asking too easy questions.
but then b6, no? Only
but
move.
actually,
I know what you want.
Knight e8 or what?
You are saying like if he takes here, you have rook b8 and to win the pawn.
He
Yeah.
plays knight c5. I mean, knight.
Yeah.
If the right move is knight e8, that is just absolutely mind-boggling. But I don't think it is. It's a bit too much. Yeah.
Knight e8 with the idea of knight d6.
But that's too much.
I also
mean,
have f5.
Exactly. So I can't. Sorry. Rook b8. Yeah, that's also a very good point because if
Whoa.
rook takes b2,
Nice.
exactly. So we have a very sharp member
Very
in
sharp,
the.
very sharp. How many points do you have in the open? 3 out of 4. Wow. Very strong. You are a FIDE
Oh.
master. Amazing. Amazing. What's your name? Vayansh. You came on the first day, right? Vayansh from Australia.
Yes.
Right. Guys, we have a very strong
Who's keeping us?
viewer. Yes, and Harshit Bhai has to be very sharp now because Vayansh is here to refute all your analysis. Thank you, Vayansh. Someday we can also have Vayansh here.
Yes.
So, then what to do now?
Well, it's not an easy question. Maybe f6? Maybe f6 is an interesting idea.
And then I come back.
You go rook e2,
Yeah.
and now I go b6.
But still, I mean, it looks...
But yeah, it looks dangerous.
Also, knight e6 check.
Actually, also, sorry, knight e6 check.
Yeah, take rook e6 and then f6,
Yeah,
c6 hangs.
it's possible that black actually has a very, very tough decision in front of him after knight c5.
When you look at these two players calmly sitting there, the bar at like right in the center, you can misevaluate the tension that might be boiling up right now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, why did we not consider the simple move knight to f5?
Firstly, I thought g4 can come, but also b7.
Well, b7 now, rook b8, you're very happy with because you get rook takes b2, and after rook takes b2, you also have knight h4 tricks to
Right.
put pressure
Oh,
on
knight
white.
f5, and if I go g4, you will take and go knight d6. Correct?
Exactly. So after knight c5, knight f5, I wanted to respond g4 by taking and going knight d6, and I think this is Arvind's idea. I think we finally figured it out that after knight c5 is going to go knight f5. Yep. goes
Oh,
for it. Yeah.
nice one. He has
And-
played it.
And now knight d6 is coming, and black is very, very solid. But this was an important moment in
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah, important
And
one.
of course, Arvind is not going to miss this nuance. And after knight f5, I think he's solved most of his problems.
By the way, look at the game of Wei and Shankland. Something quite incredible has happened here because after bishop e6, Shankland did go rook a d1, the move that was we discussed. He took here and Shankland said, I'll take on c4. But
Oh my
then
god, black to play.
black to play, but I guess you might have seen the move. But what's the calculation here? Why did he give up?
Yeah, I mean, I see the point obviously, but it's not that easy. But it's a very nice move.
No, but do you see the entire line?
Yes.
Fully?
Yeah.
Wow. Vayansh is there to test you, yeah? So b5 was played,
Yeah, and the point is that after
Queen
queen takes
b5,
b5, rook a b8,
defending your knight, queen a4,
defending, yeah, and after queen a4, we go knight to c5,
right? Okay.
and now your queen has no square to protect the knight, so you have to perhaps take queen takes a7.
Yeah.
And now after bishop takes c4, black is going to win an exchange after bishop takes f1, and I think this position, like, I don't know, what will you take with like rook f1, dc3, black should have very, very good winning
Yeah,
chances.
this
Although
would
you do have e5, but I still think that black should have very, very good winning chances in this position.
So can we go back and see if this is like a forced line now that's happening, or there is anywhere white can deviate after rook a b8? Can the queen go anywhere else?
Also, by the way, after queen a4, he might even just say that, okay, I'm just going to capture your pawn on c3 and c2. Yeah.
Oh, you don't even... Actually, Wei realizes he doesn't need material.
Exactly.
He's just saying like, my pawn is so strong. By the way, queen b5, I'm actually
Happened?
feeling... Yeah, queen b5, rook a b8 instantly played. And Shankland is lost here.
Yeah.
Clearly
Queen
lost.
queen a4 only move, right?
Queen
Queen
a4 played, and
I think dc3 will also be blitzed out.
100% he takes dc3. He doesn't go back for the material with knight c5. I think dc3. Wow.
No, I think Wei is feeling it now.
He's playing a great game.
He just sips. Maybe like Praggnanandhaa even way.
Yeah, he's drinking. Only Pragg drinks from the bottle while Wei from a glass.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Anish Giri's game. We haven't checked it very deeply, you
True,
know.
yeah.
It feels very even
Mm-hmm.
in general because, you know, it's equal material.
Black has no weaknesses. Black has absolutely no weaknesses.
Only this b5 square where the knight is sitting.
Yeah, but I think knight e4, knight d6 could be a way for black to exchange that knight on b5 and completely head towards an equal position.
Yeah. And then, do you think that at some point white can try for c4 and make this majority work? I mean, something there.
Yeah, but c4 is risky as well, right? Because if you go c4, what's next? Because you don't want to capture on d5 and get yourself an isolated pawn.
Yeah.
c4, c5 is risky because the pawn on a5 protects the advance of b3 to b4. So I think that Nguyen has played supremely well to neutralize all of white's ideas, and I think this game should end in a peaceful result as well.
Yeah, it feels so, but I guess Anish will not kind of
Well,
accept
obviously,
a draw, right? He'll play.
He wants to put some pressure with the white pieces, but the thing is that he needs to be careful because he is definitely the one who has this pawn on c3, which is weak. And if black manages to exchange, let's say, or actually even
I
knight
was
e8,
wondering
knight c7.
knight e4, Harshit. Can we go like c4 here? It's black's
So let's say h3, knight e4.
c4.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And if you go back knight d6 now,
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking take, rook takes, and now can we even push c5, but b3 gets weakened.
Exactly. BC, DC, and like the problem is that this is never what you want because of the pawn on a5. The pawn on a5 controls both these pawns. So it's actually black who has a majority right
Can
now.
I go queen b5, but you go rook b8, yeah?
No, I go queen c7 perhaps and then rook b8 next. Or
Yeah, yeah.
rook b8 first. Yeah. So the thing is like, if Anish wanted to be very aggressive, the moment has passed. I don't think that right now he can actually afford to be very aggressive because black has already exchanged pieces very well and has no problems.
Yeah, tough time for Anish. He wants to win a game, but it's like as if his opponents are being rock solid,
Yeah, I mean-
not giving him an inch.
Yeah.
And it's not easy for him because he's like the higher rated player here. It's a tough moment for him.
Absolutely. I mean, Anish playing against Nguyen must have definitely he definitely wanted to win today. But as Peter said, Nguyen is super solid. His openings with
G3.
black are very, very good. And he
goes-
goes for G3, but I don't think it changes anything.
Yeah, maybe he wants to go like king g2, h4. Do you think like Anish will slowly go
You're
for-
trying to find some ideas. I understand, like, you are trying to find some ideas for white, but I mean, it's hard.
But the
to-
way he played g3, you know, like
Yeah, maybe, but okay. I mean, it depends. We'll see how this game pans out. But as things stand, it's very, very equal.
right. Meanwhile, we do see here c4, rook a b8 played by Vincent, not rook e b8. Rook c1. So actually, Liem is focusing a little bit on the queen side as well now.
No, he was forced to. He went rook g1 to try and put some pressure, but realized that my king is actually much more weaker. So he had to come back rook c1, which is obviously a great sign for Vincent.
No,
Because
but in a way, now he will try to stabilize somehow the queen side, but it's not sure if he can.
it's not clear if he can. And it's also clear that black is in the driver's seat.
Right.
If white makes the move rook g1 to c1, you know that things are going well for you. And I really like this bishop on f7 because not only does it control
Rocket.
not only it protects the g6, but also it's a rocket on this diagonal. So I think that Vincent still putting some pressure on Liem.
Yeah. And by the way, there is no move that Praggnanandhaa has played yet. He's thinking here, he's kind of feeling like I'm running out of resources to put pressure on Aravindh.
Yeah.
Because he has been asking questions, but Aravindh has been responding well.
Yeah, I mean, we can go to this game, and also we have almost 4,000 people watching. Do like the stream so more people can watch this exciting clash
Yeah.
before the rest. Because if someone wins, they will have a 1 point lead
Right.
in this event.
Even if they draw, the next players who are on 2 points
Will come on 3.
need to win. Like, who is the one on 2 who's actually winning? I think Keymer.
Keymer maybe.
Keymer is one because Wei, who is winning here, is on 1.5. So he'll reach 2.5. And then we have Nguyen, who is on 1.5.
And Giri is on
Anish
2.
is on 2. He most likely, if this ends in draw, it will also be 2.5. And Ediz and Navara have already drawn. So actually, even a draw most likely would mean they would keep a 1 point lead unless Vincent wins.
Correct. Absolutely.
But yeah, Vincent winning is not an unlikely scenario.
the way he is played in this event, I don't think that it's unlikely at all.
Yeah.
He's really fighting very hard in this event to try and keep imbalances, and already there's no need for him to do anything in this position because his next few moves are automatic.
Which is
Rook-
to double the rooks.
Double the rooks and try to sacrifice and mate. It's the game plan is simple now.
Right. Okay. By the way, guys, Wei
has
has just taken on c3, threatening c2, making a queen. How do you even stop it? Do you go knight e3 to control this square?
It's hard to even find moves because knight e3 also runs into knight d2, and then not only is your f1 rook hanging, but I also have bishop b3 coming. I also have knight f3 check incoming. All of black's pieces are suddenly attacking, and I think this is over. Bishop b3.
Maybe this might be not the most accurate. Bishop
But
b3.
bishop b3 just
is
wins
just
on the
over.
spot. Wins, yeah, and just capture the rook on d1. It's finito.
Okay, so Wei. By the way, where are both the players? I think Wei made his move and left, and Sam is now coming back to the board.
Yeah, there he is.
Harshit, this thing which Wei has just managed to pull off after 2 losses in first 3 rounds to win 2 games back to back is very tough. What
It's
he has
very
done.
tough, but it kind of shows the player he is. I mean, he's the #1 rated player in this event for a reason, and it took him a few rounds to get in the groove. But I think now he's finally able to find his form, and
Yeah.
the players he's going to play next should really be very
Yeah,
careful because he can be very, very
I would be
dangerous.
very happy if I had already played him. You know, like when he was not in form. Because also he's managed to do this in his, not just this tournament, but in his career. You know, he was the youngest ever to cross 2,700. Everyone, like he was just 15 when he did that. Everyone was looking at him as like the future world champion. But then he slowed down. Maybe he was doing his education. And then now, when everyone thought, where is Wei? He comes back and is top 10 in the world. So, you know, he made a comeback there in his career as well.
Definitely, but I don't remember Wei winning like a super event. And I think that
Well,
he's...
Tata Steel, yeah? He was
Sorry?
2024 champion in Tata Steel.
Oh, he was 20.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
He
forgot
won
about
he won the
correct.
Tata
So
Steel.
that was a very big win. So I guess that, yeah, that's definitely going to change my...
And in general, like, his accuracy is amazing.
yes.
So he just needs to kind of reach the world championship match. As we had discussed. It's tough for him to win candidates and stuff because there you have to take more risk. But I think he's already like a really world-class player. Like where he can fight in
I
in
mean,
a
what
match.
is his rating? 2751 or something?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, already top 10 or top 15. China #1 ahead
Yeah,
of
yeah,
Ding
yeah.
Liren as well.
Oh, for
so
sure.
Obviously has a great future. DC3, and I think this game should end soon, right? Like,
Yeah. This
maybe we wouldn't be surprised if Sam resigns because C2 is coming, Knight C5 is coming.
Correct.
And even though actually he's even up a pawn right now, so no, he's not. The material is equal, but the queen and the knight, everything is just not coordinated.
By the way, we have a viewer in the chat, Donald Metzger, who says that I have played against Liem in an online game 3+0, which I never play, that being too fast for an old man. But Liem played fantastically. And by the way, guys, you should know that Liem is a former World Blitz champion. So he's too good.
And he's a speed machine. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, his intuition, his calculation is very good. And I don't think you should be too upset about losing to him.
And he's been kind of carrying the Vietnamese flag for years now, being the top player in his country for maybe,
For
I
sure,
don't know, like
yeah.
2 decades almost.
There was this one player from Vietnam who was from my age group, Nguyen and Koi. He was so strong, and he was like
He
25,
became the
50.
world junior champion also. Asian junior, sorry.
I mean, he was so strong. I always thought that he's like one of the strongest talents from
Yeah.
Asia. And obviously, like I've played against like many of these like youth players, like Firuja, Nodirbeks, and everyone.
Oh, really?
I mean, like in my age group, obviously. But Ankoi was someone who I thought there is really a big talent, but I think he did not pursue chess that seriously. But he's still around like 25, 70, 80.
Yeah, yeah.
But definitely someone I thought has a bigger potential.
Who could be in the world's top
Yeah.
20 or so. Yeah. Rahul Ghoshal says, he sent a super chat saying, we got this. I don't know what it means. Maybe you understand this. Sena
Yeah, it's
heel
the-
turn before Sagar Shah heel turn.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, for the first time, I think the reference is unclear to us, guys. Maybe chat will explain it to us. But right now, the move that happened was bishop f7. Just placing the bishop there.
And also Liam made a move after that. He played knight to g2.
Oh no, he took, by the way, first.
He took on
Bishop
g5.
takes, f takes, and knight g2.
So Liam is completely going into a positional mode right now. He wants to go knight e3 and be like, okay.
He's saying like retreat.
No, I mean like
to his
you have
troops.
2 bishops. Your bishop on d6 is like a big pawn. And after knight e3, let's say, I don't know, like king f8, knight e3, I'd never want to take on c4 because knight takes c4 and white has a complete domination.
What happened there, Harshit bhai? In 2 moves, everything changed.
No. I mean, I'm just.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, I'm just saying like this is the possibility.
It's
so
possible, yeah.
actually, Vincent has to do something now.
Yeah, he has to find a good plan now, actually. Maybe you are right. Maybe it's still the right time to double, yeah? Rook b6, and if knight e3, simply go rook b8. Maybe that's a good way to play this position to try and push
But
some
still,
pressure.
rook c2. How do you break through? It doesn't feel so easy.
It's not. It's definitely not.
There is something here at this moment. Something which might be more than just, or maybe it's not something very concrete.
Yeah.
Or maybe just putting the pawn on c6 so that when he takes cb5.
I was thinking about this, actually. c6 is definitely an idea. Like, let's say, even now, for instance, it's definitely possible so that cb5, you can respond with c takes b5 controlling the c4 square. By the way, e5 played by Shankland in this position, and black just goes back queen e7, still having the same threats of knight c5 and pawn to c2. So I don't know what
Yeah, there's
Shankland's
nothing
idea
much.
was. Yeah.
Nothing much going to change here.
Oh, by the way, you were right in Giri's game. He goes for c4.
Guys,
This line
excitement.
happened actually. g3, knight e4, c4, and black goes queen d7.
I'm actually thinking here there's something that is going to happen in this game. It also has to do a bit with the tournament situation for Anish. I think if this was like he was on +1 or 2, he would have agreed to a draw. It's just that he hasn't won a single game, that he wants to do something.
Yeah, I'm going to side with Nguyen in this game. I think that he's.
And what? Side as in?
I mean, I don't think he's going to lose.
He's going to be in trouble.
Yeah. I actually, if I prefer someone, it's actually black in this position, to be honest.
Really?
Because I see that.
I also feel Anish, I don't know if he, the thing
he
about
played queen
Anish is
d3. Yeah.
that he's such a objective player that even when he starts to take risks sometimes, midway through the risk taking, he doesn't believe that he should be doing that.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. He's super objective with his play.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't see him taking big risks. Because it's a very strategical. I mean, taking on d5 is going to be a big strategical mistake.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
queen takes d5 and suddenly black is going to be much better. So now after a move like knight d6, how can white ever have chances to get an advantage? Like,
Only if I can push c5.
only if you can push c5, which also obviously comes with big risks, right? Like bc5, dc5, knight b7, and your pawn on c5 is weak. I also have this majority. I can even just come back knight e4, I guess.
Yeah.
And I just have a fantastic position. So I think that queen d7, if black really wants to pull the brakes, he can just go knight d6, and
Which I think he will.
I think so. Yeah, I think knight
it
d6.
seems the most logical move here. And let's see what Anish comes up with in this moment. And meanwhile, look at what has happened. Oh my god. Action on the Praggnanandhaa versus Aravindh board. He did take the pawn, which we thought was maybe a bit risky.
Really? And now rook b8, knight c5, rook b2. Suddenly, knight c6, h4.
And Aravindh is like, White King, I am coming at you with my rook and knight to launch a mating net.
Yeah, and if rook d5, knight e3 perhaps, threatening the rook on d5, also rook takes g2, rook g3. Maybe potentially black has some chances. I'm very curious after h4. Can we just check if black is slightly better?
I think it's roundabout even right now. But,
But
yeah,
black has I mean,
it's a complex game now because Pragg is a pawn up. But Aravindh is attacking a2 pawn. He's also threatening to come in with the knight. The game has become exciting.
definitely.
Now it's not a draw. It could end in a draw, but it's not like
I completely agree. Like
a threefold repetition is not happening.
it's not solid anymore. I mean, the pawn on d5 is hanging. There are a lot of, tactics in this position. It's all about calculation. Like rook d5, you have to calculate knight e3, for example. And then you can go rook g5, of course, but then I suppose that black wants rook b1 is possible. You can
King
just
f2.
capture the pawn. Knight f5 is also an idea to try and trap the rook on g5.
Wow. Okay, let's go back. Rook d5. Is the knight e3 the only move? Can I try to checkmate you somehow with my knight and rook? Create a mating net?
I don't think so, because the problem is that after rook b1 check, I obviously won't go to h2 and be your best friend, but I will go to f2 and my king is running away. So
Yeah.
I think that black needs to go for this knight e3, rook g5, and I suspect a move like king g7 might not be bad at all.
With the idea of f6.
Exactly.
Ooh.
So that the rook on g5 doesn't have any square on this diagonal, and then the g2 pawn is hanging. So Aravindh is always so dynamic.
Yeah.
He loves.
No, but this time it's Pragg who decided to take this pawn. No, like Pragg could have been like, okay, I understand, Aravindh, you're coming here, I'll draw the game. But Pragg was like, let's fight, I'll take the pawn.
Yeah, but which is a bit risky, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because it allows black's rook on the 7th rank. But okay, I don't think that Pragg is risking a lot in this position.
Maybe not, but at least it's very
Maybe-
sharp.
Do you think knight b4 is a good move?
With the idea of taking on d5 with the knight.
Yeah.
And I want to somehow think of a way to create play for black. What would be the way? Knight g3?
Oh, he made a move, by the way.
What did he do?
a4.
Oh, he played a4, which was the best move according to the engine, perhaps.
Wow.
a4. Chetan, thank you for your super chat. a4. And now what?
I mean, we can go knight g3, obviously.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Because
I like my
rook
knight.
d5, knight e2 check, right? And either capture the f4 pawn or capture the c3 pawn. So,
But king f1,
okay, and
knight c3.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to capture c3 or f4, because
Yeah,
knight f4
because
is also
knight
tempting.
f4 is a race now.
It's a race, so
And I don't know if race is good or playing knight takes c3,
it's the
rook
safe
a5.
option. Yeah, rook d8, king g7, d5.
Yeah.
This is also some sort of a race,
Yes,
actually.
this is a one-sided race somehow. No, d pawn is
No,
going and black has nothing.
I think I can go rook d2, d6, and knight e4, and he's... Oh, not knight e4.
Push. Somehow, I don't know if Pragg feels that he is the one who's going to get chances here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Can we just go back to the live board and see what will Aravindh do here?
King f6 here, perhaps. When?
Maybe some other position.
What do you guys think? Will it be a win or a draw?
Yeah, maybe a good question here. We were like, oh, this is a draw for like 2.5 hours, 3 hours. Suddenly now we're like, oh my god, what just happened? All hell broke loose. But still, okay, the bar is like, don't
The
worry,
bar
guys.
is like it's still completely drawn. Why are you
Yeah.
guys screaming? Yeah, it's completely drawn.
but I don't think the bar gives the accurate picture here.
Yeah,
I
because
mean, it gives the objective picture.
that's true, because there's a lot of things for both sides to calculate, and obviously the engine can calculate everything very quickly, but humanly, for example, the last position where the white pawn was just going, yeah, d5, d6, d7 can happen. Also with a4, white is ready to go a5, a6, so a lot of things for both players to calculate.
By the way, very quickly going to Wei versus Shankland game.
Knight
Here,
d6.
knight d6 is played to block the queen's path. But what about c2?
I don't think that anyone has an answer to that. I think
Yeah,
this
it's
is
over.
just over.
I think Wei will just play c2 and the game will end there. Meanwhile, Vincent took this kind of steps to
He
keep
played
the
c6.
flex. Yeah.
Oh, wow. All of this happened, right?
He played first bishop f8, then knight came to e1, not to e3. He
Because
didn't
knight
play.
e3, c6, and then where does it go?
So he went here. But where is
C6.
it going here?
c6, rook c2. That's so passive.
And then what next? Rook d8. Now this pawn is under a bit of pressure.
King c1. What?
what is Leko Liem's strategy here?
Does he wait? Does he want to go king d2?
No.
King e3, king
Harshit
f3.
bhai. No, please.
What?
This is not happening. Always you want to go for king walks.
Okay, I have to be obviously careful about b takes c4, but like my king on c1, like if I could put my king on g2, white is very happy, right?
Yes, maybe, but maybe not. Even then he's unhappy. Because the b2 pawn will be weak. No?
Yeah.
Somehow this rook on g3, it's like, I feel the white pieces were given a beautiful dream. That,
Okay,
you
very
know,
curious how this will pan out.
like at this point they were all said, there's a beautiful dream of us checkmating the black king. Let's all come together. And everyone was like, yes, we will do it. So the rook came up to g3, knight jumped in, then the other rook jumped in. And then at some point, black just came here and then was told, sorry, the dream is not happening. And then everyone was
Mom
like,
came to wake you up at 6 a.m. instead. Yeah, stop dreaming.
and suddenly everyone is confused. Like, what did we do? Like, why are we standing here where we are?
And rook c2, rook d8, and it's really unclear what white's pieces are doing. The rook on c2, queen on e2, knight on e1. Really don't know what they're doing, but
Yeah.
white is trying to hold. I mean,
Yeah, just sit and just wait now.
wait for black. So the question now is, does black have a winning breakthrough, or will white just be able to be passive but hold the game?
I think there must be a good idea. For
Yeah, I
that.
mean, for example, already, I see some tactical ideas connected with like BC, let's say, in a scenario where bc4, dc4, rook b4 has happened, and now already rook takes c4 is right. Like a3 is a bad move because rook takes c4. This is a check, so I can't do this. Yeah,
Ooh.
just to show that
You
bishop
want
c4,
king
queen
on-
c4. This is a check, but otherwise queen d1 would have been
Nice.
made. But
That's a
this,
good
of course,
point.
doesn't work right now. So still a lot of tactical ideas possible, but white is trying to hold.
Yeah. And I think Liem has good chances to do that. But also Vincent has excellent chances to keep playing, although the time is also a bit of a factor. 12
Okay.
moves to make.
What do you think now black should do?
My feeling is first double on the B file. Although I don't know after that.
I think for every time I ask you what black should do, you're like double, but that double is never happening. Yeah.
No, it'll happen. But also the D pawn is under attack, but it's defended.
I think it might be time. It might be time to go bishop d6, bishop c7, bishop a5.
Oh.
Rerouting
Seriously?
your bishop
Oh,
to
nice
a5.
one. Nice one.
It's possible.
Nice. I thought you were saying it's time to take a break. Wow, that's a great idea, Harshit bhai. Amazing.
of taking a break
No,
or
no, no, no.
bishop
Bishop
D6?
D6. But it's also very tough for him because he went bishop f8.
Yeah.
And now suddenly you are like, change the plan.
Well, because C6, after going C6, we do have this idea of rerouting our bishop from F8.
Yeah. By the way, Pepsi Cola sends a super chat. Sagar, Harshit, you both are incredibly fun to watch. Peter's a gem as well. Thank you for your analysis and enthusiasm. Guys, all those who have missed today, Peter Leko
Yeah.
coming here, you should definitely go and watch some of his insights.
It
They
was
were incredible insights.
And look at the move. Bishop
No.
D6 played.
No way. Wow. I think Harshit bhai, you deserve definite compliments for thinking of this plan.
I mean, I was thinking of what my worst piece is in this position. My bishop is doing amazingly well on F7 because it's putting pressure on this pawn. This rook is eyeing on this file.
Yeah.
The queen and the rook are doing amazing
Yeah.
on the D file. The only piece of mine which could be improved is the bishop on F8.
And the king on G8. Thank God you didn't go for a king walk. But yeah, this is a great... And if you are able to chop off that knight on E1, then the D3 pawn becomes
It's not
weak.
also not about chopping. It's just about having the threat of chopping it off.
Yes.
That's going to be very, very decisive.
And I think last thing that white wants to do is give up his knight, right? For the bishop here.
Yeah.
That would be not ideal. But okay, maybe he might think, oh my god, this bishop is coming here and I must take it. So let's see what Quang Liem does. Meanwhile, here no move by Wei. Why not?
Why not? I mean, he's just making sure if he has any other options.
Wei doesn't
but-
want to win material, yeah? He doesn't. He's like, I want to make my opponent resign with equal material on the board.
And maybe that's why knight d2 might be something he's planning on doing. Trying to go bishop b3 next.
But
and-
no winning material.
But
yeah?
okay, at some point I have to. Yeah, I mean...
I mean, C2 is just straightforward to make a queen here. But he's thinking. here.
Yeah. Also, by the way, some moves in Giri... Oh, Giri's game has already ended in a draw.
Oh, draw.
Yeah, draw.
What is
That game is a draw. Sorry, Sagar, but I knew you had a lot of ambitions. G3, H4, King G2, but
he did it. He did all of that, but he was not. He didn't believe in his heart.
but
Yeah, I
I think the
understand. There
position
nothing
was
much.
super solid. and,
Nothing much to
But a
do.
good result for Nguyen because
Yeah.
White tried to go for this unorthodox knight f3, e3, b3 stuff, but he was able to dissolve that idea very, very effectively.
Oh my God! Way he pushes the pawn finally.
Yeah, he
C2.
goes c2
Nice.
and maybe he's like, it's time to finally
Yeah.
get some material.
Time to now.
Time to munch.
Yeah, get an exchange. Maybe he'll even win a rook,
Rook
there.
e1 played,
Rook e1.
and I guess knight d2 now is
Knight d2
calling, yeah?
or c1. I think c1 is selling it too cheap. No, the position.
Actually, yeah, I don't want to go either knight d2 or c1 because I don't want to give my pawn like for pawn and knight. Maybe queen g. What is there any other way? Queen c7 perhaps after rook d1. Maybe the most accurate. Yeah,
Which
c2
one?
rook
Which
d1,
one? Which move?
c2
Yeah, c2 rook d1.
and queen c7. And now I'm planning to go c1 and also after knight b5 I can very happily capture rook takes b5 and
Maybe bishop c4.
and now you can just have fun, right? Like now you can try to find all the ideas, bishop c4, c1, okay,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. No, this will win. Okay, so then maybe the most exciting game, of course, are two Vincent Keymer versus Quang Liem.
So by the way, just to update, 2 draws so far.
2 draws.
Navara and Gurel, Ediz Gurel was a draw, and Anish and Nguyen, both these games ended in a draw. Shankland's game, I think, even though has not ended, we know
Wei
the
will
result.
win.
Wei is gonna win for sure.
And Vincent versus Quang Liem. Vincent is pressing.
Can we quickly check Divya's game actually?
And just this one, a6 move
Yeah.
and then go there.
A6. So protecting, of course, the pawn that was hanging. And if rook d5, he still has this idea of going knight e3. So Aravindh still seems to have everything under control, although
This I really loved this idea of yours. King
G7.
G7 with the idea of F6 trapping the rook here.
Yeah.
Wow. That's so beautiful.
and now white is up 2 pawns as it currently stands, but black just has excellent pieces, which gives him
No,
a
just
great
this
compensation.
h4 pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
It locks everything down. Beautiful. It's like a clamp here. So I'm actually waiting for what Pragg will do, because Pragg will be thinking of the best way to put pressure on his opponent here a bit more. And we go to the challengers now and see
Do we have
what's
any results here? I'm very curious.
in challengers.
Yeah.
So
Bjerre was a draw.
yeah, that Bjerre versus Makun ended in a draw. And yeah, Divya is being pushed to the limit here by Marc, Andria, Maurizzi. It's so uncomfortable. You know, I actually can relate to a little bit what is happening with Divya, because when I was around 2450 and I would face 2600 rated opponents, they would always outplay me somehow, you know, many of the games. And there was this phase, I think, and then I quit chess after that. But I think Divya will sort of go over that phase and become stronger. And I think this is this phase where she's kind of struggling in these positions against these 2600 players.
Yeah, and which makes me wonder if she should change the strategy, because so far she has always gone into this IQP positions, which is known to give white a position where he can play for 2 results.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it has some credibility to go into, let's say, a position like King's Indian
Wild
defense.
games, like,
Wild
which
games.
is her style.
Exactly. And okay, even though you lose, you are at least happy that, okay, you know, I was attacking
Yeah.
and okay, my opponent like played well, but I lost. But like here, I kind of feel that like you're just like so passive, and at least my personality is like the one where I always like to, you know, play dynamic.
But it's not just you. I know for a fact that Divya loves to play aggressive chess.
I think
and
so.
I think it's just this fact that you come to a super tournament, you have prepared hard for it, maybe you've worked on certain openings, and when they are not working, you go back to what has worked for you as a child.
Exactly.
You know?
And
as
like
a youngster.
Okay, so what, my opponent is 2600.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she should stick to what she does best. Just go attack and keep pressing.
Yeah.
I think just go King's Indian, go Nimzo, just play. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that, and maybe. But let's see if she manages to hold
Yeah,
this.
of course.
If she doesn't,
By the way,
then
don't forget that knight f5, you would never want to go king
let's ask
g6.
our viewers here. White
Actually-
to play. How do you put more pressure on these pawns here on the
I think
queen
even
side?
you fell for my trap.
Oh no!
Sorry,
no,
Sagar
no,
bhai.
no, I know that you wanted to no, there is 97. I think everyone wanted to checkmate here, but our chat is very.
That is tricky.
They
Yeah.
are like, see a check, give a check.
Yeah. 97
win the
check
rook.
and win the rook on
And
c8.
of course, rook h1 doesn't work because of knight g8, right?
But it's a very important concept that with your knight on f5 and rook on h1, this rook h6 is a mating idea. So
Yeah.
even though the material is equal, the black king is the reason why white is actually much better, along with the pawn on d5, which is isolated.
Right. By the way, guys, Finek versus Salgado game. If you get time, watch this. I think it's a classic game. Here,
It's a chaotic game.
it's an amazing game.
Oh my god, knight f6.
You know, this we were here when we left, and we were saying that will Finek take the pawn? He said no, I don't want to. So Salgado said, well, then I'm coming in, and he just put the knight, and he was like, take it if you want to. I'll just get my g pawn in,
And queen h5.
Knight went back. Queen h5, threatening mate in 1. Takes.
Take.
Pawn takes. Now gives up the bishop. Queen g5.
Knight d5.
Knight d5 played.
I-
Could he not play knight e4?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, why would to not exchange the queens?
Yeah, this was, I think, the best way.
Yeah,
But
and also
instead-
very logical because you're exchanging the queens, which obviously should be your priority because your king on h8 is opened up.
Yeah.
So whenever your king is opened up, you ideally would love to exchange queens, which is one of the best attackers.
Well, he traded here, but I think maybe this move by Salgado is beautiful. Bishop
Absolutely.
g5.
And now the dark squares are so weak. Black is really missing the bishop on f8 right now. Knight f6 next, and even though it's an end game, I think Salgado keeps his winning chances alive.
Yeah. No, this is tough for Finek, and we have Stalmach, who seems to be.
On a stroll with his king.
Oh, no, Stamatis is on a stroll, and Stalmach maybe is trying to win this pawn on c5. Opponent is attacking f2. It's a mess here.
It's a big mess, and you always have to consider rook takes d4 sacrifices, and I think this is, even though it's equal, any result can happen there.
Right. Okay. Going now to the game
What is happening here?
the crazy stuff.
What?
So h4 was played. Pragg pushed a4. Aravindh saved his pawn a6. Then knight came back to b4. I think you were saying about this move to
Yes.
take this pawn. He took on d4 because if you take here, then this is a draw.
Yes, because rook d5, rook a4. Yep.
So he went back now attacking the knight and the rook.
But rook d2 now?
Or check.
I think rook d2 is the simplest, yeah? And cd4, rook takes d3, and okay, this game is... If this happens, look, Pragg is looking away. I think he knows that...
No, but this is pawn up, no?
Sorry?
Pawn up position for Pragg. Can try a bit.
Yeah, he can try, obviously. But the problem is that, let's say after... what's the best way to illustrate it? Maybe rook d2 is the best way to illustrate it. Because now your king is completely tied down to the pawn on g2. And
Let's say rook. Then if rook d6.
And rook d6, king e7, rook
Take.
takes a6, rook takes d4. Because of this pawn on h4, your f4 pawn is also hanging, and we are going to reach a drawn
But can
endgame.
we go back to this position with knight d3?
Yes.
Because is rook coming here the only move? Oh,
Oh, wow.
we have perhaps a guest joining us here. And maybe in a couple of minutes, yeah? But first, just to end this, if rook d2
If rook d2, so cd4, rook d3.
or rook b1, either of the two might be possible.
Yeah. Knight e2 check is also possible, right?
Yeah.
No, knight e2 check loses to king f2. Or no? Still you have rook d2, I guess. And somehow black is holding on. But, okay, you don't need to make it so complicated. I think rook d2,
Should be fine.
cd4, rook d3,
And
rook d5, and rook d2 is easy equality. By the way, can you just check what's happening in Wei's game? Like, it seems like now after rook
He took
c1...
the material.
No, he did not. The material is equal.
What? How? I was always waiting for him to at least gain an exchange.
But he goes knight
Oh,
c8.
he's like, I will not take your material.
I'll
ready
give
to
you material, yeah.
I'm ready to give you. Take. Rook c1 finally because it was queening.
Yeah,
So
takes.
take.
And I guess his idea is queen d8, yeah? Very cute concept that rook c2, there is queen d1, and otherwise black is threatening queen d2. If you stop queen d2, then you will allow me to go queen d1.
Wow.
And I think
that's
this
beautiful.
might have been how the game ended.
But
So
let's
maybe
see.
can we do some abracadabra again?
We can. We'll wait for a minute here because there is rook c1, and I think as you rightly pointed out, this might be the move here. Queen d8. We'll see how this ends. But an incredible game.
Incredible
by
game
Black.
by Wei. Like coming back in this fashion with the black pieces is never easy. And I think after yesterday, we are looking at a new Wei. You know, like
Yeah.
he was. Now I think he's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 more games to go. And by the way, we have Vincent versus Quang Liem here.
Oh, but this
And
game.
you were talking about this bishop being rerouted to a5 from here, and Quang Liem said, "I'm just trading it off.
Yeah, but
Take.
knight f3, giving up the d3 pawn, but e5 is hanging, so rook b7, and now Liem is thinking. But this happened in Wei's game, by the way. Queen d8 has happened, and I think we are expecting resignation now as queen d2 and queen d1 both are on black's
Very difficult
radar.
to meet.
Yeah.
Very difficult to meet.
So can we? Yes, we have that camera in front of us.
Oh yes, we can. No, the Wei game.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yeah, I think both players know it, yeah. Yeah, Queen D2, Queen D1 is coming, and I expect Shankland to put
May-
out his hand.
Maybe there is Bishop E4.
Well, Bishop E4, Rook
Attacking.
C4 is there, and then you lose the
Right.
Bishop on
Right.
E4. So no way.
Yeah, no way there. And maybe we can take a...
Yeah, we
We
can
can-
keep
we can
this
keep this screen.
and we'll be
Yeah, and just you might not be able to hear us for a bit, but we'll be back in a minute.
yeah.
And we have resignation in the game of Wei and Shankland there, as we have Wei joining us here.
Congrats, Wei. Great game.
Yeah, beautiful game here. I think it was an amazing game that you showed. That maybe we can have a look at this game and get your thoughts. But firstly, what a tournament for you, starting off with 2 losses in first 3 rounds, then 2 wins. It's not common for you, yeah, like this.
Yes, especially I played. The result was solid for me in the Wakante, and but in this tournament I started with 2 losses after 3 rounds. Yeah, of course I felt very disappointed after this, but I had to continue to play and fight for the win.
One thing that I notice always, even when you lose, you're always analyzing and you have a very positive kind of, you're never looking very sad or something like that.
Okay, of course I felt bad, but I think I need to know where I went wrong. Yeah, that's why I analyzed the position with my opponents. Yes.
And yesterday was a great game by you. I think he made an opening error. You came back. Did that give you like the confidence that you needed?
Yeah, I think that was the important game for sure.
Let's look at today's game. This line, were you surprised that your opponent played the same opening that Praggnanandhaa played a few days ago against Nguyen?
Yes, it's it was a surprise. I mean, my opponent played G3 online in Nimzo, India, and yes, and yeah, I didn't prepare this before the game, but okay, I analyzed some lines before this tournament. Yes.
So you didn't go back bishop e7, which is more like the computer recommended line.
Yes, and I think my opponent will mainly analyze the position after bishop e7.
So you decided to take to surprise him,
Yeah, and
kind of to get him out of his prep.
yes, and it looks like it's a more solid line, maybe. Yes.
Bishop g5, c5, e4, and came the beautiful moment. Was this over the board, or you knew this idea?
I knew this idea, I think, but okay. Yes, I tried to remember the lines. Yes, and I think here maybe c takes d4 is also possible, but okay, so
e5,
e5 is the right move. Okay.
and then I think here his reaction was not great.
Yes,
What should he have done here with white?
maybe white can choose this
Queen.
in 95. Maybe it's equal. Yes, but I'm not so sure.
When he
Yeah.
played queen a4, did you feel you are better now?
Yes, but he played queen a4 very quickly. But because I spent some time to calculate this after e5, I think black should be at least better. So I was surprised of this move, and yeah, I think after bishop knight b3, black had a big advantage. Yeah.
Take us through your mindset in this position, because I was like, okay, free rook, take it. I mean, free exchange. But you found the best move, bishop e6. It's the best. It's the top computer choice.
Yeah, I spent a long time to calculate it here, and yeah, my first idea was, of course, this move. But then I found maybe I have no very good ways to continue to play, because after, for example, take bishop e6, white has a strong center, pawn center, and very good compensation for the sacrifice. I think, yes, that's why I decided to continue to calculate, and finally I found this move, because yeah, I can take this first, but maybe some a difference because I saw here maybe white can take the pawn, and if I take the rook, he maybe have e5, and okay, he maybe he had some
Knight d6.
compensation after this.
That's
Yes.
crazy. Bishop b3, queen b4, and then
Yeah, and if knight b3, then d5.
oh wow.
Even white maybe can be better, because the knight and the bishop is so strong.
Wow.
Yes. But then I found maybe I can play this first, because now if he take, okay, I can take the rook, and if e5, then I have queen f5. The point is, after this I have queen d3, and
C3 is
take
really
and then take c3, then d4.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, and that's why I played bishop e6. Yes.
Wow, that was amazing. And somehow you just did not grab any material here and found this again beautiful move.
B5.
Epic, because I saw after this I will have a very strong passed pawn. Yes.
Queen b5, rook b8.
Yeah.
And here you could go knight c5, but you didn't want the material, yeah?
On knight c5, I think maybe queen a7, and I can take the rook, but
Yes,
then
e5, yeah?
yeah, then e5 is possible. For example, rook takes f1, and yeah, if take then e5, then white will have a chance to hold. Yeah.
Wow. So then you played here, sorry.
Yeah.
D takes C3.
Yes, here I spent some time to calculate this, but maybe it's not good. Maybe it will give white some chance to hold, because after e5 he can play bishop e4 and try to defend the pawn.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but I think after d takes c3, maybe it's just.
I think it's very important, yes, that you didn't give your opponent any practical chances, because it's if you get some chances, it suddenly he can come back. Yeah.
Yes, I think in the winning position, maybe you should play without any risk. I mean, you should not give your opponent a very good counterplay. Yes.
It's very nice. Point.
Sometimes people get little impatient to win material, but you were very calm. You were not in a hurry. You also found this Muruk C8.
Maybe before you take the piece, you should give it.
Yeah,
First,
it like my grandfather had told me when I started a business that before you earn, you must spend. Maybe
Maybe it's
similar,
the same.
yeah? So,
The Rook f8 was like the icing on the cake, yeah, and then
Yeah. I think it's simply, I mean, simpler choice maybe.
simple.
Yes, because white, he need to give the strong d6 knight. Yeah.
and again a nice move here.
Yes, here because white can't play bishop e4. Yeah, because
rook
of
c4.
the rook c4. Yeah.
Can we show it?
Yes, I think rook c4 here, and if bishop f3, then maybe the best is queen c3, and here if white play queen f4, I can play g5.
Oh wow.
Yes, because if queen d2 here, he can still play
Fight.
after. Yes, so after this, I think the bishop
King
has a
g2?
big. Yeah, if king g2, I think I can take the bishop, and the queen d3. Okay, white can't play this because of g5, and but king g2, I have
Oh
bishop
wow.
d5.
So clean.
Yeah, and if this, then queen f5, and after this, it's just finish.
That was incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
So you were having fun with all your analysis. You were calculating some fun lines, yeah.
Yes, but maybe it's the most powerful line.
Most powerful line.
Yeah.
Most important,
Yeah.
This was a brilliant win. Just like there are many viewers who are watching this and also many youngsters, and your calculations are so amazing. Is there any tip you have for them to improve their calculation? Is that something that helped you when you were improving?
I think maybe you need to, if you want to improve your calculation, maybe you need solve more maybe puzzles, and yes, I think maybe.
Anywhere, like any book or something that you liked, or you did it just online, or how was
No.
it?
I think I read some tactics books. Maybe yes, that's maybe useful for the youngsters. Maybe.
Like, are there these books which are very famous in the world of chess that is read? Because many times there are some books, like I don't know what you read. Do you remember anything?
I remember when I in childhood maybe a tactic book with the. I can't remember the name of the book, but it has a big knight in the.
On the cover.
Yes. Okay.
Like the informant or something like that. Yeah, this one.
Yes, maybe.
Something.
But, yes.
Okay, very interesting. And it has like 3,000 positions or something.
Yes.
Many.
Yes.
Okay, like also very curious, like because I have, like of course, like I saw you a lot, like in the years 2015, 16, 17, and now like are you studying or are you doing chess full time? What is your situation now?
Yes, I think now chess is the most important part of my life, and I spent I spend my time on chess mainly. Yes.
Wonderful. And what would be your aim for this year, 2025? Of course, for this tournament now, 4 rounds left. You have 50% score. It's you have made a comeback. So it's a good place to be now for the last 4 rounds. But this year,
I don't think I have a good start of the 2025 because of in my country I played so many draw games, and in this tournament I started with 2 lost, but okay, I still wanted to maybe try to fight for the maybe candidates, and yes, but of course it's not very easy.
Not easy, but there are many chances. Yeah, there's World Cup, Grand Swiss circuit.
Yes,
Waiting,
I think I will try.
Yes.
Yes.
And because we are meeting you like for the first time after the match, were you involved in the World Championship match in any way? In the World Championship match, were you involved in helping team
No.
or something?
No, I
No?
just watched the
Ah,
games
you
and
just
enjoyed them. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, this is amazing. It's been a pleasure following your games yesterday and today. And any plans for the rest day tomorrow? Is this your first time in Prague? Have you been here before?
No, it's my first time in Prague and even in Czech. Because,
wow.
Sorry, not really, but because I went to Czech once.
For Extraliga or?
Yes, 17 years ago.
Oh,
Okay. Yes.
17 years ago.
for
When I was
tournament?
You
9.
must be. Oh,
Yes. Yeah, for tournament.
Oh,
yes.
wow.
And yeah, for tomorrow maybe I need more rest because I calculated
Too
too much, and I need some power.
Yeah.
Yes.
and do you like to go out and take rest, like do some, or do you prefer to be in the room and just take rest? Like, what is your way of relaxing?
I think I will go outside and walk around because I think it's a very beautiful city,
Yes.
and I need to take my time to
Yeah.
walk around. To
Wonderful.
enjoy, yes.
Thank you, Vei, for
Yes, thanks a lot
coming
for
here.
joining, yeah.
And we enjoyed your analysis and all the conversations, and wish you good luck. We'll be following your games very closely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on the other side of the break, we'll look at the game between Aravindh and Pragg and Keymer and Leko Liem and take you to the finish line.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympiad, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
Welcome back, guys, and we are in the final moments of the game between Aravindh Chithambaram and Praggnanandhaa here. White has an extra pawn, Harshit Bhai, but looks unlikely that he would be able to convert this.
Yeah, I think we are heading towards some sort of a draw. White is up a pawn right now, but the king on h4 is completely cut because of the rook on g2. And perhaps black could go something like king g7, follow it up with f5, f4. And once these pawns are exchanged, of course, we know that the a or the h pawn is a well-known draw.
So, in a way, black has to. Is there any way in which white can pose problems to black? Or you think that's impossible?
Well, unless black makes a very, very big mistake, I don't think that white has any clear chances. Because
Like, what if I start to push my pawn all the way to not a7 but a6 and then try to get my but you will keep me cut off.
exactly. And also, if black does not have the f7 pawn,
Yeah.
even without the f7 pawn, quite often this position with white having 2 extra pawns is a draw. So having this f7 pawn, I think, gives a quite big drawing margin for black.
Yeah. I remember that if the pawn rook is on a8 and the pawn is on a7, then having the h pawn is a
also,
draw.
is draw. Also having a g pawn is a draw.
Yeah. But here it's still a little bit further away, so I can push my pawn here, keep the space open for my king to enter a7. And I guess Pragg will try a bit.
Yeah, I
but
mean, he'll definitely try, but I think it's clear that this game I mean, let's say king g7 now.
Yeah.
And if a5, I will push f5. I mean,
Nothing much will happen.
Yeah.
So let's go to this very exciting time pressure scenario in Vincent versus Leko Liem.
And Vincent just won a pawn?
Yeah, so king d1, queen d7, f3 was played. He just blocked the
yeah, because
path.
the g4 pawn was hanging. Queen d7 was a very smart move by Vincent.
And then
just
he
capture the
took
pawn.
the pawn, takes, rook takes.
And he's winning, yeah?
And somehow, we were talking about how should black break through. But it turned out to be not so difficult for black to break through.
Yeah, and now rook f d7 is coming. Black is having this 4 versus 3 majority on the queen side, and I think this should be enough for Vincent to convert this game right now.
Can we not win back the pawn with dc? Oh, a2 will hang.
Yeah, if cb5, cb5, rook c5, I think black can start with rook f d7.
Yeah,
put
bring
pressure
the
on
rook back.
Yeah, and now if you go rook
Rook
g2,
c2.
then f3 pawn can be hanging. And if you go rook c2, then bishop takes a2, follow with bishop b3 or even b4, b3.
Wow. Okay. Somehow Leko Liem went wrong, or it just was very bad position? I think it was just...
I think it was a very tough position for Leko Liem to defend, and Vincent actually is showing great understanding of the position, even though he doesn't have so much experience in it, as Peter said. I think Peter should be very happy today.
Peter will be proud. And he was like, today I will, he will share his insights about this with Vincent. But he said, I hope that he is in a good mood, that there's a good result. And I don't have to share when he has lost it.
Exactly.
And I think he will be able to do that when when Vincent has won the game. So that's such a nice feeling, no? You won the game, and then you get to learn something.
Yeah, it's the best scenario you can hope for. I mean, with the black pieces, he just had a tough game yesterday, but again, with the black pieces, if he wins, he's going to be on +1.
Yeah.
Very good chances to get a podium finish in this event.
No, I mean, Vincent is like a street fighter here, he's just fighting every game.
Every round,
He's coming in and saying, okay, let's fight now. I am not here for solidity.
So rook d3 and less than 3 minutes for Liem right now. For 5 moves, he makes the move king to e2.
Yeah.
And I expect Vincent to go rook d7, right? Rook d7 should be
Rook d7, very
what
likely.
Vincent does.
Yeah. Vincent has 3 minutes on the clock. Liem has 2 minutes 52 seconds. And look at Vincent there calculating very, very intensely there. Yeah, it seems like rook d7 is the move. Meanwhile, Pragg, Aravindh has just put his rook behind the a pawn, and Pragg has pushed a5.
So I guess king g7 now.
But do you want the king to come out like here?
Oh, you want, but
I was just thinking, maybe could this become something to worry about? Not really. I mean, if I can get like this pawn here, then you will have to be a little careful.
Yeah. But
Too many moves.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you can even start checking, push the king away,
And now
and
rook
then
H2.
just attack
and
this
win the
pawn.
pawn. Yeah.
And in worst case, if you can even run your king away here,
We can
and you can sack the pawn, and then your f pawn will net the rook.
exactly.
Something like that.
No, I think we should stick with Vincent's game right now.
Okay.
He has less than 2 minutes on the clock. He's up a pawn and has a technically one position, but still needs to do some work.
Yeah.
And also maybe Divya's game could be interesting. I don't know what's happening her because she was under big pressure against Marc, Andria, Maurizzi.
Maybe if when we reach move,
Move
40,
40
we can shift there. We are on move 36.
Yeah. He's still thinking. He doesn't. Maybe he doesn't.
Do you think
want
he's
to go rook
thinking
F7.
about exchange sack on d2?
I don't
much.
think so because
much.
you're just up a pawn. Why should you give up material? Yeah. No reason to give up material.
Yeah. No, it's not an ideal thing to do. But maybe he's worried about something here. Let's look at it. Rook d7. I don't know. CB. Now you can't even take the pawn here as your knight is hanging. So also you can't move the knight because pawn is hanging. No, why is he not playing this move? Oh, what? He took bishop c4. And oh my god. He took a very strange decision. Very strange decision. What? What? I can't believe it. It's
Yeah, that's-
equal now.
Yeah, I'm very surprised he gave up a bishop and went to a rook pawn endgame actually.
What the? I mean,
Yeah, that's super surprising.
okay, there is something that he didn't like here. I don't know what.
Yeah, I mean, I thought rook f7 is an automatic move.
Maybe he didn't like this, that he thought he might not be able to break through here, this position.
But there's no. But that doesn't mean you go into a rook pawn endgame.
Yeah, I'm not sure, yeah. Like, this is what, and now maybe rook c2 back.
Yeah,
Because threatening here. Or do you take rook c5?
but there's also rook g2.
Rook g2, what? Check. King f1. Take, check.
King g3.
King g3, take on b2, take on c5.
No, take on a4. I thought
Take on a4.
maybe.
Draw now.
3 minutes for Liem. I think even Liem is a bit surprised by that decision. But I mean, that will be a huge turnaround for the tournament standings because we were expecting
Yeah.
Vincent to be on +1.
Yeah, we were very, very much like he would win this, but this moment where he thought a lot and then he took here. By the way, just so that we just switched on the lines of the engine for a bit, and of course rook f d7 was the best move. Second best was rook d4, but rook f d7 and then b3, and here perhaps Vincent thought a bit, and the engines prefer now the move even
I mean, the thing is like
even b4 might be okay.
I mean, we just need the light squared bishop because it's dominating the knight on d2. I have very, very surprising decision, and I think it's a bad decision by Vincent to capture the pawn on c4 and trade the minor piece because now in the rook endgame gives white very good drawing chances.
Peter Leko must be unhappy right now. Yeah, he would be like looking at this game, being very proud of how Vincent has played, and all of a sudden this decision, and I think we are closer to a draw than a black win now.
Yeah.
By the way, just to give you a small update on the leaders game, King G7 played and Pragg goes Rook A8. You can see from their body language that they both think that it's not, there's nothing here, but still. And Aravindh has 30 seconds left, but after the time turns 0, he
There's
will get 30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah. So what, king f6 now or what?
Yeah. Even king f6 is nice. Maybe f5 is not so stupid.
Yeah.
King g5, rook f2 perhaps. I don't know.
I think maybe king g6 and then
King
maybe-
g6 or king f6 might be better, yeah.
and then you also threaten rook a4 check to bring the king back to g3.
True. Okay, going back to the Vincent game now, we have rook d7 and Liem
30
down
seconds.
to 30 seconds. Yeah, he has to decide, no, Harshit, between taking these pawns or coming back and defending. I
Yes.
think it's a tough choice.
Yeah, and 20 seconds. Okay, he's under some pressure now on the clock and he's shaking his head.
Yeah, he's not. Maybe he's going to play your move, rook g2.
He plays it.
Oh!
Wow.
Nice job there. Rook g2 on the board.
Yeah, just trying to prevent the invasion on the 7th rank, and Vincent is thinking right now rook d1 potentially could be an idea. But no, then just rook c2 back. No, I think Vincent has lost his advantage now.
Yeah, this is a nice move. And we looked at this line, which was take, give a check. I preferred maybe coming back, but maybe you, as you said, king g3 also not so bad. And now take this.
Yeah.
And then come here.
And this should be king f7, rook a6 maybe, or rook c4 makes more sense. Yeah, king f7, rook c4, rook a2, rook c5, and this should be
Attacking here and here.
Oh, by the way, king g6, a6 played in Prague's game.
Pragg is playing quickly. a6. And by the way, move a3 by Vincent.
Wow.
He's like, I'm going to double your pawns. But I take, right?
Mm-hmm. Rook a3. And then he was threatening rook d3, I guess. Oh, by the way, it's the last move that white needs to make. 40th move and 10 seconds almost.
No, but he has to take, right?
I mean,
What else?
he should take, but he
Yeah.
hasn't taken yet. Oh, he takes.
Takes,
Okay, rook
takes.
a3. And
now,
they reach 40th
now
move.
30 minutes is a very welcome thing for
Yeah,
white.
for sure. But black is still slightly better, but I think that with the time control reached, it gives white excellent drawing chances. Before, obviously, instead of bc4, black was in driver's seat, but now I think Liem should be more optimistic about his chances.
But again, maybe you have to be a bit precise.
Yeah, so right now rook a2 and rook d1 is a big threat, so I guess rook f2.
Oh, what a move.
And if rook a2, king f1, and then this should be...
And then c5 is hanging. So rook f2,
Yeah, king f2.
king f2, and although black is 2 pawns up, there is no way to cling on to. Maybe you can do rook d6, rook c5, rook e6, and then try to bring your king as black to d6.
Yeah, but then your g7 pawn is weak, right? So it's...
Rook a5, rook a7.
Yeah, exactly. So this... And also your e5 pawn actually is a weakness because these pawns are doubled.
Right.
So f5 played, by the way, in Prague's game.
Can we just, I think couple of moves happened here. Rook a8,
King g6,
king g6, a6,
Rook a4,
check, king came back, f5.
And yeah.
Check and go back.
Sorry?
h4 he played here. So rook g4 check.
Yeah,
King.
rook g4 check.
Oh,
is
wait.
possible.
Rook g4 check, king f3. Yeah, you have to be careful.
Why? What's the problem? Rook h4, rook a4 back.
Yeah, no, if you take on h4,
Yeah,
a7.
yeah, that would be rook g4 check, king f3, rook h4 would be a big blunder because a7, and after rook a4, it's super important that your king is on g7 or h7 because now there's rook to g8 check followed up with pawn to queen, and that's winning. Of course, Aravindh will never allow that.
So we have reached move 40, and as promised, we should check challengers games.
Yes, sure.
Because there might be some action. Ooh. And Divya
Divya is actually
Deshmukh
holding herself quite well.
has made a comeback, which is amazing.
Yeah, she was much worse.
We left it here where she was in big trouble.
She went passive with knight g8. But after
Knight
knight d4, the king was finally able to come out from g7, and I think after b4, knight e7, stopping knight f5 check. And after rook b1, wow, look at this next move by Divya, pawn to b5.
Beautiful.
I think this is what Marc probably underestimated, because rook b8, rook b6, and in the live position after knight g6, coming
This,
to e5.
I can tell you, this is very impressive what she has managed to achieve.
Absolutely. Maybe knight f8, knight e6 also is
Yeah.
what.
If she holds here, it's really amazing. It'll be a huge boost to her confidence as well.
Yeah, and she's on only -1, which means that with one more win, she's going to come back to 50%, which would be very, very solid in this tournament.
And look at this, Harshit Bhai. Here we see how Salgado against Finek has a winning position because of this amazing kind of
Configuration, yeah.
group of pieces together, where you will give a check, kind of move the king out, and then I think queen your g pawn, something like that.
Yeah. Also, the black king is going to have a lot of mate. I think a very nice idea could be to go rook d6 and then go f6 as well. And then it also could be an idea to put the black king in a mating net. Rook d6, g6 also could be a potential idea. So I think Ivan Salgado is going to win this game. Seems like Divya is on the verge of drawing her game.
Yeah.
And Pragg, just to finish here, first of all, it seems like Nemec is actually doing a great job of holding against Nodirbek,
Top
because
seed.
the king is slightly weak. The pawn on f4 also looks, actually maybe even black is slightly preferable in this position.
Yeah.
Makun's game was a draw. We saw that. And the final game of Richard Stalmach versus Stamatis, white is up a pawn. But I think that with these pawns being doubled, it
Black
should
is very active.
end in a draw. So now, jumping back to the Masters section, I think Pragg and Aravindh's game is going to finish very, very soon now.
So we had a few more moves. After king g7, h5.
Black is just waiting.
King h7.
King g7, king e3, and he'll just
is-
wait king h7, king d3. And I
He's
guess,
bringing his king.
yeah, but the point is king g7, king c3, f4, king b3, not f3, because I don't think f3 works, but perhaps just rook a5.
f3, king takes rook, f2.
Yeah, that doesn't work, because in this position, instead
Let's ask our viewers. There might be something important. Oh.
yeah. You were just saying, oh, or did you find the move?
Yeah, I found it. Guys, white to play. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Well done.
h6, forcing the black
Madhesh
king
Kumar
to...
also found it in the
Yeah,
chat.
Madhuri found it as well, Matti found it. Forcing the black king to make a decision of either leaving the f8 square or allowing the h pawn to promote. And I think after king h6, king f4, f2, rook f8, white is completely winning.
Yeah.
So
h6 is deflection.
h6, yeah.
Actually, yeah.
So after king d3, I suspect f4, king c3, f3, king b3, and simply just rook a1. And whenever white king goes to b2, you will go to a5, and you're just also f2 was there. So yeah, this game is going to end soon, I think.
Yes. Good fight, yeah, between the two players.
Yeah, but it never felt like anyone was in real trouble. It was always very, very solid.
Oh, and we have a guest joining us. Do we? Wow, that's amazing. Guys, we'll take a very, very quick break. And on the other side is a guest. You can guess who it would be. Very special.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympia, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, What if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
It's good engine.
Welcome back, everyone, and we have Anish with us. Hello, Anish.
Hi. I'm okay. I was just unemployed after the game, so I was.
Also, tomorrow being the rest day is a
Yeah.
little bit of time because it's
Yeah.
such an intense event. Every day round ends, you have to prepare for the next one.
round,
Yeah, exactly. And okay, I was getting very frustrated because I remember like because I didn't play classical chess for like much last year, but I remember now all the issues of classical chess from when I used to play it a lot. Like there's sometimes you are losing all the games. Okay, so it's there. Sometimes you have this like frustration sort of building. As you are like not getting any chances day after day, and like I just give all these flashbacks how it used to be sometimes. You have all kinds of. Sometimes you have nice tournaments, like sometimes I can say you win all the games and it's all great. But yeah, sometimes. But it's good now, rest day, and I have 4 very interesting games coming up, so I'm looking forward for sure.
Yeah, and while we are talking, the game between the leaders has just ended in a draw with smiles. They fought, but
yeah, it was
Anish,
interesting. Because okay, I knew that they are not they're from generation that doesn't anymore prearrange draws. Yeah,
yeah,
it's not happening. But I knew that was not going to happen. But the opening was so drawish, like that. I thought, like, is it happening? Cannot be, no? And then I realized that they're just playing that position.
I think Pragg wanted to not give Aravindh any tactical chances.
Exactly, because Prague, yeah, but okay, I understand. He also probably Aravindh is playing some more funky things in Berlin, and he surprised him with Berlin. And then Prague thought, okay, let me try this calm position. But that's the trick, you pretend to be tactical like Aravindh, and then you make easy draw in Berlin. He's pretending that he's tactical.
Yeah,
He's actually very happy to make draw in Quang Berlin. Also, when you're 27-40, you're not tactical. I mean, you're just good. Tactical is my son, He's tactical. But these guys are good.
That's a great result for him, no? Drawing with black against Prague.
Yeah.
I mean,
At this point, he's almost even status with him, in
Yeah,
terms of rating. So for him, it's like normal, maybe.
true.
He's playing very well, yeah.
But Anish, today we had Peter Leko here, and he was mentioning the kind of insights where playing Nguyen with the white pieces is not easy because he's so solid in all aspects. So your opening choice was very understandable. You went for something offbeat, and even there perhaps he had some of his own preparation, and then you were trying a lot to kind of get him out, but it was very tough. Was this the kind of storyline?
Yeah, although these days everybody is randomly generating their opening ideas. So like sometimes you play e4, sometimes d4, sometimes c4, sometimes this. So it's like it all comes a bit random because you have to do that. If you only play like, you can play only one thing as well, of course, but that has some disadvantages too. So. But okay, it's difficult if you play different things. Like I played this one. It's not my main opening, of course. It is a Hikaru's, but I think I still know more about this than Hikaru because I think he just plays it without studying. He just plays it on experience. But I was looking at all kinds of things, and of course, Black has already many good established systems, many. So I had to be ready for that. Plus, I knew, of course, that there are so many systems here that are not known. But like, you can't imagine. Like I think. You could make a move like knight h6, bishop b2, knight f5. I think you are more or less equal.
Wow.
I mean, you can do whatever you want if you actually want. Yeah, I mean, you can like anything you want. I can make a5 and it's still equal position. I mean, the bar will just go down because later you anyway put bishop f5. So you can make any move if you want. But he did this interesting order. Yeah, I looked a bit at this order,
And c4 or
Um,
usually white goes c4 or first
no,
bishop?
c4. Yeah, you can do c4. Then knight 6 is one line. Another line is d4.
Mhm.
There is some subtleties here. Like d4 is sort of a caller system with c5 already there, so it's different. There's some different ideas possible. And if you go knight c6 first, there might be bishop b5, some kind of nimzo. So e6 was. I realized that he wants bishop b2 knight c6, which is something I didn't really look at before the game. And I understood that, okay, if I go now d4, it's different. And he mentioned that he wanted some setup like that. Setup that I looked at g6 setup, but with knight on f6 only. So I realized it's maybe clever. Also, I thought this, and then I realized maybe he wants to go here. And I played this with black, tempo down. But, you know, I played this line, like, but I don't know, or this, or maybe some other move. But, okay, the whole game I was struggling with the same problem, you know. I'm having a tempo up position on a theoretical position that I know, but the tempo sometimes only gives you more comfortable equality, sometimes advantage.
Correct.
And without a computer, you cannot tell. Like, how can you know, like, which line? Like, let's say we have this nimzo, yeah? So I know that with black, this, hang on, knight c6.
After knight c6, if white tries to go like like if you really want to get a game g3, you can just get worse, yeah?
Well, you go g3 when black goes a6 first.
Ah, okay.
Can we have Vincent's video there?
Yeah, bishop b5, knight e7. Yeah, no, I was thinking 95 is because I know that oh, you see, so that's the funny thing. So this line is kind of better for white.
How can be better for black?
Yeah, but so I have an extra tempo on that line,
Yeah.
and I'm still worse.
Yeah, how?
Yeah, this
Even you have the bishop pair. Like,
yeah, but d4 is coming. No, so it's funny. Actually, I equalized this line, tempo down, and but now with extra tempo, I'm still only equalizing. So it's kind of funny. But later it was really even more hilarious. I went d4. I think it was very clever to do this without bishop b2 because now in any Karlsbad, bishop is better here, more flexible. So it was extremely clever, and I was surprised he relieved that he was not prepped. I was really happy here. This move queen a5, it's yeah, that's what I mean. Like, white setup is so harmless that black can even make this dumbest move. That I mean, this is so
but you
stupid.
have a nice opening edge, no? Like this is
Yeah,
what you want to play for.
I thought I'm much better just.
Yeah.
But no, I was looking for big advantage. So funny thing with what I got in the game. So we got this position, and this is a line I play with black, the Semislav, where I have 2 extra tempi.
Yeah.
Because he went, he's black and not white, and he
queen a5.
queen a5.
Oh my
So I have 2 extra tempi, and okay, DC, yeah, and then I thought e5, c4.
C4 is an incredible resource.
No, but it's typical, of course. It's also the thing in the other line. It's typical. Yeah, and CD. Yeah, that's typical. And if now, but now I go c4, no?
And this is very nice.
Yeah.
Yes, you have an extra tempo, yeah.
I didn't think it's so much, but
Like knight c4. And then you have like 2 nice bishops there. Queen e2.
well, he needs still to finish development
Yeah.
with the bishop. That's the only
Yeah.
issue. Yeah, but this is clearly very nice for me. I'm probably having some knight. Yeah, I need to see if I have something concrete.
Mm.
But also, yeah, bishop b1, queen c2, all kinds of ideas. Yeah, I should have gone somewhere dc. So I was. The funny thing is, I was considering dc a lot here. And it took me quite a while to realize that provoking, yeah, queen a5 he mentioned. I didn't even see that. I thought queen b6. But getting the right, losing the right for castling just doesn't matter much because you go g6, king g7. I thought I can still do something in the meantime, but I can't. So I went castle, and here I also wanted to go dc. Was trying to understand. So queen c5, b4 maybe, but then he has queen d6. And I d2 e5, and the queen on d6 is suddenly good, better than on c7 because he trades me on d1 after e4. Just takes everything, and I thought actually, yeah, I thought it's equal, but maybe I'm better. Yeah, I thought this was equal during the game, so I didn't go here. Yeah, and I was thinking here, I went queen e2 because I didn't realize it's gonna go cd, and I was expecting b6, rook c1, and it's kind of funny because this line. Yeah, this is like a line I know with, again, 2 extra tempi. So it's very nice to have 2 extra tempi because there is, for example, such idea knight c e5. With the colors reversed, even tempo down, this equalizes. And now I knew that, okay, I must have like an epic version. So I was looking forward to these kind of
But
things.
CD is a very nice move by
Yeah,
him.
it was very strong.
Instead of queen e2, is c4 like was c4 your in your consideration?
Well, so I can always get this position, but I think
and your
it's.
tempo up or
I have also the
Yeah,
queen on
yeah.
7 is misplaced, but I couldn't see how to utilize it. And in general, these positions they are sort of equalish. Like you can't generate much, but the computer has actually some. Yeah, he's saying that you can try to use the pin. But what if, let's say, can I move out of the pin? Let's see. Not so simple. He moves out of the pin with queen f4. CD knight before, yeah.
Wow.
but that's a bit tough, yeah.
Yeah, but also it's nice. It's using the bishop left c1. Yeah, it's weird stuff. No, I think that I knew that somewhere I should go dc, and I was thinking that okay, I will do it later. But actually, yeah, I somehow first of all I missed c4, but because it's actually it's kind of a typical idea.
Yeah, I think this is the moment where you could have really
Yeah.
posed him with problems.
Yeah, and he went this move a5, which was quite clever. Was I reacted with a4, and after b6, now I didn't see anymore how to proceed because now even the c4 ideas, he will stick a knight here on b4. And I had one idea that I was excited about, to go knight b1, but then I was wondering, so what if he just meets knight a3 with knight a7, and I couldn't understand why my knight is on a3, what I'm doing, and I thought, okay, I'll bring the knight also to e4. I didn't really, but later we were looking. Actually, maybe I should still
And
do
then
this.
f3, g4 and stuff, or what?
Well, I thought, how can you do f3 g4 with these pieces here? But he also has very bad ones. We both have set of bad pieces. Actually, it's interesting. We could see the position like we both have this set of bad pieces, and then look at the rest of the board. Yeah. But I didn't like it because I thought whenever I go f4, he'll stick a knight on e4. So I didn't understand what I'm. But maybe f3 first, then
f3, maybe slowly.
I didn't believe in my position,
Wow.
but
Actually,
bishop a3
this
was a
happened
mistake.
in the game also. That in the end you were like playing this move g3 and all, and I thought, okay, this some ambition here because, here g3, and I thought you were still trying a bit.
I
Or
just
was
didn't
it?
see what. Yeah, I started to get hopes because he was dropping low on time suddenly, but I didn't see like. Also, if he goes 96, I didn't see what do I want.
Yeah. That's what also Harshit mentioned here. Actually,
What
there
do I
was
want? No, I
nothing
didn't want
much to do.
nothing.
Yeah, actually, I thought that if you overpress, like only your structure has like some strategical problems, right?
Yeah, although even just to go here is just equal. I mean, I have isolated pawn, but here cannot. He has no pieces left, so this will be just equal. So I'm not worse, but I'm also. I don't think I'm better. I could have still done this. Yeah, interesting that this engine gives white some plus. I didn't evaluate it as such at all. Also, maybe he has some ideas. Yeah, like this rook e8, bishop a3. Yeah, I was also not sure because knight b1 of course feels very odd. Takes e5, and also I was wondering even sometimes maybe some sort of a pawn sack, like maybe not here, maybe here. Sometimes somewhere it was an idea. It was an idea with rook on e1. There is some idea like take knight b4, and then bishop f3.
Oh wow.
And then you don't have queen f3.
Structure is
Yeah,
spoiled.
structure is spoiled. Yeah.
And white in general doesn't like to go knight like rook e1 knight f1 ideas in this position, or like rook e1 knight f1 knight g3 or knight f1 knight e3. Is that
Yeah, I was wondering about the same. Yeah, I was not sure. I mean, here you have knight e4 again.
But let's say knight g3.
Maybe f5.
F5. Yeah.
I think very much so. Yeah, I think if you get f5, then
Yeah,
it's
it's very
yeah. So you maybe would like. Okay, let's see if you do get knight on g3. Is that a big deal? Yeah, the engine not sure because sometimes you also want to cover the square with g3, and also knight on d2. It looks a little bit towards the other side of the board, and while you also block the g pawn, so it's hard to say if it's an improvement of the position. But of course, sometimes it makes sense. It was just very hard to understand here. Yeah, I was too pessimistic here. I didn't think I have anything actually. But okay, what was I thinking? If I played this opening, should have been optimistic, I guess.
Yeah, but it just shows how tough it is to kind of play for a win here when against a player like Nguyen who is so well prepared.
Well, okay, he's also very strong.
Yeah.
It's not just preparation. That's the
No,
thing.
he's
That
very good.
people are misunderstanding when everybody says about preparation. This not memorization. Like they don't understand. Like, okay, you have to be extremely strong, and then memorization is a problem.
Sure.
Because of course, I mean, he was out of book, yeah, but move 5, but he just played a very interesting game. I mean, he played I'm not sure we played well, but okay, he played some ideas, CD, A5, some different moves, and yeah, I probably didn't play very well today either. But okay, I have still 4 challenging games to go.
And also, just taking you through this one important moment in this game where Vincent was putting so much pressure on his opponent.
He's not making a
Here.
single draw so far.
We
No
couldn't
draws.
believe this actually.
And
this
we
decision.
thought like rook f d7, he's pawn up, bishop is well placed, and suddenly he takes this and then take.
No,
Can you
but
explain this
yeah,
decision?
I think I can. I think he probably thought b3.
Yeah, b3, and then it's not like you.
No,
Like-
but you bring the g3 rook to the other side of the board. I mean, what does black do? Like
I guess maybe b4, rook d4, rook a7, something.
if you go b4, then your king has no entry square ever, yeah. So it's a very committal. Like you have at least a plan now to bring the king to b4 via a5, yeah. Like at least. I mean, if you go b4, then it's very likely to be a fortress. Okay, you have actually an idea to go g6 and then take, and then h5 and then take.
Yeah, maybe.
Ah.
There
Okay,
are
so you have
actually
some
quite
ideas.
some because you're pawn up. At the
Yeah.
end of the
Okay. The nice thing about this pawn is that this pawn is there, and this pawn is covering this
Yeah.
square and also protecting this pawn. So it helps a bit. But let's say if you go before, it doesn't look like it's.
And do I have like something concrete with b4 rook c3?
Yeah, you might. I mean, I'll probably bring this one back.
And now I'm not in time to go rook c3, of course, because
Takes and maybe one, yeah, or not.
yeah, I thought that it looks a bit passive, like AB rook b8, but you might still be in time with knight c3 to somehow hold, like knight c3, rook b3, rook c1,
c4 falls, yeah.
and yeah, try to hold that.
King
I mean, I can
d3,
even,
no?
I can even,
King
yeah, I can
d3.
even give the and then run with rook a1, yeah. Try
Uh-huh.
activate.
Yeah.
Well, I think what he did is basically he kind of opened the position, right? Like he went into a pawn up rook endgame. Plus, he
I
might
guess
have
this rook
underestimated
g2
this.
is a nice move.
Yeah, he must have seen it because otherwise this is a problem. But he must have underestimated it a little bit.
I think maybe was it the only
No,
move?
I think he just is better here also, right? So he's just thinking that he's better everywhere. This is one of the ways to play.
But this will end in a draw most.
Rook a1, yeah, I was thinking about it. Still some chances because rook a1, your rook is stuck. Your rook is stuck. Maybe you have
I
rook
have rook
f1.
f1.
Yeah, rook f1. I'll take.
And rook c1,
Yeah, or rook c1. But I guess you're not threatening, so I can bring the.
king f7.
Am I in time? I'm not
And
in
just
time. I need to
take
go passive.
King a3, rook a6.
Yeah, I need to go passive, and if I bring the king and activate the rook again, some chances. Yeah,
Mhm.
but you probably will go here.
He'll go to to attack g7. Correct.
Yeah, these are also weak a bit. So
Yeah.
it must be drawish, of course. I think he was not. I think he didn't realize that. Okay, I don't know also how much this better this is, but okay, b3. This computer says bc now. bc.
And just rook.
Yeah, I think this king f7 g6 thing, he missed it. I think he sort of missed it altogether. That it's a big
Then
thing.
you can break from the other side.
Exactly, because it looks like it's locked, but it's an illusion of being locked. It's not really locked.
Right.
Okay, still, yeah, and then you're putting pressure here, and then you're putting pressure also. Computer is going. Rook a3, knight b1, rook a2 is one cheaper
nice.
to
Oh, nice.
and that allows you to go rook d3.
Nice.
Also not obvious, maybe also missed. Yeah, that's probably what he missed. That's what he missed.
But
He
also, is it necessary to can you go knight c4 here?
Then
Or
the
is it-
b3
Then bishop
hanging.
c4, rook a3,
Bishop c4, bc.
and then rook a3, and you're very much stuck. Very passive.
Wow.
But I think that's what he missed with black. Like he maybe saw king f7, g6, he thought rook h3 and wait. And he thought, what do I do? And actually this idea of bc, rook a3, you must see that knight b1, you have rook a2. And then you realize that, okay, then I actually maybe enter. So it's all quite difficult. And it's anyway, computer only does it, you see, does it right away, he says nothing. He does it with combination with king h7, g6. So it's all not so simple. break.
all ideas combined.
Yeah, yeah.
And with being on 40th move, maybe he had no time to work.
But he had also a rook d4 option, computer says, yeah?
Yeah.
You just taking on c4 somehow felt like you could always do it, yeah? Like that's a decision you can make after move.
Well, not after b3, bc, right? It was the only moment.
true.
This was the only moment where you force a trade of a bishop for a knight.
Correct.
he didn't want maybe to keep the bishop against the knight,
Mhm.
close position. It's a kind of a dumb bishop in a way, you could think, but it's actually really not. It's targeting here, and it's also after g6, h5, it's also going to do a great job here, so
Mhm.
it's a good bishop apparently. But yeah, it's all not so. I think he also might have overestimated this, maybe he missed, he probably thought rook c2 back actually, simply, I imagine. Probably didn't see rook g2, and
Yeah,
maybe
rook
then
g2.
he had some other intentions, yeah.
But Anish, this tournament is kind of becoming very combative for a few players, especially Vincent almost
Vincent
having
is
4
crazy.
decisive games, and also Wei having 2 losses, 2 wins.
Yeah.
Crazy how he, being so solid, is also like
Yeah, no, I think Wei was like he lost first two games,
Yeah.
right? And then he had no choice but to he wanted 50%, you know? So he had no choice but to come back. He basically still being solid. It's
Yeah.
just that is the way to be solid when you're down.
maybe now that he's on 50%, he will,
No,
or
but
maybe
no, but
he
also
ga-
today to be
today
fair, of
he
course
played well.
he played an amazing game, but of course he's not trying to win like from the start or something. He was playing his opening, and then Shankland played. I mean, you always have to give credit in such games. No, you always give credit, of course, to the player who won, but you have to always realize that, and it happened also. I mean, it happens a lot. Like you have to realize that White created the game, White generated the game, that then Wei won. Like White could
think-
also be solid.
I think Shankland is generating games in all the games that he's playing here. He's come here with a fighting attitude.
Yeah, and I think most people try to do that. Some do better than others.
Yeah.
But you have to do that nowadays. If you otherwise, why to play chess? You know, if you
Mm.
don't want to generate anything, then you can play other games than chess. They pay better. So if you want to play chess, then play chess. But I mean, that's what I mean. Like Wei, of course, is the great man of the day, let's say. But Shankland played this crazy line that Pragg played, took a lot of risk.
It takes 2 to tango, as they say.
For sure. Yeah. It was definitely tango, but in the end, Wei used the opportunities that he got, I guess. If
And here he just e5 was a very
prep, I
nice
guess, yeah?
idea.
Yeah, he knew it, he said.
Yeah, there's some Vichy type. You know, like Vichy used to do such kind of things, like back at his.
I've never seen this idea actually. It's
It reminds me of some English, some games of. There's this English line. Okay, doesn't even look like this, but I have some recollection of Vichy Anand playing this kind of positions.
And then this
You know
very
the-
beautiful move, which we were amazed, is bishop e6. Like,
Wow,
very
you
nice.
don't take the free
Not
rook?
taking the rook.
Bishop
It's
e6 was the
bishop
best
e6.
actually. It was he explained how like if CD bishop e6 then f4 is coming. That's what he was analyzing.
Bishop e6.
Yeah.
Wow, but already why so desperate? Why was White so desperate? Why
Yeah.
can't you play here some normal move? Like
Yeah, knight
You
e5. Yeah.
It's kind of equalish.
I think
Queen a4 so ambitious, yeah. So aggressive. Yeah, I guess he was probably assuming. Of course, you assume the guy takes your rook. Yeah, I mean you're left it hanging, or at least. By the way, if I take the pawn,
yeah, also like knight c4, b5, e5 or
but
something. Some crazy.
barely equalizing with White.
Yeah.
Right? Oh,
Yeah.
White already playing. Oh, he was trying to equalize already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
e5
difficult.
kind of nasty. Yeah, because after 95, I guess g5 is
Yeah.
suddenly.
How
Yeah,
is
some
this
sort of
equal
prep.
actually? Knight e5, g5. How is that
Maybe
equal?
queen c1, queen h6. I don't know.
Hmm.
Bishop g5, f4, or something like that. I don't know. But it of course, you don't know. You could also be
Yeah,
lost. And if DE, you have a funny way to unpin. You just
Take and
the
knight.
9 take. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of funny unpinning.
e5 was a brilliant
Yeah.
move, I think.
It's
that
prep, yeah, for
yeah.
sure. I mean, it must be.
No, he said it's prep. He was
Ah,
just
yeah.
recollecting it during the game. because
Yeah, I
he-
mean, you also kind of like take knight a5. You get there. So take knight a5 is what is his choice, right? Because bishop e7 is main line, so he's preparing this. Now the pin is sort of the most critical thing you can do,
Mhm.
because also knight b3 threatens the bishop. So you go bishop g5. Now apparently h6 g5 doesn't work, yeah, because knight g5. So then you go c5. Of course e4 is coming, so you threatening e5.
And
h6
now, yeah,
and
you,
now okay,
you just
yeah,
correct.
so this sort of thing,
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
it had to be there in
Yeah.
the position. So I assume that it was, yeah, but it's there. It's remarkable, yeah, very
Yeah.
interesting.
Fantastic
What
game.
is the this d5?
D5,
d5,
then
bishop g4 we thought is a good move.
Mhm.
And then just force matter.
And what is the best one here?
I think bishop f6, d takes e5 was like,
Mm.
and then
But yeah, this of course you have when you have these two pawns and they're not supported by the f pawn and the knight is in front. It looks a bit stupid all.
Mm.
26, rook
It's a little bit
e8, I
dumb.
think.
Yeah, such you're also afraid to be worse with white, of course.
Yeah.
But you're not, yeah. But you're afraid to be worse. Yeah, very cool prep by VE.
But also after that, like he just actually.
Yeah, but this looks so. I mean, this looks very good. Yeah. Okay, the FC bishop 6 is incredible to decision. Yeah. Such a cool decision to allow rook d1.
Yeah, fantastic play by Wei today. And I think he's going to be someone who will be trying to, I think, with 50% now, has the momentum going. He'll be one to watch out for.
Yeah, I guess it just you can't force things here. I mean, all players are very strong, so you can't just go to game and be like, okay, today I win.
True.
But he is such a great player that he usually ends up winning some games here and there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Also, Anish, here, how is it for you in Prague? Actually, you said it's your first time, no?
Yeah, so tomorrow we have some.
Walk through the city.
Yeah, so you're joining that? or?
Yes.
Yeah, of
Will
course.
you come?
Yeah.
Yeah.
thought it's a
I
great-
haven't left the hotel yet.
Really?
Yes.
But what do you eat?
In here.
You eat the buffet.
Yeah.
Okay. I
You?
thought I also, but I thought you eat. I would think you go some
Actually,
Indian. Is there some Indian?
No. Yeah, there must be. Tomorrow we can explore.
Yeah, we should definitely go some
Yeah.
Indian place.
Yes.
But not too spicy. Yeah, Sagar as usual.
No, we'll find some good. But you also must be inside the hotel only because here food is there. Playing
no,
hall
the
is
thing
here, room is here.
No, but okay, I do effort to come out because I know that if you want, you can be in hotel the whole time.
So you go for walks and
Yeah.
all.
No, you have. I mean, I have to because
Physical fitness.
that, and you need to have some fresh air. I mean, also with my games, if you if you don't go out, you go nuts. I mean, if you look at my games.
No, but you had your family here.
That's yeah. You mean exactly exactly. I mean, you have to go out, no? No. But it's they're actually really. They never before were so. I've been a few times with my family, but this time, like, we had such a good setup in the hotel
Yeah.
that I really could fully
on
focus
chess.
on chess. And no, the results of that are not visible, but I really could. And no, it was really great that they were
No,
here.
also like we had such a wonderful time with Sopiko. She was here 3 days. She commentated and it was great fun. And then on the last day, like yesterday, Danny joined.
Yeah,
in
that
the
was so cool.
commentary.
Because after I finished my game early, I thought that okay, they're leaving tomorrow, so maybe because he was here, but he didn't get to see the playing hall, and I thought okay, maybe I'll take him to the playing hall, maybe to the commentary. But actually, my wife already did take care of things as usual. So it was good.
And I can tell you this: I have spotted many talents in chess, but Danny is actually a commentary genius. He does very good commentary.
Yeah, all these watching the broadcast is
Yeah.
paying off.
Like I asked him, what do you think will happen today in Anish's game? And he said, very likely that he will draw. But I was like, what is he saying? And then he said, because he has the black pieces and with black he is very solid. And like, I was like, what? He's just 8. How can you say this?
Being brainwashed from early age. No, but it's
Also with
it's
Wei,
true.
when he was asked, he's like, Wei is taking a lot of time. He comes under time
Okay,
pressure.
that was actually insane when
Yeah.
he said that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Because he's watching a lot of games. He probably saw some games of Wei. Yeah, he's watching games actually.
I
But
would
you know,
love
it's,
to
it's a
commentate
great
with him.
hobby. It's a great hobby for him, and I started to also understand more like the chess programs and like apps and the websites because like I saw him as like the customer they're building it for. Because I always thought like, why do you have this? Why do you have that? What are all these stupid features? Like for what is it? And then when he's using all these things, and I understood like that's why there are the bots. That's why there are like all these colors and all these exclams and all this nonsense. It's actually because people actually like it. And also chess is really good because you have because he likes to watch that numbers, results, like there's so many numbers actually here. Like there is the clock, there's the eval engine number, there is the score points, there are the ratings. Like the whole chess broadcast is filled with numbers. So if you like numbers, you just like enjoy yourself. Yeah, like really, really great. And yeah, he was from early age into like following tournaments,
Yeah,
and looking at all these numbers.
He's always following and he has so much interest and he's watching it and I think he has gathered a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he doesn't do a lot of chess, and also we always, because he sometimes like once a week or once in a month he wants to become a chess player, and then he sometimes he wants to become like a great player, and I'm like, yeah, great, but of course great. So
Only once a month.
no, but like yes, I mean it's of course, but he knows that it's on. You know, you have to do a lot of chess. He doesn't do that much, but he likes a little bit here and there.
Yeah.
And yeah, when we watch also broadcasts together. I mean, I also like to put on TV, you know, some
Yes, yes,
broadcasts.
yes.
And yeah,
It's actually paying off, I think. He has a
Yeah,
lot of
it's-
knowledge.
it's also I guess helpful for his English because he doesn't, you know, we never taught him any English, so
Yeah.
it's nice that he learned some.
And he's now speaking very fluently. Actually.
Yeah, in his own way, and it's kind of fun to see. Yeah, I'm glad he enjoyed also because he also has sometimes a tendency to like. He can say something. Probably he has it in genetics. He can say something which he regrets afterwards. You know. I think it's like or something like which is like way over very awkward. You know. It must be genetic.
Yesterday, actually, Harshit said something which he regretted. He said Danny
Oh.
is a great commentator. Maybe went on his dad. And Sopika was sitting there and she was like, what?
No, but I was very quick, yeah, to correct myself.
Yeah, no,
but
but that's why like I told him also because he told me before like that. Oh, I want to do commentary. Okay, I didn't know he will do, but I just said that. Yeah, you know. But then don't do like one of those things you do. Sometimes that you say some nonsense. He's like, yeah, I'll not say nonsense. Yeah. And then some point during dinner he told me such nonsense, and I'm like, Danny, that's the kind of thing you shouldn't tell in commentary. And then he was like, yeah, I know, but I told it to you. So, so you know, trying to somehow, yeah. But it worked out. I think okay. So I'm glad.
Amazing. Anish, thank you for joining us. And also, we hope that you will join us again. And tomorrow is a rest day. Also, just for everyone to know that you will be coming to India, as Sopiko also mentioned, for Vidit's wedding.
Yeah. Also,
It's
also World Cup. Yeah.
The World Cup is later,
Yeah,
but Vidit's wedding is the
True.
huge event that's
True.
happening
It's
in
probably
April.
gonna be like more followed than the
then the World Cup, yeah.
the World Cup. Yeah. Well, the winner is already known though, so it's not the same. It's more like felicitation. Yeah, no, but it's we're very excited and looking forward. No, it's like
Yeah,
all kinds
it's
of.
very exciting.
Yeah, I was getting all kinds of videos sent to me already of.
Of your
Dances.
dance
Some
moves
dance,
and
yeah,
all.
yeah.
Yep, chat was asking that will you dance in Vidi's wedding?
I was intending to, but when I saw these videos, I was like, no, this is not.
Intimidating, yeah. But guys, we will be back after a short break to see the finish of Vincent versus Leko Liem, which seems
Yes, chances, yeah,
still
or-
not completely a dead draw.
Wait, what is this number? Is it a 0 or?
Can we look at the board position? Just
Yeah,
Oh, it's 0 just.
yeah, it's zeros here.
Because you can't do anything. Yeah, what?
Yeah, because-
It looks like Black made some sort of almost made some sort of progress, brought the king to the center,
Yeah.
but he cannot activate his rook, I guess. Yeah, and like you said, always this g-pawn. Yeah, it's bad. He had some similar endgame. Remember against Shankland, right?
Oh, this
Vincent.
was it Vincent who had?
Yeah, Vincent against Shankland. Yes,
Ah.
yes, he won that game. But now it's much worse version. It's very similar. Remember that also f-pawn was there. hanging
yeah.
out?
I think the rook on a6 is very well placed because now the rook, like if rook b6 would be I think a terrible
Rook
move
a7,
because
yeah.
then rook a7 and
Yeah,
black
now
will
rook,
get
rook
some
a8,
chances.
also now rook a8, and then always rook to.
Yeah,
You will always, whenever you go rook b7, rook b1, it takes you so long, and I'll go rook a7.
yeah. I think this should
Yeah.
end.
Yeah, okay, it's holding for white. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Thank you, Anish, for joining
Yeah.
us, and see you all on the other side of the break.
Stay still, still by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympia, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
And we are back, Sagar Bhai, for the final moments after Anish joined us and gave his insights about the game and also about...
Very deep insights.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
always fun because, you know, he has so much knowledge about chess and also he brings in a very light-hearted
Yeah,
energy
yeah.
for all of us. So it was very nice.
Today actually more serious than light-hearted, I must say. At
Yeah.
least the first few minutes
For
when
sure,
he
for
was
sure.
here, I think he really was looking for ways in which he could be better.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not been such a amazing start for him because he hasn't won a game. But then again, he hasn't lost, and 50% is a decent thing.
And I think he rightly said that like he's really looking forward to the next 4
Yeah.
games because, you know,
Also, I think rest day everyone is looking forward to because I think it has been very intense, and I don't know about you, but I'm also looking forward to rest.
no, I mean, it's always nice to have a rest day. I do think that the players who are doing very, very well, usually they are the ones who don't mind to continue playing because they're in such good form. Whereas the players who perhaps are looking to, like, you know, better their performance would love this rest day so that they can get their rest and rejuvenate and come back because it's super important you finish it well in an event. I've been saying this a lot. Arjun did this in Vaikanzi winning the last 2 rounds, and I think whoever does well in the last few rounds
Vincent.
will keep that momentum going in the future tournaments.
True. By the way, while they are playing here, and maybe Rook A3 seems like a very
Or Rook
likely
G8 as
move.
well is just a
Rook
simple way to...
G8.
Or Rook A3, yeah. If you want to be... yeah, you can just come back Rook A3.
Come
yeah.
back and
Yeah.
then come in if he moves. Divya is having quite not an easy task here to hold, but she's doing an incredible job.
So far, she's been doing great, but Marc is asking a few more questions, and she has to answer those questions correctly because if she errs now, it's going to be super difficult to defend.
Yeah, maybe if we could have Divya's video here would be awesome because it's also time pressure for her.
Yeah, she has 6 minutes.
And I don't know how easy this is to hold. Especially first question is, can we grab this pawn? Because there is a check, but you can go and attack the rook. So if you take here, you take there. But on the other hand, white could take the pawn, and you don't know, like this one might be good for white actually.
Yeah, this looks very dangerous for black actually because there is potential for the f3 g4 pawns to be passed,
Yeah.
and I think this would give white very good because also the knight on h4 is not really doing a lot right now.
Yeah.
So you definitely cannot give the f7 pawn, and she goes king f6 in the position, which is fine. She's still holding, but I do think that instead of king f6, if she found this move pawn to f5, that would have really solved a lot of her problems because gf5, knight f5, of course the king pawn end game should have been an easy draw. So
You mean rook pawn?
yeah, sorry, the rook pawn end game. I mean, after knight f5, king f5, even though like these pawns might seem weak, the b4 pawn is hanging right now, and you have this is a draw by a very big margin, obviously. Even probably without one of these pawns, it would have been a draw. But king f6 played, she's keeping everything under control, but you know it's a bit unpleasant. Perhaps rook c6 check at some point, and the knight pawn endgame might be dangerous
Because the black knight is out of play.
exactly. I think rook c6 is very like a move that can be very dangerous because knight b8 and the a6 pawn is hanging. I'm a bit scared for Divya if rook c6 check is found by Marc.
Yeah, this one is actually a more interesting and exciting finishing game than the Liem versus Vincent, because which that one is definitely a draw.
Yeah.
So here, and also this, there is another game, Harshit Bhai, which is
Oh my God.
Stalmach versus Stamatis,
This is really interesting. Ah, there is.
and maybe this one is
But it's just a draw. I
three
think.
pawns down for black, but look at the activity, which helps to hold.
Exactly. The white's king is completely boxed on g1, and it's white who needs to be careful to not get mated, obviously, on the back rank. So,
But also this Nodirbek Yakkuboev versus Nemec, this game I think has a lot of potential to go in any direction. As you had pointed out, the
absolutely.
black pieces are really looking menacing.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on east. Oh, draw agreed, by the way. In
In
the.
Leko Liem versus Vincent.
Yes.
So a very good result for Leko Liem. Not a very happy one for Vincent because he really was pressing hard.
Yeah, and I think he definitely had a huge
You
chance
can see
to be
there
better.
he's shaking his head.
Yeah,
He's like, no, I didn't play so well.
yeah. He had a huge chance in that game. That game finished in a draw.
I would be curious to see the analysis of this game actually, because really Vincent played so well until a point and then just gave up his advantage.
Yeah,
I think they are just discussing this moment.
Exactly.
Bishop c4. I think that's the key moment. And he says,
Like,
maybe
I had every-
I didn't find a way to break through or something there. Let's get back to this game of Yakkuboev, because I think here it can be any three results possible.
I mean, and although white has these connected pawns on b5 and c4, it's
Yeah.
very rare that I would say that black is the one who would do well despite of white having
yeah,
these pawns. but in-
because of the weak king.
Exactly, weak king, and after queen d to queen b3, the black knight on f6 is ready to jump to e4. Also, don't forget, I have a passed pawn
Yeah.
that I can push a4, a3. So looks a bit scary with white having these connected pawns, but on deeper look, I think black is doing quite well.
Also, Nemec is like an IM, and he's 200 points rated below Nodirbek. So I don't know if that will come into the picture where he'll feel a little bit pressured at some point, or will he just rise to the occasion and say, today is my day?
I think the Czech players are doing really well in this event. They are not showing any signs of fear against the top players, which obviously is a very positive thing for the future of.
I mean, just if anyone's watching this, it's tournaments like these that help someone to up their game. And so this Prague Chess Festival is really, really helping everyone who's playing here, especially the local players.
Oh my god! And Divya's opponent Marc has played Rook c6 check,
Yeah.
and this makes me very worried for Divya's position
I
right
feel,
now
Harshit, by now it's like Divya has this very narrow path
towards
to
the
equality.
draw, and 5 minutes on her clock.
Yeah, it's like she's walking on a cliff.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
she has to find the only move is
King
king
E6.
e6.
It's a
Then when you attack,
Again
then
only
king
move.
d6. Then when you take, king c6. And somehow you have to figure out this is the path.
But it's not easy because white can just go knight c5, and after king b5 go knight d3, and white is currently up a pawn, and black needs to evaluate this as being a draw, which is not at all easy.
Yeah, it's not a given. And I have a feeling that with Marc, Andria, Maurizzi walking around, Divya's clock going down, it will be a miracle if she manages to save this.
I mean, if she saves this, I mean, what a positive result that would be
Yeah,
for Divya. But
huge.
on the other hand, with 4 minutes on the clock, I mean, although I'm obviously rooting for her to make the draw, I don't think it's easy at all.
No. This one I think practically tough. But let's see. It's also interesting. I think it's moments like these which players like Divya surprise everyone. So whether she'll be able to do this or not.
And there's a saying, right? Like, tough times create, like, I forgot that saying, but there is like a very long saying which basically, like,
First
she found
first
it,
move.
yeah? So
She finds the first move, king e6 on the board. So that's something. I guess it was like this, tough times.
create tough
Tou-
people.
No, I thought it was tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Okay.
Tough times create strong people create good times create weak people create tough times.
Yeah, it's like a exact. It's like a loop.
But that doesn't fit into this moment here, this saying.
I think one of the parts of it does, but
When going gets tough, the tough.
Ah, yes,
yeah, when the
yes.
going gets tough,
When
the tough
the
gets.
going gets tough, the tough get going. And I think for now, really, Divya's, I don't know which piece has to get going. I think the knight has to get going. It's on the side of the board, needs to come into play.
No, I mean, this is a very tough draw.
Would you be able to hold it, Arshit Bhai? I think if you are playing with black, let's imagine you have
Well,
no evaluation.
It's-
What
it
would be your
depends.
feeling
It
here?
depends a lot on how I'm feeling.
What would you feel?
I mean, I'm not playing, so it's hard to like. It depends on my previous results. It depends on my attitude. But like, for example, if I had the same,
Yeah, everything
Everything
like
same
what
as Divya,
has happened with Divya.
I don't know. I would definitely not rate
Feel
my
the
chances
pressure,
high.
yeah?
I would
You
not
would
rate
feel.
my chances high because I'm losing a pawn and like, let's be honest. If we don't have the engine bar in front of us, it's a knight endgame and you're down a pawn
Yeah.
and
No
you're-
way. No way you're going to think it's a draw.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no way for white to think he's not winning, which is also uncomfortable. When your opponent has this like very good body language and he's like very confident, like it also plays a part psychologically on your opponent. Yeah.
Right. And while Divya is about to make her move, Marc Andria has left the board. I think he's gone to the washroom. But now, what's her move? Oh, King D6. Again, the best move.
Wow,
she finds
it.
with 2.5 minutes on the clock. So, a good move played by her until her opponent comes. Let's have a look at this game between Yakkuboev and Nemec. Here, Bishop D4 played. And maybe knight e4. Do you think that's the best way to put pressure? I believe then there is this Queen G2 where I am putting pressure on G7.
I just want to start pushing my pawns. Let's just push A4 and A3 and try to promote the pawn. Yeah.
But the problem is this final queening square is controlled. So you may not be gaining too much. Yeah, but still A4 would put the pressure and
Exactly.
Nemec has 8 minutes, Yakkuboev 12 minutes. Today Challengers section has more fighting games than Masters, I feel.
Yes and no, because we had Vincent who had a very interesting game. We had Wei's game
Yeah.
also, which was very fighting.
No, but somehow like this also Salgado versus Finek, what a game.
Yeah.
Crazy one. And now Divya trying to hold on here.
Okay, what do you think? Do you think she'll hold? Because she did find the right
Yeah.
starting path.
She has found the right starting path, and I think that was the tough one.
And maybe she's forced to find the right move. Yeah,
sometimes it's like you don't have an option.
Yeah. And King C6 immediately played. Again, like she has no option, so she's trying to go King B5 to win the pawn back. And
Marc has 15 minutes, which is I think a very nice cushion.
yeah. So he's trying to find a way to put maximum pressure on Divya. I mean, I think if you're white, what you want to do is like you find a tricky move,
Yeah.
which would make it difficult for Divya to find the right path.
Which is I think knight c5, knight d3. I think that's the most tricky.
Or yeah, it's not F4, is it? It cannot be, right?
f4. What if I take?
Take. Because King B5,
And then
Knight
King B5.
C7, but I think we have too little material
And this should be a draw.
yeah, too little
Because I bring my king quickly back,
to D4, yeah.
and then this should not be a problem to hold. So I guess the only way is knight c5, king b5, knight d3.
And just hold the material, yeah.
But then think about it.
But Knight E5 check is coming.
I would say f6, let's say. I mean, what is the way in which white makes progress? Because my threat now is king c4.
Yeah.
And you can't move the knight before falls.
I think that's the reason why this is a draw.
Wow. Very, very interesting.
And Marc is still thinking.
Amus says yesterday Gukesh got 10 million from his school.
Yes, 10 million
Rupees,
Indian
1
rupees.
crore.
Yeah, which is approximately 110,000 US dollars.
Yeah.
Which is incredible support
Yeah.
that has been
Velamal
given to.
School.
Yeah,
I think they have. I mean, this is one award that they gave. Before that, they gave him a Mercedes.
yeah.
And so Gukesh, I think, has had great support from his school. But yeah,
Knight
Knight
C5, King B5 blitzed out by Divya.
immediately.
And I think when she plays it so quickly, that's definitely.
She's feeling
She-
that she has chances
Yeah.
to hold.
And it shows that she's confident
Yeah.
about this position.
Yeah.
And Knight D3 F6, I think, as you pointed out, is a great way to prevent white from going Knight E5 and threaten King C4. Incredible fighting spirit by Divya, yeah, who's been put under pressure day after day by these top players, but she's fighting.
I think this is the way in which you become a strong player. You know, many times you think like you don't want so many losses, but then this is how you become better. But not many players like to go through this grind.
Yeah, because you have to lose a few times in order to get that
Yeah.
ability to defend worse positions, and I think Divya is slowly but surely developing that. And today, if she manages to hold, that's going to be a great performance by her.
Yes. It's tricky somehow because you know in Vaikanze, Divya had like 1 win, few draws and many losses. And now again at Prague, she's playing here. And now if she plays, let's say, some tournament like, let's say, Women Grand Prix, I think her chances of performing well are much higher because she has faced all these strong
For sure.
opponents.
I think Marc knows it. Yeah, he looks a little upset that like I was putting so much pressure, but like why do I not have a win in this endgame where I'm up a pawn?
Can I ask a question, a little bit of beat question? Which Bollywood actor does Marc Andrea Maurizzi look like?
It's not at all obvious to me.
No? Thought he looked. Maybe I can ask the chat. Let's see. Sorry? Neil Nitin Mukesh. Maybe, but I thought, doesn't he look like a bit like Amir Khan? When Amir Khan plays chess, I mean.
I don't know about that one.
By the way, Himang Ghosh says, good news coming in from Montenegro. Pranav V has taken sole lead in World Juniors after 6 rounds. Today he beat Emin Ohanian.
I think that's a great event for like Pranav V to really show why he's one of the best upcoming talents from India. He's 6
Yeah.
out of 6.
And the thing is, remember, when you win the World Juniors
You get World Cup spot. You
Yes.
get Grand Swiss spot.
and you get Tata Steel Challengers, you are invited.
Wow.
Yeah. So, you know, it opens up your path. He will also get in World Rapid and Blitz. Sorry? Oh.
Oh wow.
Oh, Shahid here has given us an update saying Pranav is the reigning World Rapid and Blitz Junior Champion. So if he wins Classical as
He'll
well,
do all three.
he'll be like the best junior in all formats. Like maybe like Magnus, yeah, who at some point how he was like winning Classical, Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. By the way, Marc has gone Knight D3 now,
And-
defending the pawn.
And F6 is a very, very nice move, right? That you pointed out to. Oh, she goes F5 instead. Also a good move, I think.
Very, very active, huh?
Just get rid of all the pawns.
She's like, my king is taking care of this pawn, and I'm okay with
Yeah.
like, exchanging.
So
here.
GF5, Knight F5. And what's the... I guess the point is that the knight on D3 is permanently
Yeah.
stuck.
and
if-
somehow you can't activate your white king. Where to get? Wow, this is.
No, Divya is F5.
If she holds this, yeah, this is amazing, amazing.
And Pragg's game, just to update everyone joining in, was a draw. Pragg drew his game against Aravindh, so they're both still in joint lead in this event in the Masters section.
Yeah, and a 1 point lead. still.
1 point lead. Wow.
Because they both, and I think they both will be aiming to win the title with 4 rounds to go. Yeah, it'll be exciting to see who wins this.
Exactly, because
Wei is coming and Vincent is kind of trying to beat everyone.
yeah. So Vincent, Anish, Liem.
We can have a look at the standings actually. Let's have a look at the standings. So there we have Aravindh and Pragg on 3.5. Vincent, Anish, Liem and Wei on 2.5. From this, I would say the most dangerous is Vincent and Wei because they are playing like
I
dangerous.
think Wei, after especially he came into
Yeah.
the interview box today, he looked very, very confident. I think that's definitely someone to look out for in the next few rounds.
And then David, Ediz, Van Nguyen and Sam Shankland all on 2 points out of 5. So that's very cool. We also have the results from today. In the Masters, we had only one decisive game.
Wei.
Wei winning, rest all were draws. Okay, going back to Divya's clash against Marc Andria here, f5. I think it's the right time for Marc to devote some time to what he will play. Polly Walnut says the tournament is so close. Yeah, I agree. This tournament, I feel the standings.
Yes, everyone. It's very close. I mean,
yeah.
the last person is on 2 points and the highest is on 3.5. So no one is really struggling in this event, which is
and anyone can win technically still.
yes, with
Which is
4
very
rounds to go.
unlikely.
Yeah,
Because at halfway mark, few players have already lost the opportunity to win.
but even Anish, for example, with 50%,
Yeah.
if he wins 2-3 games,
Also today he made a very good choice, no? Like he wants to go out for dinner with us, so I mean that will
be the deciding factor. Yeah,
imagine he starts winning all the games after that, we can take some credit.
yeah. Maybe he'll never. Then we have to go on dinner every time. Yeah.
By the way, Himang says one thing to note is there are no playoffs in Prague. So tie-break scores are important. Tie-break 1 is direct encounter. Yeah. So if Prague and Aravindh do finish as the champions, like at the equal score, their direct encounter is still a draw. So then I think the second tie-break, maybe Himang can update us. What is the second tie-break?
I feel like the second tiebreak should be how many whites and blacks you had.
Oh. It's never a tie break. It's sometimes how many wins you have.
No, but I think I'm saying it should be.
It should be, interesting. That would be very unfortunate sometimes because someone has
You
more
can't even choose. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, that's true. Okay, F5, and I think Marc kind of realizes now that this is.
SB is the second tie break. Sonebon Berger. It's like the number of points opponent has scored multiplied by your result against them.
Complicated. Okay.
Yeah, and then you add up everything.
I think chess players usually only focus on playing. They are not looking at like the tie breaks that much. At least now, okay, and like maybe in the last round the players will consider it, but I think right now,
No, for sure.
yeah,
Right now, I think
it's too early. Yeah.
Everyone's just going to focus at least tomorrow on taking some good rest and then coming back with more fighting spirit. What a
F4?
F4 played. Wow.
He's trying to get a pass pawn, yeah?
Marc Andrea saw that Divya has 3 minutes and this is the way to put pressure.
It's a good practical decision by him, I think.
Because if GF, you go G5, FE,
King E3.
and now you have passers on 2 extreme
Yeah,
sides.
exactly. The pawns are equal, but potential danger with the
But do you
white
think it
king.
is like I go king c4 now, stopping king d4?
Yeah, actually, it's still a draw.
Not so simple, no, to make progress as white.
Yeah, it's not. Because if you move the knight on f4, the b4 pawn hangs, and you cannot really progress
Hey,
with the
I
g
had
pawn.
one idea, sorry.
GF4, g5 happened, okay.
I had one idea here. Did it happen?
Yes. G takes f4 and g5
G5,
quickly
and
played.
now FE, just I was
Only
saying,
move, by the way.
okay. Makes sense, not so tough, right? FE, king e3, king c4, and here my idea was check, knight e5, king c4, king f4, and to trap your knight with king g3.
So if I go d4, You have
King
king
G3.
g3 and I'm losing the game.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's an idea that he's
He's hoping
for. But she has to go fe3. She has to take it. fe3, king e3, king c4. Only idea for black in this position. fe3. Okay, he takes it. Okay. Very good. Okay, now of course even white has to take. I mean, if he allows d4, suddenly black will be in the driver's seat. So of course king e3.
Clearly. That's clear. And that's the only plan now with. So I think king e3 if we take, which will happen. I don't know. King c4 looks clean or not. Although it felt right because you stopped king d4.
You stop the king from going to f4. So I think king e3. I actually expect her to blitz out.
By the way, taken king
Yeah.
e3. It's a tough moment, I think.
No, I think king c4 will be blitzed
do you
out.
trust your intuition and go king c4 because it's the most natural move? But then you calculate this line where there is this check, the knight gets trapped because you take away the square, and then the king is kind of entering here and trapping, and you have to calculate. And so while you are calculating, your time is running low, and so then you don't choose this move.
That's true actually. Okay, so let's see. King c4, knight e5,
Yeah.
king
Check.
b4, king f4. Oh
King-
my god, king c5, king d6 is the only move.
Yeah, this might be
Oh
the
my god, that's not easy at all actually.
check and king e7.
If she goes for this.
I think it's possible to calculate, but in 2 minutes seems very tough.
No, very, very tough.
Very tough.
Maybe d4 check is more logical then. If king d4, you can give knight f3 check and win a pawn. Maybe d4 check in that case is the simpler way to do it. And if... Yeah, it's
Still
tricky.
Tricky, very tricky. And I mean, last hurdle for Divya here, she has crossed many good, difficult moments in this game.
This is such a tough moment. 1.5 minutes on her clock. And it's not at all easy to find this drawing idea with king c5, king d6. And his opponent... and look,
gets up.
Divya... do you see Divya's expression? She got a bit nervous.
Yeah. No, she's calculating lines for sure, but it's not easy to...
I mean, I don't think this draw you showed with king c5, king d6 is...
is possible for
it's-
someone to calculate in 3 minutes.
even if it is, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah. She went knight g6.
Oh my god.
Is that a mistake or... Oh, it
It's
gives...
losing
Yeah,
now.
king d4 wins. But it just felt like now you have like complete control over the position, right? Or maybe she wants to do king d4, f4.
Yeah, but now the d5 pawn hangs simply.
Ah, true. f3,
King e6.
king e6.
No, king e4 maybe, because king e6, knight f4 check.
Ah, nice move. So king e4,
And this is losing.
f2, and then knight f2, king b4, king f5.
Your king is
Oh,
too
not
far
king
away.
f5. I mean, here also have to be careful, huh?
Yeah, I mean, white need a bit, at least Marc Andria has a winning position and he
this
also
is-
has 10 minutes on his clock. So
Yeah, this is actually nice check because, okay, anyway, I'm going too deep, but the idea is knight f4 and then slowly kind of pushing him
yeah.
back. Let's go back to the live board now. King d4 is the only winning move here for white, which...
But king d4 is like so obvious. What else are you going to do if not king d4? Because
Yeah,
like-
no, very likely.
he has 6 minutes on his clock, almost 7.
I think he senses he's going to win this somehow, Marc Andria. Yeah,
Yeah, he plays king d4.
good move.
But I mean, like these kind of games are like so hard to digest.
Yeah.
You're defending
Yeah.
for 5-6 hours, trying to be on the thinnest of the ropes to make a draw, and finally, if you just make
Yeah.
one mistake, everything can turn around.
True,
And it's
true.
very tough to be in Divya's shoes right now.
I think, as we discussed, no, like in general, if you go and tell the player this is good for you in the long run, they'll be like, please leave me alone.
But like actually, I think this moment, that f6 move that you were saying, Sagarbai, I think that was the key moment, and then after that, White had no progress.
Yeah.
f6.
Anyway, they would gone f4.
Yeah, but
here.
then you just wait. You just go king c4, and you cannot move the knight. You can't. I don't want to give you a passed pawn, basically. And I think this was a very clean way to draw the game. Right now, she goes for f4, and only king d5 wins. By the way, only move for White. But
Yeah.
okay, you're just taking the pawn. So
Yeah.
it's not.
No, it's clear to take the pawn, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
Takes
king
it.
d5. And I'm sure she will push f3. Yep, she does it.
f3, and now this important. I think we are going king e4.
This variation is going to happen.
We just were looking at it a bit lightly there, but now it's happened.
But king e4 must be played. Yeah, like what else? Again,
Yeah.
king e6 is not possible. You can't move the knight because the f2 pawn is queening. So king e4 is the only move, and I think king e4, f2, knight f2, king b4. This line is going to happen.
Can I ask, like, king e4, king c4? Is that a possible idea?
And I think can you just take?
Oh,
Because after king f3, after king f3, king d3, b5, I
B5.
have two pawns, and you can't stop both of them.
Wow.
So king e4 is the way for White to win this game. Yeah, I think it's about to happen. He's just making sure, yeah, that he's not missing something. King e4, what if knight h4? Trying to protect the pawn. But then you just like push me away, yeah?
Yeah, king f4, king f4, king c4, and you're never afraid of. No, now you are afraid of taking the knight.
You just have check,
Check and knight f3.
knight f3.
But that, I think that is not a trivial thing. Where not here, but this one with f3, king e4, f2. This win, I mean there are still some tricks
Yeah.
in this endgame with one pawn. So it'll be interesting to see this one. Rizad asks a super chat saying, Harshit bhai, which shampoo do you use?
What is this question?
Well, they're just appreciating your hairstyle.
But king d4 played.
Oh, king d4, not e4.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it's actually a draw now. What?
Oh. No, but f2.
Yeah, and by the way, to answer that question, it's nothing specific. Whatever
No,
there is,
it was
I
just
use.
a
Yeah.
compliment.
Yeah.
Not like you don't have to answer.
What? King d4?
Yeah, the thing is, now Divya has many ways to hold, but f2 is maybe the interesting line, because when the king was here, we were seeing that it's possible to win for White, and when the king is here, it's not. It's just crazy.
It's very hard to understand.
No, the main point being that here, now there's no knight f4. And if you play knight e5, I can go knight h4, and somehow this knight is not trapped, because knight on f4 was trapping it somehow from the g2 square, and the king could come eventually and win it, maybe something like that. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense, but it's a very, very nuanced point which makes this a draw.
Yeah.
But this just goes to show, yeah, that in front of the machine,
Yeah.
it's easy for us to say that, oh, that's such a big roller coaster moment.
But the king d4 move is also very natural, because you are kind of shouldering the black king. So king d4.
But I mean, is it because you're not attacking the f3 pawn now? Yeah, so black can even go knight h4 now, and you're simply
She
knight
plays
f4.
knight
What?
f4. Oh, she blunders. Knight f4, knight d5, knight e3. No way. No way.
No, this is not.
Knight d5, knight e3.
What do you mean knight d5 is a queen? No.
Oh, check. Oh, I thought check. Sorry. What did I see?
I don't
I
know.
was thinking check and knight e3 she missed. No.
No,
Then she didn't miss it. Sorry. My mistake. My bad.
But now simply king e4, knight d3, and king f3, king takes d3. King e4 is game over. Knight d3, king d3.
No.
And this king pawn endgame is just king e4.
Oh, king e4 missed.
Knight e6 played. but now g6 and white pawn is way too advanced now. And also, yeah.
She'll play f2 now, at least to get
Yeah,
the
f2,
b4
knight
pawn.
f2, but king b4, king e5. The thing is like the knight on g7 has only 2 squares to go to and it's easy for white to control them.
That end of this game is a very instructive knight endgame overall.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the thing is like she only has 40 seconds or a minute to
Yeah.
find all these moves. So
Yeah.
it's even hard to criticize, yeah, because with so little time, and also don't forget that we are already more than 5 hours in the game. So
Yeah.
it's very tough to defend such a
Yeah, and you can see Divya looking at the clock,
she knows
coming back there, looking. So
she's nervous.
she
yeah, no.
just
King c4, but now
even king f3 is winning actually now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
With the 2 pawns. Yeah,
I mean, I
this-
think all move, it seems like any move is winning for
yeah,
white now.
yeah.
I
But I think
suspect even
king
knight
f3
e5.
is the cleanest somehow.
I mean, knight e5 is the cleanest, I think.
No, but
knight
then you
e5
give
and
b4, no?
Yeah, but then your king
I'm
is
not
just...
very confident of this endgame somehow.
No, the
Yeah.
thing is like the knight on g7 is just very, very...
Oh, he gives a check.
Yeah,
take-
knight
oh, he
f3.
plays your line, yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay, king c5,
king e5,
knight g7,
king f6 and king f7.
knight h5 check.
Yeah, I'll just go here.
I draw, yeah.
What?
Yeah,
This is a draw.
Yes, this is where I get this feeling that there are some chances, some hopes still.
What? King f5 is a draw?
Sorry?
King f5 is a draw in this position.
Yeah, king d6, no? Knight f4, knight h5.
Yeah.
So maybe
King
now
e5
king e5,
plays,
yeah,
yeah,
of
that
course that's...
Yeah.
But look at him, he feels so relaxed.
I think he knows it's winning, I think.
Knight g7 played by Divya. Can we have that? Yeah. And now you need to control h5 square, right? Because you have shouldered the king. So maybe move the knight. Knight d4, knight h4, knight f5.
Yeah.
That's the...
And if, how is it still, like knight f5, knight h5?
He played knight d4. That's actually knight d4 more accurate
Because it
he
controls, yeah?
c6.
Yeah.
So now knight h5, knight f5, right? Knight h5. And then king c6.
Oh, and knight g3 perhaps.
Yeah, knight g3. And you got that knight g7.
King f6.
King f6, you took away the h5
H5
square.
square, knight e8, and now
king
you go
f7. King
e7.
e7. Yeah,
Knight g7 and king f7, and the knight is actually trapped on g7.
dominated.
Wow. Very instructive way to win.
And that's why you realize it's a matter of one tempo, because if black king comes in quickly, there, so...
Yeah, it's tough to see this. Yeah, but in sports, someone has like most of the times, like, you know, there is a winner and there is a loser, and
True.
this time it's going to be Divya.
Yeah, I would only say like it's moments like these that help players to improve. But when they happen, they are very painful.
Exactly. Yeah.
But actually, without them, you cannot become a very good player. So it's just part of the process.
And now knight e6, knight f4, or
Knight h5 played.
knight e6 check, king c6, knight f4 seems like a way, right? To
Yeah.
take away this
Yeah.
square,
Yeah.
and then the same idea with
Yeah.
knight e8 and going
King e7.
king e7 and king f7. You're winning.
Also, for this event for Marc, Andria Maurizzi has not been very smooth. He started off with a...
How many points does he have?
I think he's on 50%.
Okay.
We can check. By the way, an unbelievable thing has happened between Nodirbek, Yakkuboev and Nemec. White is actually winning.
Completely.
Completely winning. And that just goes to show, like, when a strong player, the difference, no? Like, at some point when we were here, we were like, black is the one pressing.
Yeah, I think the longer the game goes, the more time does the stronger player have to prove why he is the better player. And I think here, in time pressure, Yakkuboev just shows why he's
Yeah.
the top seed in this event.
Actually, Yakkuboev is going through the grind of, getting to the Masters because
Yeah.
he's there. He's almost 2660.
No more. I think he's almost 2680 or something. I think.
Somewhere there,
Yeah.
but he's getting invited to challengers.
Mhm.
So he's playing there. He's not like, waiting for an invite
Mhm.
and wants to get into the.
Oh, knight. Okay. Knight f5. The bar kind of made a funky, like it went down for a bit and then went up. But yeah, this is also winning. Yeah, I thought that the bar jumped, but okay, I guess the same idea. Knight f5, king c6, knight g3.
Yeah, same.
Played, yeah. No, it's over. King f6, knight e8, king e7 is the cleanest. Yeah, probably see handshake soon, right?
Yeah.
But Divya is actually
Yeah,
someone
she-
who has unbelievable sportsmanship. Like I remember
Also
in-
resilience,
yeah.
Strong resilience.
in Vaikanzi, I remember she lost a very, very tough game with Benjamin Bock. But after that, there were some fans waiting for her outside and she was smiling and taking pictures with them, which, I mean, I personally would have never been able to do if I played like 7 hours game. You are just so,
Yeah.
tired
now
and
she's
and she's even
talking,
analyzing.
yeah,
Wow.
nice. I think she also hit the.
Look. He said F5, just F6, yeah? Just wait. I think Marc is saying, why didn't you not just go
Yeah.
this? Yeah, they're trying to analyze. Yeah, I mean, these players they love chess so much. After 5 hours of play, they are probably going to go to analyze the game now for a few more time, and then it's incredible.
Right. So that kind of ends the day, unless we want to just finish off with Nemec versus Nodirbek, which is kind of over because Nodirbek is almost checkmating
Yeah.
the black king.
This pawn is about to queen. The bishop on g7 is controlling this pawn, which is about to queen. But crazy complicated game. But I think that Yakkuboev is going to draw the last blood.
Yeah. Great play by, I think, Nemec here. He played really well, but in the end, it was Yakkuboev who has maybe the final laugh here. What to do now, Arshit bhai? Can you even calculate now after so many hours? Maybe you are also very tired.
No, I think knight d8, king e8, queen b2 was the most logical to me for some reason.
Oh my God! You are also ready to
But
kind
maybe
of
it's not the best, but
trade.
I think it's the most logical somehow to do this.
He played bishop b2. Oh, bishop b2. Hi, what a nice move.
When?
Just direct
Okay. And now
and make a queen.
it's hard to. Yeah, that's a very clean move.
What a nice. It's like interference.
Yeah.
The concept is interference. Make a queen.
Yeah.
And what if you make a queen?
I think then bishop a1 and you cannot take on b7 because knight d8 check is winning your queen with a fork.
Also, yeah. But also, Ashit bhai, what about just queening
What?
and then trying to checkmate? You have no checks actually. No checks and you mate him.
Okay, this is insane. Knight d8 check is a mating. It's like mating, yeah.
I think
He's
he's
laughing.
smiling.
He's smiling.
I think he wants to make it's a
He's
queen.
going to make
I think
B8.
he'll make a queen. He'll make a queen here. Very pretty sure he'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, if he gave that smirk, I
Yeah.
think he has a very.
It's a nice thing, no? Like for you because it will be a memorable game. Queen B, you
No,
can't
you
take.
can't even take,
You
so.
can't take. Yeah. I think in his hand is a queen, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to put it. So this is how top players think. They don't look at the board. They are calculating in their head, and he plays it. Wow, what a beautiful finish to this game.
Oof. I mean, it's very rare to have 4 queens on the board.
Yes, and that too no checks.
He had no checks possible. Queen a6 played, but I'm sure there are multiple ways for white to win now.
First thing could be just save the knight. Just save the knight from e6 also could be, but
I mean, the simplest looks queen f8,
check king,
king
e6,
e6, and queen.
e2.
But
But there's queen e4. Tricky. Queen h6 check.
Yeah, you can take this. But okay, I think that's
No, queen h6 and you win the queen.
yeah. Queen
Yeah.
f8, queen h6 wins the queen.
That's
you're
the
right.
win.
That's the easiest, yeah. Queen f8, king e6, queen h6, and you win the queen on a6. Also, knight d8 check is there, no? Knight d8. But okay, of course, queen f8 is the most human.
Yatharth says the last time I saw 4 queens on the board was Arjun versus MVL in Chennai Grandmasters. Yeah, that was also an amazing game.
Which Arjun won or?
No, drew, but like MVL sacrificed his queen for 2 minor pieces. It was a beautiful game.
By the way, this queen f8, king e6, queen h6 is about to happen.
Although there were only 3 queens there because Arjun
Actually,
had.
do you
one,
think he's considering queen e2, queen e4, and then queen h6? Yeah, he is.
What did he play?
Queen e2, queen e4, and then he will go queen h6.
Ah.
Yeah, and resignation. So, Nodirbek won, and he's just
Yeah, nice one.
quick to tell him that, like, yeah.
I actually like this camera angle a lot. If we can have this full screen, look at this. Yeah, like it's just right, like it gives you a ringside view of the players. No, just there. You are there.
Yeah. So tough games for Stalmach and Divya.
Nemec, yeah.
Nemec. And
Nemec,
we have the
Divya.
standings already. Wow.
Oh, let's have a look at the standings of the challengers. We have
Nodirbek has jumped into the lead after winning today with 4 out of 5. That is a huge score.
right.
Bjerre is
Solid,
right
3.5.
behind with 3.5, and Ivan and Marc have joined plus scores with 3 out of 5 respectively, and then Divya and Finek are
But
the ones.
even this in challengers, there's no one who's like really languishing at 0 or half point.
Yeah, but still 1.5 out of 5 is
So it's
definitely.
decent.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I think in the tournament in Tata Steel, we had players who were on 0 or half, and that's not happening here.
Yeah.
And that's by the way, today we had quite a exciting round in challengers. You can see the results for today. 3 decisive games. Ivan Salgado won, Nodirbek Yakkuboev,
white
and
wins.
Marc Andria Maurizzi.
All white wins.
Yes. And all GMs beating IMs.
IMs, yeah.
Okay. And before we end, shall we look at the standings once in the Masters for all those who joined in at
Yeah.
the end, so that you know that what happened in the Masters. These are the standings after round 5 as we go into the rest day. Aravindh and Pragg lead with 3.5, 1 point clear of Vincent, Anish, Liem and Vei. And then we have 4 players on 2 points: David, Navara, Ediz, Gurel, Van Nguyen and Shankland.
Yeah. Very, very exciting day today. Only one result, Vei winning with the black pieces, who also joined us. And tomorrow is a rest day. So you can take a rest from us tomorrow. But we'll be back day after tomorrow, 3 p.m. European time and 7:30 p.m. Indian time to cover the 6th round of the
Yes.
event.
And Harshit bhai, any plans for rest day? Are you going to do some dare at the bridge of Charles Bridge?
I think I'll take a rest on the rest day as well. Maybe go around the city.
Guys, thank you all for joining us here. Also back home, and see you all day after tomorrow. And a big, big shout out to our directors who've been working.
Yes, and helping us with everything.
5-6 hours every day to get things rolling. So thank you, and see you all day after tomorrow.